The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
How do you know when it's the right time to change direction?
This is Monday Morning Moxie from the one and only Coach Jennie. Each week, Coach Jennie shares a new challenge designed to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and more confident in every aspect of your life. Not next month, not next year, this week, and every week after that, so you can actually accomplish what matters most to you.
Welcome to my weekly web show, Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie. My name is Jennie Mustafa-Julak, in case you missed that. But everybody just calls me Coach Jennie because, that's ridiculous. Smith was taken, I'm just saying. Monday Morning Moxie is my weekly kick in the pants, if you will, direct from me to you, helping you to get further faster so that you can do more of what actually matters to you. So each week I do a little coaching, a little teaching. I'll answer a few questions from the audience that I've gotten previously, but most importantly, I will provide you with a new challenge to consider trying on and experimenting with for the next 7 days. These challenges are designed specifically to let you try a new mindset or maybe a new approach or look at things a little bit differently. Or in today's case, ask yourself a couple new questions that maybe you're not asking before and see if these experiments make a difference for you. For some of you, some of these experiments might, that's fine, that was nice. And some might actually change your life. I can never predict which is going to sing for which kind of person. So we have to try them on. I hope you enjoy my next experiment. Let's do this. Now, before we get into today's episode, just want to check in on last week's episode. If you missed it, I talked all about my Tackle Your Fears exercise. This is a classic Coach Jennie exercise that I've been using for many, many years because it freaking works. The idea of Tackle Your Fears is to follow these 7 steps that I've laid out, which is not terribly scary. You can totally memorize these steps just by watching that video, but go through these 7 different steps to think through analytically what you're afraid of and really look at it from a few different angles. You're looking at it from, where you have control and where you have influence. You're looking at it from what's the worst thing that could happen, what's the best thing that could happen. So if you missed that particular episode, I really encourage you to go back and check it out. Again, it's one of the most popular things I've ever taught in my coaching practice. I would love for you to have your hands on that worksheet. But enough about last week. And if you tried on that experiment or any of my experiments, I would love, love, love to hear how they're working for you. Feel free to leave me a comment in any of these YouTube videos. I promise I'm the one that actually responds, or shoot me a DM over on Instagram or Twitter. You can find me at Coach Jennie. So enough about last week. Let's get on with today's episode. Today, I want to talk to you about the ridiculous stigma that is changing your mind. I don't know why we have such a stigma in our society about changing our mind, but we absolutely do. The idea that you haven't figured out what you're going to be when you grow up in kindergarten seems to linger with us for a very long time. I had a conversation with a friend from college just today who said, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to be when I grow up. Spoiler alert, that's not a thing. Let's stop asking children this, shall we? One of my clients, Anna, who's from Sweden. Hi, Anna. Anna shared with me once that in Swedish and in English, when we say change your mind, that's the language we use. Like when we decide differently, we use this language or, make a new decision based on an old decision, right? That's what changing your mind is. We call it changing your mind. But the word in Norwegian, which I don't know what it is, and don't make me try to Google it or say it out loud, forget about it. But what Anna taught me is that in Norwegian, that term actually translates literally into redecide. I love that word so much more. Instead of changing our minds, what if we just redecide? We decide again. We decide differently because, we have new information. I would like to turn redecide into a word that we use all of the freaking time because I'm really sick and tired of all of the stigma that's attached to the idea of changing your mind. I've heard so many of my clients over the years, and honestly, I've heard myself and my friends say this as well, that if I change directions, that people might call me flighty or flinty or flaky or something else that starts with flaw. And if you decide to do something and then find out like you freaking hate it and it's not turning out the way that you expected it to, but you feel like I have to keep going it because I don't want to be called a quitter, that's just ridiculous. I am always encouraging my clients to try on experiments, to give it a go. And an experiment, by definition, says, I don't know the outcome. It has no guaranteed of outcomes. I'm experimenting, remember 4th grade science, I'm experimenting to test a hypothesis, which is a guess. Now, it's a educated guess. It's not a wild goose chase kind of guess, but we are experimenting to see, does that guess play out? Is that how it's going to work out? Let's see. Let's find out, shall we? So what we do in an experiment, again, in the 4th grade, is we try things out, we collect a little data, we observe what's happening, we draw some conclusions, and then decide, yeah or no, or whatever. We come up with some conclusions based on that experiment instead of having it all figured out ahead of time. But again, when we make decisions, we put so much weight on our decisions having to be the right decision that we have to have it all figured out beforehand, because then we're going to commit to it for the rest of time. When I figure out what I'm going to be when I grow up, then I will forever be that thing. How many people do you know that are forever that thing? I don't know any. So this week, what I want to talk to you about is the importance of making sure that whatever you're doing and all the things that you want to do next are truly the things that matter to you. And the way we're going to look at that is to question everything. I want you to question why you're doing all of the things that you do. More specifically, I want to invite you to question all of the things that you've been doing for some time now. And just double check, do we want to continue? Or does something have to change? Sometimes we continue doing things for a long freaking time just because we've done them so long and we don't know any better, or we don't know any different. Or again, we're afraid of what everybody's going to think if we decide to flake out or quit or try something new or come up with a new idea. That's total BS, my friends. The people that I love working with have something I like to call impatient ambition. They want to do some really cool things that really matter to them. They would like to have those results yesterday, if not sooner. My clients want to get further, faster, without any more interruptions and without any more second guessing. So the idea of having permission to redecide sometimes can make people bristle. So let me explain why this is different from second guessing. Because listen up, changing your mind and second guessing yourself might sound like they're cut from the same cloth, but they're actually two completely different beasts. When you change your mind or redecide, I'm going to make that word stick, I really am. It's a conscious choice. It shows that you're adaptable and willing to grow. It shows that you've actually got the guts to revisit your beliefs and revisit your decisions when you get more information or new insights come your way. That's called wisdom, my friends. Redeciding is all about being flexible and learning as you go, and also allowing yourself to have new ambitions. People who redecide are the people who are evolving. But second guessing yourself, now that's a whole nother story. Second guessing yourself is all about doubt and uncertainty. And Hilda, that voice that lives in the back of your head, who's trying to get you to question your abilities to tackle something. Question whether or not you're good enough, or whether or not you should want this, or it's allowable to want this, or what everybody else is going to think about it. Because second guessing comes from that place of doubt and insecurity. I want you to be able to make your choices and make new decisions based on new information. And I'm going to share with you a couple of questions that can really help you think through that. Again, I'm all about thinking through, not just feeling through, but thinking through whether or not it's time to redecide, and not make all of your decisions based on fear or self-doubt. But if you get nothing else from today's video, I really hope that I can bring this home to you. You reserve the right to redecide. Say it with me. You reserve the right to redecide, and you don't need permission. You don't need a reason. You don't need any kind of explanation to redecide something. Now, how do you decide that it's time to redecide? Well, when I'm deciding whether or not it's time for me to change directions, I like to ask myself two very clear questions. They're very simple, they're very clean, they're very easy, and they're very potent. Is it working? And do I love it? Now, I know on the surface that doesn't sound terribly profound, but go with me on this. The answers to those two questions are all you need to determine whether you want to make a change or whether something's got to give. Is it working? And do I love it? Now, one of the reasons that this is so powerful is because the first question actually requires you to have some semblance of knowledge of what it means to know whether or not something is working. And believe it or not, this is a bigger deal than you would think. A lot of people set out to do things without actually asking themselves, how will I know whether or not this is, successful? How will I know whether or not I'm actually moving towards what I want to have happen? Far too often, I see people doing things because, well, everybody else is doing that thing, or because it comes easy to me, it's natural to me, so it just kind of makes sense. This is when you kind of fall into different career paths or different choices or lifestyle choices or places that you live, or different ways that you approach problems. And just doing a bunch of activities without checking to see, does it actually work towards something, towards some sort of goal, toward something that actually matters to you, means that you're just staying busy. And busy for busyness sake is not a badge of honor I really think that anybody wants. And yet a lot of us busy ourselves with a lot of activity that doesn't add up to, who we want to be and how we want to roll. So by asking yourself, is this working? And just making sure you know what the heck that would mean to, is this thing working? Is making sure that you're actually doing something that moves the needle towards what you want to make happen in this world. And you deserve nothing less. So as an example, I like to pick on podcasting. Everyone and their brother and sister has a podcast these days. Am I right? And don't hate me, because 100 TV is totally turning the show into a podcast. So I'm about to have a podcast too. And the truth is, there are tons and tons of people, including myself once upon a time, who start podcasts because, well, that's the new thing. That's the new exciting tool of the day. Or maybe it's TikToks or whatever. You can fill in the blank for anything. But we do these things because, podcasting sounds great. Everybody loves them. I don't even have to do my hair. But when you start a podcast, how are you going to measure whether or not it's working? And is it working for you? Not is it working in the sense of podcast land? Quick sidebar. Once upon a time, I had a podcast. I know, I'm one of those too. And my podcast name was Roller Derby for the Soul because, had to poke at chicken soup or something. I did 5 daily shows a week for over a year and a half on Roller Derby for the Soul. And it was pretty fun. I was pretty good at it. They were really short and pithy and fun and very Coach Jennie. And I got something like 500,000 downloads, whatever the hell that means, but like 500,000 people had downloaded, or maybe not 500,000 people, but 500,000 episodes had been downloaded to some iPod or machine somewhere. Oh, and sometimes some of my clients or friends would say, hey, I heard your podcast the other day and I really liked it. But despite all that, it wasn't actually working for me. I set out to do that podcast to, actually grow my business. That was the measure of success, to have new clients pay me real money. And instead, I was, forgive me, but I was giving away a lot of my genius and spending a lot of time packaging these perfect little podcasts and making sure they went out every single freaking day to mostly freebie zombies, people who like to sign up for all of the free things and enjoy participating in all the free challenges and free episodes and all the free stuff, but never actually, implement or invest in themselves. And yeah, my podcast was also entertaining people who already loved me, but that wasn't growing my business either. I realized by asking myself, is this working for me? I was able to see it was not a good use of my time, even if it was fun. So I called it quits and moved on to a new experiment. That's why making sure that you know what the heck working is for every different thing you're doing is so important. Doesn't mean it has to be super mathy and fit into a spreadsheet, but is it actually moving the needle towards what you want to make happen in the world? The truth is, you don't need a spreadsheet to know the answer to that question. Now, before you jump all over me, you got to give it a little bit of time. You can't decide something worked or didn't work right out of the gate. That's called perfectionism. I also have that perfectionism trait where I want everything I do to excel straight out of the gate. I want to publish a book and hit go on Amazon and just watch all the riches come. And that has not been my experience yet. It's coming, right? I've actually seen entrepreneurs make this mistake over and over again, where they will spend 6 months in the back cave working really, really hard on their next big thing, that new course or project or website or whatever the heck. Maybe it's a podcast. I don't know why we're picking on podcasts so much today, but why not? And they spend all this time and energy like coming up with this amazing thing. And then they go out and put it to market because they haven't told anybody they were doing this. And they put it to market and it doesn't sell right away. And they posted like 3 whole times on Facebook, 3 whole times. So yes, we need to know what working looks like, but we also need to give it a decent runway so that we can see whether or not we can get some, traction and find out whether or not it's going to work in a longer term. Case in point, this show, I like to do meta. If this show meets my definition of working in the next 6 months and I still love it, then I will keep going. But if it's not working, then I will make some adjustments or decide to redecide. But I really feel like I need to give it a full 6 months to make that decision. So when I say, is it working? I'm not saying right out of the gate. I'm saying, is it working within a reasonable amount of time and effort? That's really the key. We want to make a commitment to the experiment to make sure that we have enough time, enough runway to gain that traction. So in this case, 6 months, I feel like is going to give me enough information to make a full determination. Now, let's talk about the other question. Is it working? And do I love it? Now, when I've offered these questions up to people in the past, I have gotten a lot of pushback on the word love. And I want to be very, very clear. I know that we do not love every aspect of our work. We do not love every aspect of every dream. As the author Mark Manson likes to say, every dream comes with a shit sandwich on the side. The shit we have to tolerate in order to have that dream. Like living the dream of an Airstream literally comes with a sewer hose that I have to deal with. But don't you think we should at least attempt to love the things that we're spending all of our blood, sweat, and tears building and creating? I certainly do. So again, we're not going to love every aspect of things, but we're talking about the things that matter most to you. And if these are the things that matter most to you, you better believe it that you want to be in love with it. You want to feel like, oh, I just love that I have the opportunity to do this thing. I love that I have the opportunity to spend my time here. I love that I have the opportunity to be in this relationship. I love that I have these opportunities to see these different experiences. Whatever it is, I want you to love it. You deserve that. So if the answer to the question of do I love it to everything you're spending your time on this week is not so much, girl, we got to do something about that. All right. So now let's talk about this in practical sense. You ask yourself these two questions by questioning everything. Just look at one of the projects, one of the tasks, one of the activities that you spend an awful lot of your time on, that you're giving a lot of energy to, and ask yourself, is it working? And do I love it? If the answer is hell yes and hell yes, then double down, my friends. If you find an activity, there's something that you're so into, like, I don't know, pickleball seems to be a thing everybody's into, which I haven't even tried yet, but I have a feeling I would be obsessed with it. If you're saying, hell yes, it's working, hell yes, I love it, then go on with your bad self and double down with your pickleball league. Conversely, if you ask yourself, is it working and do I love it? And the answer is hell no and certainly not. What the hell are you doing? It's time to let that go. It's time to let that give. It's time to do something dramatic about that. That to me sounds very toxic. And there's so many things that we do because we've done them for so freaking long and we're the only ones that can do it this way and all of the excuses. The truth is these two questions are going to really make you face facts. It ain't working for you and you don't love it. It doesn't belong in your life. Let's do something about that. But what do you do if it's working, but you don't really love it so much anymore? That's where things get a little murkier. Am I right? I would ask yourself, what's got to change? Are there some things that you could do, different ways to approach it, different ways to kind of like gloss it up and fall back in love with this activity? Or has that ship sailed? Are you honestly just no longer passionate about this? Maybe you've just been at it too long. And even though it's working really, really well, maybe it's lost its luster and it's no longer for you. And that's okay too. Because again, you reserve the right to redecide. But what if it's not working, but you freaking love it? Well, that's an invitation to get into problem solving mode. Again, when you have like that mixture, something's got to change. But that doesn't mean you have to throw it out. It just means it's not working yet. So do you want to give it more energy because you freaking love it? Sounds like you do. Let's figure out how you can go into problem solving mode and figure out a way to make it work better. Now, you can use these questions for the big, big things in your life or even the smallest little things. If this whole idea of trying to use these questions for kind of big activities and big commitments that you're in is overwhelming to you, start with something small. One of my favorite ways to kind of enter this activity and kind of practice it a little bit is to just look at it and ask yourself, is it working or do I love it? Per different social media platform. So take Facebook, for example. Is it working? Do you love it? Twitter. Is it working? Do you love it? YouTube. Is it working for you? Do you love it? Those questions can really help you just discern what you want to do about these things. So here is your challenge if you choose to accept it. For the next 7 days, I invite you to re-examine all of the different things and activities that you are pouring your heart and soul into and run them through these two important questions. Is it working? And do I love it? And if you've been at it for some time, consider asking yourself, is it still working? Or do I still love it? And based on your honest gut reactions, those immediate responses that you get to your gut, decide what's got to change and what's got to give. Where do you want to double down and where do you want to move on? Now, again, I want to emphasize, I know that this seems too simple, but I love the fact that it is simple because simple questions are elegant solutions for getting us out of our head. Because otherwise you would go and spend a whole I don't know, day and a half hanging out with Chat GPT, or maybe writing a pros and cons list and polling a bunch of other strangers who don't really have any business making your decisions for you because you're afraid that you're not allowed to redecide. And again, as I've said many times in this video, and hopefully it's coming through, you reserve the right to redecide. This is your life. You never have to grow up. You never have to have it all figured out. You're just going to tackle it one experiment at a time. Just ask yourself these 2 questions and let's see what happens next.
Hello, Meredith here, CEO and wife of Coach Jennie, for another round of Ask the Coach Anything. All right, Coach Jennie, ready? You know the drill. Here we go. Missy from Texas wants to know, how do we know what our purpose is? Woo, that's a big one, Missy. All right, hit it, Coach Jennie.
Oh, Missy, I am so glad that you asked this question because I know it's on the minds of a lot of people, and I'm here to take it out of your mind because the eternal quest for our purpose, yeah, I'm not a fan. Searching for your grand purpose or searching for what your one passion is like chasing a bunch of unicorns wearing stilettos. I believe, and I know you know this in your gut, that we are multifaceted, multi-talented, multi-potentialite human beings who do not need to get boxed into finding some perfect soul purpose. It's not a thing. It's not a thing for most people. In fact, I would argue it's not a thing for anybody. It's a marketing thing that a lot of people will tell you. They'll tell you, I have found my one purpose, my one true thing. It's not a thing. The truth is, we are always just figuring out our next big thing, the next project that we want. So instead of fixating on your elusive purpose or your elusive passion, I encourage you to focus on what are the problems you're itching to solve, or what are the messages you're eager to share with the world. In my never humble opinion, life is about that. Life is about solving problems, challenging ideas, and really sharing what's in your heart, what you have to say in this world, making your stamp and leaving a legacy. And that legacy is not some one-size-fits-all purpose that you can put into a cute little box. I really appreciate you asking this question, though, because so many people are spending, I'll even say it, wasting a ton of time and a ton of audible credits trying to figure out what their perfect purpose, their perfect passion is supposed to be. So then they'll know what they're supposed to be when they grow up. Like I said earlier in this video, there's no such thing as a right choice. It's not a thing. So let's let it go. And instead, figure out what's next for you.
Janice from Virginia has a really interesting question. How do you balance the fun of exploring with all of the responsibilities of coaching?
Oh, Janice, love this question. Very important one. This is still relatively new. Meredith and I are still kind of building this plane while we're flying it, which I talked about in a previous episode, just saying. This is a real challenge for us because now we're living this airstream, traveling all over the North American continent, wherever the heck we want to go. Frankly, wherever we think it's going to be about 65 degrees, that's where we want to be. And we're bumping into all of these amazing, beautiful places that we want to explore. But we are not on vacation. And sometimes we kind of could forget that because we're hanging out in a campground filled with people who are mostly retired or on vacation. And we have Zoom calls and coaching sessions that we have to be on. It can be very easy to get distracted and just want to spend our time exploring because we have location independence and time freedom and all the things that you're supposed to want. But we also have a coaching empire to grow. So honestly, the way that we're balancing it is by walking our own talk. We are using our Make It Happen method to make sure that we are crossing the very important finish lines each and every day, each and every week that we know are going to move the needle towards where we want to go in our business and frankly, in our lives. Part of the Make It Happen method is making sure that what you're committing to each week is reasonable given what you have going on that week. So on a week where we have a lot of freaking travel, we of course have to make some accommodations for that. We have to make sure that we're leaving enough brain space and white space in our calendars to reasonably handle this kind of a travel schedule. And then conversely, when we are staying put for a while, like we are right now, we're going to be hanging out here in South Lake Tahoe for 3 weeks. I'm going to be able to get so much more meaty, heavier, deep work done because I have a little less travel and distractions going on. That said, I'm not going to miss out on seeing beautiful Lake Tahoe. So balancing these 2 things is something that we do by making sure that we're looking at it 1 week at a time. And the Make It Happen method, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you, is our system for exactly that, by approaching your productivity 1 week at a time, because not all weeks are created equal. So if you're interested in learning more about that, go to coachjennie.com and learn more about the Make It Happen method. We are not just the people who created that program, but that is our lifeline to making sure that we're living a life and enjoying the heck out of this amazing Airstream adventure, but also growing our coaching empire in the way that we want to grow it.
Desiree from Nevada wants to know, what is one topic in the coaching industry that drives you batty?
Oh, Desiree, how much time you got? I've been sitting with your question for a while, and I think the one, if I was going to pick one, that pisses me off the most, it's this very coachy concept that I hear almost every coach alive say, which is you have to charge what you're worth. Does it get any cringier than that? I am not for sale. I am charging what my services are worth, and what my services are worth based on a lot of different things, but not based on my self-worth as a human being. When you start wrapping and tangling your self-worth with your pricing, I mean, that's just a recipe for disaster, because then you're going to get into all of this comparing and, well, how many years have I been in this and how much am I allowed to? You make yourself crazy. So we can make ourselves absolutely crazy by trying to figure out where we are in the pecking order when we start saying, okay, this is what I'm worth, and I want to make sure that I'm pricing based on my worth. I think those two things need to be untangled. And when coaches talk about that and they think you have a mindset problem because you're a low ticket coach or something like that, it is pure gaslighting, and it's everybody speaking from the same freaking microphone. And I wish we would all stop drinking that Kool-Aid. I like to price myself above the bar of resentment and below the point where I can't sleep at night. That's my window. And that changes and evolves for me, because as I get better at this work, my prices go up, as they should. Because again, my prices are based on the service I'm providing. I'm not pricing the human behind it.
All right, there you have it. That wraps another round of Ask the Coach Anything. If you want to have your question featured, go ahead and leave a comment below or DM Jennie on Instagram at Coach Jennie. And we'll see you next time.
All right. Thank you, Meredith. Oh my gosh, that was such a fun episode. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I hope that you're starting to get a sense of what you can expect from the Monday Morning Moxie and getting a sense of who I am and what I'm all about. And hopefully what I'm doing is challenging your thinking so that you question everything. You know, thinking about some of the questions I just answered from the Ask Me Anything makes me think about how important it is to question everything and to make it work for you. That is about being a little selfish. I think selfish is a positive word. Being a little selfish and really determining, you know what, this is what works for me. This is what I love. I deserve a life filled with mostly things that are working that I love. Don't you? I think we all absolutely do. So again, your challenge, if you choose to accept it, is to just give this some practice. I would love to hear what you think and what kind of comes up for you as you're experimenting with this or any of my experiments. Drop a comment in underneath one of these videos, or if you want to talk to me more privately, feel free to send me a DM over on Twitter or on Instagram. I check them all the time at Coach Jennie. That is all I have for you today. Let's get on with the bloopers, and I'll see you next week for Monday Morning Moxie. I'm going to have fewer bloopers because I'm doing pretty well. I'm on a roll. I'm a little punchy. Leave a comment and let me know how it went, or shoot me a DM over on Twitter. Or bleh. Literally, they would like to get further and faster as soon as humanly possible. What?
What else? That's it. So almost finished. My part is so quick.
Because changing your mind and second guessing might sound. That's not a word.
Next up, we have Desiree from Nevada.
Nevada.
As soon as it came out of my mouth.
I don't want to get hit. Ding.
We don't want to get in trouble with Desiree.
Nevada.
Nevada. Okay. Sorry, Desiree.
But damn it, don't you think that... Why am I saying damn it?
Sadie, say hello to YouTube.
Hi,
Hello, YouTube. No? You want to say hello to YouTube?
Now, again, I know this isn't super serious, data, scientific-y. What? Do that again. Little less game show.
Little less. Why do we always do that? Behind door number 3.
I don't know. You weren't.
Maybe you should be a game show host.
No, you should be CEO of Coach Jennie.
I should be CEO of Coach Jennie.
Yeah,
okay.
You just got the job.
All right. But I'm 2 years in. Maybe it's time to like explore my option. No, okay.
Do you like it?
Is
it working?
I love it. Yes and yes.
Okay, thank God.
So time to go all in, even
Correct.
deeper. Yes.
Correct.
I
You were
was
listening. Okay.
That's a wrap.
Hi, I'm Jodi Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV. You're watching 100 TV. Trust Factor with Rob Greenlee focuses on all aspects to building human trust in online communications. Only on 100 TV.
In episode 4, trusting our own gray areas of internal critical common sense, and will AI be worthy of human trust? Hi, I'm Rob Greenlee here again in episode 4 of Trust Factor. Thank you for joining me today. The trust factor in your life is essential, and the lack or abundance of it profoundly impacts the quality of your life. Trust is the number one factor in all of our lives right now. So these are very important topics that I'm going to cover this week to help you kind of see what the opportunity of trust is in our society, in our culture, and in your life. So thank you for joining me each week with this show. If this is the first time you've seen me on this show, I appreciate you joining me here. What we try and do on this show every week is to learn more about the factors of trust and bring more positive human experiences to our lives and others here every week. So we are also available now as an audio podcast on Apple Podcasts. And so definitely follow us there. Like and subscribe on YouTube as well at 100 TV channel, which is probably the first time you're seeing this is off of the YouTube channel. But let's get going. Trust our own gray areas of internal critical common sense is the first topic that I want to talk about. And it really refers to relying on our own instincts, critical thinking, and kind of our investigational instincts about trying to learn more and dig deeper and follow our common sense, follow our intuition, follow our personal values around judgment when faced with ambiguous and complex situations. So this is a very much kind of like not playing two ends of a spectrum. This is about looking at every situation you have in your life and looking for, to some degree, what we're looking for is kind of, to some degree, a common ground. Now, granted, I almost hesitate to say that that common ground term because it feels like in our society and our culture that we are so far away from any kind of common ground. And that's why I use the term gray areas. And that's where two things can be partially true. And so when we get thrown into extremes on one side or another of an issue, that puts us into territory that creates mistrust or distrust with other people that we're talking to because we're not open to other ways of thinking about it, this particular topic, and being open to other ways of looking at things. And not everything can be neatly categorized as right or wrong, black and white. And that sometimes makes it hard for us to navigate the nuances and uncertainties of really using our own internal values as a compass. So how do we look at the world using our own values and our own kind of judgment and see the information that we're getting and to more, like I say, more fairly consider what is being shared with us? And is there a aspect of this that is true on both sides that we can find maybe a new outcome or a new way of looking at the situation? And we need to really trust our own values too, that can help guide us. Whether you're a progressive or a conservative, an independent, or you're religious, or you're an atheist, those are legitimate places to be as a human being based on our biology and how we are raised. And so those that have those two perspectives feel valid, and they should be seen as valid. And even those that don't go the religious route, but are spiritual too, they have a unique perspective on these areas as well. And we always have been somewhat tribal in our views of things. So as we think about these groups or these ways of thinking, they tend to create tribal associations that are really associated with building community of commonality. And I think that's the key takeaway here. And that's why we are in this world that we're in right now of so much division and mistrust, is because all the parties involved are not respecting each side's views and how we were raised, what our values are, how we see the world may be different based on the strength of one side of our brain or the other. There's been research that said that there are aspects of the human brain that are different on the left side of the hemisphere and on the right side of the hemisphere. And depending on how much those two sides blend with each other dictates somewhat our views. We tend to have a very, like I say, yin and yang kind of perspective on our lives and our world. I mean, our world, if you really think about it, is very polarized, right? It's very 1 or 0. Even computers are 1 and 0, right? So you have two choices. There's the Republicans and there's the Democrats. There's the atheists and the religion. So we all travel through our lives with a decision to make. Which side of this fence are we going to operate in? And this commonality that I'm talking about with connection also impacts our friendships and our love and how we view others in our lives and how we value those people. So, there's so many complex issues that are going on here. And while at the same time, I have to say that these aspects of human nature, and I would say they're human nature, can be also used against us and can be somewhat, I hate to say, but weaponized against each other based on creating fear or creating some sort of a distrust of one side or another, that they have evil intent, and they may have evil intent. That's a possibility as well. So that's part of the filter that we need to apply to our own lives as we look for trust. And that's why this topic is so important. And there may be more unambiguous answers, or basically establish your own personal rules based on your upbringing and also where our internal critical common sense comes into play here. I mean, we need to really think deep inside on every issue that we're faced in our lives and think critically about what makes sense to us. What are our values? What is the common sense way of viewing this, right? And it may be biased based on those tribal tendencies that we have. And up till now, that's been okay, but it just seems like over the last few years that, our common sense is not being valued anymore. And I wonder why that is. So, it's going to be important that we all draw on our past experiences, our knowledge that we've earned over however many years. I mean, if you're a young person, you haven't really been on this planet for that long. But if you're an older person, you have had a lot of experiences in your life that can drive your values and give you a little bit more to work with to come up with some analytical thinking that can help you make more informed decisions and judgments in your life. And there are a few considerations when trusting our own gray area of decision making too. So I've been talking a lot about kind of like the polarization of our views and that being human nature. But I do think that we have the intelligence to pull together kind of a gray area view versus a black and white view. And I do think that there is a synergy. I mean, if you think of the concept of yin and yang, right? So that's black and white intertwined together. I think that there is a certain amount of gray that exists in every topic, every disagreement, every difference in view that we can all come to a common viewpoint on. But it's also very important about using our self-awareness that allows us to understand our biases and our beliefs and our limitations and our own perceptions and our own knowledge, and not let that cloud our judgment on our own values and how we apply these concepts. And I know that this can be very complicated and confusing type of a topic to talk about, but at the end of the day, what I'm really driving at is asking you and pleading with the world here before we get to a point where it's irreconcilable differences, that we pull back and we consider other people's views as valid as well. And this is where the aspect of I think it's important to allow for free speech and to develop a little bit of a thick skin about your own views and not take everything so personally. And I think that the influence of external factors, being aware of our own tendencies to react or maybe overreact, can help us approach situations with a more open mind and think about the other person before you lash out at them or tell them that they're all wrong. Let's think about this a little bit more and take the time to also reflect on a situation that you're faced with, and our own critical thinking abilities that allow us to consider different perspectives. And I guess this is the common thread that I have in this whole talk here, is analyze the potential consequences and weigh the available information before concluding a decision that causes you to lash out at another person that maybe has a different view than you do. And kind of being a little bit reflective on your thoughts can help us recognize those patterns and to connect dots. And I think that's also a key concept to help people kind of move beyond this partisanship that we see in the world today, is to look for connecting dots. And this is, when I say connecting dots, these are connecting bits of information or data that you can add up. It's almost like following, like a breadcrumb to a destination, right? Or a cairn when it comes to hiking. That's a stack of rocks. That's the analogy, is that we all need to find those connecting elements that can help us come up with more informed conclusions. Look at the little bits of information that we are given out there. Don't come to a very quick decision on those little bits of information. Try and roll up those little connecting dots and think about how maybe things might connect to each other, and that might give us a better view of what might be happening in our world as well. And may also impact how we react to situations if we can see that there's something going on here. There's other elements that are connecting up here that we can see that others may not see, that may help us come to a better answer or a better reaction or a better conclusion. And we're going to have to increasingly go back to trusting our gut. How does this make us feel in a kind of a little bit less of a reactionary type of a thing? It's like a gut feeling or intuition. We need to tap more into our intuition about what's happening in the world and what makes sense, that can provide some valuable insights, especially in areas of logic and evidence, especially when the evidence is maybe limited. Your gut feeling is really based on your subconscious. And I think what you've been shown when you've been raised and you've been your upbringing by your parents, or your experiences in school, or those subconscious messages that you've had have a big impact. And I think that to some degree, those subconscious messages, we may be influenced in our media and our society that is starting to influence those subconscious views on our lives, and maybe because of increased fear and stress, that those subconscious reactions are becoming increasingly hyperactive or overreactive, and we're not applying our basic information processing at a reasonable level based on our past experience and knowledge. We may be throwing out knowledge that we've gained over the years because we're emotionally reacting to things. So I think intuition is so important to create caution, and not to solely rely on it too, because it may be sending you, maybe deceptive information. But it can also help serve as a helpful guide when combined with other forms of critical thinking as well. So, seeking out diverse perspectives, engaging with people who hold different viewpoints can broaden our understanding and challenge our assumptions. It helps us identify blind spots and biases that we might have that may be influencing our thinking. So actively seeking out diverse perspectives can help us be more rounded in our judgments and as our humans. So, I think it's so important in cultivating a habit of continuous learning, reading books, staying informed from a diverse range of sources, not just watching one news channel or one source of information. I think it's critical. And over time, you will develop kind of a gut feeling for, to some degree, the information that you trust and information that you value more based on that critical thinking process. And that actually will culminate, I think, because it's happened to me over the last couple of years, in a habit of continuously learning and staying informed about various topics that can help. Maybe there's an initial phase where you're feeling a lot of stress and pressure based on the information that you're getting, because it may be disturbing to you, but it does help you have a broader understanding of the world and allows us to navigate complex situations with more confidence. So, the more you dig into understanding the world around you, don't bury your head in the sand. But I think it's very important to go after sources that are not so much focused on building fear and emotional reactions and finger pointing and playing games like that, unless there is a reasonable reason for having that level of concern, right? Because maybe there are people out there that are trying to deceive us and lie to us and manipulate us and take advantage of us. And that's why it's so critical for us to be really aware of what that looks like. And the only way you can do that is to be open to different views and see information from different sources, and being willing to take some calculated risks and embracing some kind of gray areas of ambiguity. I know that's such a difficult concept. It's a form of uncertainty, and is often necessary when relying on internal critical common sense. Is that ambiguity is in our world at a level that's never been there before. I know it's a critical skill at major corporations, technology companies, is being able to handle ambiguity and be able to navigate your way through ambiguity to find clarity. And I think that is a key skill that all of us need to work on to develop. And it's an opportunity for us to grow. and to become more skilled navigators of our world. And increasingly, it causes us to trust the gray areas of our internal critical common sense in balancing the rationality and the intuition, drawing upon our internal resources to make informed decisions and views. It requires self-awareness, reflection, open-mindedness, and a willingness to embrace uncertainty. By honing our critical thinking abilities and trusting our judgment, we can navigate complex situations with confidence. And I know that that's, if any of us can achieve that, that's a huge accomplishment. And I think that is something that I'm trying to do as much as I can in my life. And it's very difficult. And I'm not saying that what I'm saying here is easy to comprehend or easy to do, because I don't believe it is. But it is something that this world that we live in today is kind of requiring us to have these skills to be able to navigate appropriately. So I'm going to change gears here really quick and talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. And I had a lead in on this. And in today's world where abundant information is available online, verifying and trusting that information. I know last week's episode, I talked about this to some degree. Trusting information that we get in our world can be challenging, but can we trust artificial intelligence information? And I think this is a topic that I'm going to dive a lot into in coming episodes. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is such a growing issue in our world that it's going to unlock all sorts of questions about whether AI will be worthy of human trust in a very complex, multifaceted world that AI presents to us. I mean, I'm starting to get blown away by the complexity of the change that is likely coming because of artificial intelligence, and what we're seeing with Chat GPT and Bard from Google. These are things that are, we're just seeing somewhat the beginning of this, but it's accelerating very rapidly, and it depends on various factors, really, whether or not we can trust this. It depends on its design, development, implementation of these systems. And actually, there's been a lot of discussion of potential regulatory frameworks and ethical considerations surrounding the usage of AI. While AI has the potential to bring numerous benefits to society, it also presents challenges and risks that need to be thought about and addressed. And to some degree, all of us need to be, wary of this and what the potential consequences are of this technology getting out of control, or we don't have any kind of regulatory framework or any kind of ethical considerations around this technology. So several key factors can influence trust in AI. AI systems need to deliver reliable and accurate results to earn human trust and consistently, so they can't just do it sporadically. Transparency in how AI algorithms make decisions is critical and crucial for users to understand and verify the outcomes. So, trust in AI algorithms is, I think, the number one issue. And if AI systems consistently demonstrate their capabilities to and perform well, trust can be fostered. It is a possibility, but AI needs to have ethical and responsible frameworks. To trust in AI is also tied to how it's developed and how it's used. Ethical considerations are critical, such as avoiding biases, which I think is kind of, from what I'm seeing, is one of the most important issues in AI, because I'm already starting to see biases that are popping up in AI based on a lot of the stuff I was talking about earlier. And so it's very important that we we basically have these platforms that avoid bias. AI systems should be designed and trained to ensure they treat all individuals ethically and do not discriminate against anyone or groups. AI should be accountable to facts and history. No thumb on the scale based on political leanings, but recognizing that topics have biases and those need to be considered. Transparency and explainability. Trust can be enhanced when AI systems explain their decisions and why they display certain results and why AI systems arrive at a particular conclusion or recommend an important aspect for users to trust in this judgment. Data privacy and security. Trust is closely related to protecting personal data and maintaining a robust security framework. Users need assurance that their data is handled securely and with respect to privacy, especially once we get into areas like medical information, financial information that's manipulated by AI technology. There needs to be frameworks to be able to protect that information. And that is all kind of what I've been talking about regulatory framework and oversights of the mechanisms that help ensure AI systems are developed and deployed responsibly. Clear guidelines and standards can instill trust by holding AI developers and users accountable for their actions. So it's very important to note that trust in AI is not solely determined by technology advancements, but also by the actions and decisions of humans. So humans need to be core to this. We need to make AI work for us, not make AI to work for itself against us, which I think, unfortunately, could be the outcome here. It basically involves developing and deploying AI systems, and AI research, policymakers, and society as a whole. We need to work towards building AI systems that are worthy of human trust. So, well, that's my final segment on the main topics of the show. And so I wanted to run through quickly here the comments from last week's show, episode 3. I got a comment from Stone Fruit for Juicy Marketing. The thoughts, it says, critical thought is the sharpest quill in our quiver, and emotional intelligence. Emotionally intelligent people don't see the world through just one set of peepers. They see the world through other people's eyes. And Rebecca Gunter, in the world of Chat GPT and AI generated images, we need to have some sort of filter by which to gauge one's relationships in the generation of those AI objects. And Rebecca also says, I fully support this line of critical thinking about TikTok ban and what the agenda really is and who it benefits. So I'm also on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter at Rob Greenlee, and I'm also on LinkedIn as well. That's linkedin.com/in/Rob Greenlee, and my Twitter account is at Rob Greenlee. So I just want to thank you for joining me again on episode 4 of Trust Factor, and I hope you come back and check out episode 5 next time. So and you can look for me here on 100 TV Network on Mondays at 11:30 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time, or 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time here on YouTube. So like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then as a podcast, subscribe to that as well. So thank you so much for joining me again on the show, and I hope you have a wonderful week. Thank you.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Don't let the digital media guru steal your time, money, or self-confidence. I'll show you what to look for and how to protect yourself next, only on 100 TV. Let's do a controversial show.
It's time for the StreamLeader Report. Discover the hottest trends in digital media. Here's your host, Ross Brand.
Thank you, Jodi. Welcome to another episode of the StreamLeader Report. It's episode 4. I'm Ross Brand from Livestream Universe, and today we're going to dig into an issue that we all know is out there, and it's something that you really can't help but notice from the time you get into the digital media space. And so I've been watching this creature emerge and evolve, play its tricks, threaten, befriend, disarm, and attack since I started live streaming in 2015. Creature, of course, is known as the digital media guru. Most prominent on YouTube, certainly the YouTube guru is a particularly prominent species of the guru, but you have live stream gurus, podcasting gurus, and gurus of every other kind of online media that you want to think of. So why am I doing this show now? I guess after watching for a while the space, I see patterns emerging, and I see the same patterns emerge over and over again, and the same people telling me, well, I need to do this for my content, or we need to do this for our network because XYZ said so. Because this guru or that guru, that's what they teach. That is their MO for succeeding. And this isn't to knock anyone in particular, nor is it to say anyone that everyone or anyone that appears as a guru doesn't have something of value to offer, whether it's in their free stuff, whether it's in their paid programs. But there are certain ways that certain gurus work that if you're new to the space, you might not be aware of. You might have fallen for it yourself. Makes you question everything you're doing. It makes you think twice. Well, I'm not having quite the success I wanted to, and all the gurus are saying you need to do X, Y, and Z. So perhaps I need to really be doing X, Y, and Z, but yet I feel in my heart that I'm going in the right direction. But the gurus are saying to do something else, so don't they know better than I do? I mean, they've had so much success. It's one of the ways that the guru operates. So I'm going to break down the different types of guru. I've got 5 subspecies of guru that is roaming the internets and the interwebs, ready to pounce, ready to prey. Whether they're doing it through bragging, they're doing it through sympathy, they're doing it through befriending, through sliding into your DMs, putting out some free content, make you think they have the answer, so you pay for more. And again, I want to separate the guru from the person who's really providing good help, whether it's consulting, it's courses, it's teaching. There are plenty of people out there who are helping people get better at making YouTube videos, get better at turning their online content into something that works for their business, get more skilled in going live, put out better podcast episodes. Those are not the people I'm talking about here. Of course, we don't usually think of those people as gurus so much as we think of them more as consultants or educators or coaches. And of course, all these lines do blur. But I want to go over the 5 subspecies of guru that you're gonna come across. And this way, you'll be easier to spot them and the tactics that they're using in the wild. So the first subspecies of guru that I want to talk about here is the one I call the universalizer. They sell their approach that they started out, didn't know what they were doing, did some tests, some research, worked with some different people, trial and error, spent years at it, and they eventually figured it out, and that's why their channel or their podcast has blown up. It's why their live streams are getting tons of viewers and sponsors and all kinds of stuff. They figured out the formula. They figured out what it takes. And so what they have to offer you is their story. Here's how I did it. They don't have the ability to adapt to you as a person, your niche, what your strengths and weaknesses are, what your business objectives are. What they can tell you is, here's what I did to become successful. I'm not even sure that this type of guru is being manipulative in any way. They are just saying, hey, I had success. Let me show you how I did it. The problem is you aren't them. You don't have the same skill set. You don't have the same audience. You're not trying to reach the same audience. You may be better in other areas than they are. So your route to success or to fulfilling your business objectives may be different. Be careful of the universalizer. I should have come up with a title I could pronounce. But this is somebody who has a limited vision for what can be accomplished. And if you don't follow their steps to the T, and again, they only can tell you what enabled them to be successful, not what enables everyone who's successful to do it. And if you don't follow their steps to a T, then guess what? It's your fault because you trusted your own instincts. You bought into some of the plan, but not all of it. So you are to blame if you don't succeed because they figured it out and were good enough to share it with you, get you to pay for it, and you didn't follow it step by step. So the universalizer usually has succeeded. They may have good intentions, but their vision on what it takes for most people is limited to only, can I fit that person into my trajectory, my path that I took? And really that isn't how it works. Most people who are successful may have some things in common, but they certainly have differences, and those differences can't be minimized or pushed away, or you're pushing away often that which helps make somebody really good and what is their key to becoming successful. So from the universalizer, I'm going to go to another breed. This breed I don't have much respect for. This is the one I call the secret formula marketer. They've got the secret formula that'll make your YouTube channel blow up. They can't share it publicly, but if you send them a small amount of money, they're going to give you that formula. Now, usually they share it with their clients in these big companies that have, had massive success and bring in, 7-figure incomes by using their formula. But they're going to offer it to you for $49.95 if you just pay right now. And that formula is like, it might have the 3 words that if you put in any YouTube title, your video is sure to go viral. Or, the one color that you can add to your thumbnail that'll get you 10 times the views of your thumbnail without that color. Or got some tricks up their sleeve that they're offering you for the right price, and that trick, of course, is all that it takes, and all you have to do is pay, I'm sure, and employ that trick, and you find out pretty quickly there's a lot more to succeeding on YouTube or as a live streamer or as a podcaster than some BS formula, okay? This marketer is kind of cousins with the species that tells you, the 3 words that'll get you anybody to give you money, or the 3 words that can make anybody fall in love with you, or the one sentence that, will get you everything you want in the world. It's nonsense. Be aware of that. There's no secret formula for success in digital media. All right. That brings us to the third type of digital media guru to look out for. I call this person, and it's a long name, and I guess it's because I just came up with these names in order to classify somehow these different types. I call this the hide-the-ball trickster. This is one that is out there a lot. And again, this one particularly in YouTube, although in the podcast field, there's some of these people working their magic as well. And this version of the guru leads you to believe if you just had their time and attention, they could share what they know and it would set your content on fire. They will typically have a series of programs, getting their students to advance from one level to the next, thinking at each stage they will get time and access to this guru, and this guru will impart the knowledge that they use to make themselves successful, that they've used to help their big name clients. This person's probably fairly successful at what they're doing, which is why people think if they just consume enough of their content or take enough of their courses, eventually they'll get that magic secret that will help them go to the next level. This person's far more evolved than the secret formula marketer. The hide-the-ball trickster actually has developed well-thought-out concepts and has programs and has all sorts of ways and understands analytics and understands the flow of content and different things. This is a person who has talent, but ultimately either they don't know how to help somebody get good or help somebody become more successful, or they really don't care about their students, their clients, except those who are paying the real big bucks. And so this trickster doesn't care enough to learn about your niche, to customize his or her advice so that it fits your personality and the content that you're creating and what's unique about the audience you're trying to reach. And thus, even if this guru does spend time with you, their input is basically worthless for any channel that has under 200,000 subs that's run by a single person or a small team. They give general advice, they give general theories, they have general ideas about how it works. But they never really get into giving you the access that they promise. Oh, take my course. We can go deeper into what you need to do to succeed. You take their course. Then their next one is, well, if you come into the advanced program, then you get more personal attention, whatever. You're thinking you get it with them, but, maybe you get a smaller class. So then you go to the super advanced program, and then supposedly they're going to mentor you once you've paid all that money and taken a third program. And of course, you get one of their acolytes who will say nice things to you and basically make sure that you never contact them. Okay, so this, of course, is a little bit of a caricature, but it gives you an idea of what to look out to when it comes to the hide the ball trickster. The next subspecies of guru that's out there that does a lot of harm is a guru type I call the minimizer. This is a guru who's reduced success in podcasting, in YouTube, and live streaming to a couple of elements. They've decided that they can help anybody grow their podcast just by telling you need to get a lot of reviews, and that'll do it for you. And they've got the advice, got to get more reviews. Your podcast isn't hitting 1 million downloads. You only have 15 reviews. Got to get more reviews. That's the answer to everything, right? Get those reviews. DM everybody, tell them to write a review. On the YouTube side, usually takes effect with titles and thumbnails. They've reduced success on YouTube to titles and thumbnails. You're not getting the results you want. You're not getting the views you want. You must be doing your titles and thumbnails wrong. You need to go back and redo your titles and thumbnails, or work on your next video, title and thumbnail. Less time on the video, title and thumbnail. Of course, nobody really knows the answer to this. There's so many different factors that go into why a podcast is successful, or why a YouTube channel is successful, or a YouTube video. Not even sure whether reviews have any impact on the growth and visibility of a podcast. Certainly, titles and thumbnails have an impact on YouTube, but you can't reduce why somebody's successful to that. And that often doesn't take account of an entire group of skills that person used, from skills in editing to skills in scripting to skills in, how to construct a video, how to hook an audience. A lot of times the people who focus in this minimizer category aren't really talking about the full set of skills that they bring to the table that's helped them get good. And I feel like they're cheating their audience, because they're not helping them get good at the skills that would produce good videos. They're putting it on a couple of things that can influence the algorithm, things that are a little bit up to debate, things that, can move the needle a little bit, but aren't the sole reason or even the most important reason why their stuff is successful. You can tell somebody, oh, your title's not good enough, your thumbnail's wrong, whatever. But how much time can you spend teaching them? Can you even teach them how to do a thumbnail that will work? Can you teach them how to write better titles? And if you do, will that make a difference if their content isn't good otherwise? So the minimizer is, again, and on the podcast side, they're not helping you tell a better story. They're not helping you conduct a better interview. They're not helping you engage with your guest better. They're telling you, go get more reviews. That'll make you blow up. It's an easy answer to a difficult question. All right, so we've been through the universalizer, the secret formula marketer, the hide the ball trickster, the minimizer, and now we come to number 5 on our 5 subspecies of digital media guru. And this one's I call the greatest hits artist. This is a version of the guru who was at one time on the cutting edge of whatever medium they talk about. They achieved success and as a result became in demand as a speaker on the conference circuit. But that was 6 or 7 years ago. And they're still doing the same speech now. Whether you saw them in 2017, you saw them in 2020, or you see them next week, they haven't updated their material. The same speech is going. Of course, we know algorithms, technology, platforms, strategies all change over time. The online world isn't so static that the same approach can be used year after year, and yet the greatest hits artist is living off of their name and some prominence that they established before others did. And at one time, they did understand what it took to be successful. But now, they're wasting your time. If you heard their speech 7 years ago, get ready. You can say it along, sing along with them as they give the same talk. There's nothing really in there. They're only selling their name. So those are your 5 species of guru, how to be aware of them, how to look out for them, how to know that kind of what they're doing, what their game plan is. I'm not even sure, like I said, with all these folks, it's intentional. But regardless, you're likely to be disappointed if you spend a lot of time or money trying to learn from these folks. I'm going to give you some things now that I think you should look for, you should count on if you want to get better at podcasting, live streaming, YouTube. Number 1 is the fundamentals never let you down. That means getting good at the content. That means doing the different things that go into putting together a good video or audio product, and also promoting it and marketing it, and, everything that you can control that comes from you, your talent, that you have to keep refining and keep getting better at. All the tricks in the world, all the algorithm plays, all the, thumbnails and reviews and all that stuff isn't going to matter if somebody clicks on your video or podcast and they don't like what they hear. The fundamentals, how to open a show, how to hook people, how to promote it, how to deliver great content, how to conduct an interview, how to close your show, how to ask in that call to action for a next step. All those things go into great content. Learn them. Get good at them. Focus on that. The results can follow from that. Another thing I highly recommend is when you do go looking for strategies that work, focus on what people like you are doing, not a generic one-size-fits-all solution. But what are people who are similar size, similar level of influence, similar size of following, similar level of influence, perhaps a similar type of niche. You're doing business content, they're doing business content, you're in the food industry, they're in the food industry. What are they doing? What strategies are they employing? What platforms are they going to? How are they promoting themselves? Take a look at what they're doing. See what's working and what's not working. That's better than generic advice from a guru who knows nothing or has no interest in talking about specifically your niche and what you're attempting to accomplish. Stay up to date on news and trends. They can tell you where opportunities can be found. They can help you be the first to take advantage of new features on platforms and new technology, which can give you a leg up, particularly during the time when a platform or a company is out promoting those that use that feature that they want to roll out and get attention for. So if there's a new live streaming feature on YouTube, go with it. Try it. Play around with it. If there's, short form videos right now, vertical videos are being pushed a lot on platforms. Do some of those. See if that works for you. See if that gets some traction and brings people over to your longer form videos. In addition, I'd say be competent in or outsource necessary skills that are complementary skills. So you want to either be competent in these skills or outsource them. And these are complementary skills for audio video creators. Things like graphic design, how you repurpose your videos, how you handle the tech. Either learn how to do these things well enough that they're not a weakness for you, or outsource them if you have the budget and you have the ability to someone who can handle the graphics and the repurposed videos and the tech, so that those things don't hold you back. A lot of the gurus rarely talk about all the elements that go in. If they talk about one of those elements, such as graphic design and thumbnails, they overplay its importance by 100 times. Remember, no matter what you do, remember, people come back to watch again and again because of you, the host. They may come one time because you have a well-known guest or a guest with a popular audience, but if they come back again and again, there's only one reason. It's because they like you, the host. They want to hear from you. They like how you talk about the subject. They like how you relate to your audience. There's something intangible about you that draws people in. If you aren't being true to you because you're trying to be like one of the gurus or follow their formulas for delivering content online, how are you going to find an audience that resonates with who you are and what you have to offer? And so you can only go so far in following other people's ways of doing things. You have to still, no matter how good a strategy is you're trying to employ, you can never lose yourself. You are the one, and your unique qualities are what draw in the audience. People come back for the host. Another thing to be aware of is, and gurus use these as examples all the time, celebrities, big media, people with huge social followings really are not good role models when it comes to the strategies and tactics to use. Celebrities get a following because they've had fans for ages. So they don't have to follow what would be a foundational, fundamental strategy that you or I would need to employ to get people to show up when they go live or when they upload a video or distribute a podcast. Think about you and how you can resonate with an audience and start there. And then you can tweak the strategies and the formulas and all that stuff. But your content is where it starts. Your content is where it ends. And I believe in you. And that is the StreamLeader Report for episode 4. Thanks so much again for joining us. We are off next week for the Memorial Day holiday in the U.S., and we'll be back with new shows the following Monday. So take care, everybody, and thanks again for joining us on the StreamLeader Report with Ross Brand, only on 100 TV. Take care, everybody.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Hey everybody, you're watching episode 4, season 1 of Business in the Raw, only on 100 TV. Hey everybody, I'm Rebecca Gunter, host of Business in the Raw, and this is episode 4. If you're just joining us, we're about a third of the way through this season, where we take 12 weeks to follow a single entrepreneur on her journey to explore a bold and beautiful business brand to open up the next chapter of her life. When we started this journey, Janine had a lot of talents, and she wasn't quite sure what she was going to apply to business. Was it going to be around gardening and community centers? Was it going to be around audio recording, podcasts, and voiceovers? Was it going to be something in between? After 3 sessions of deep discovery, Janine and I realized that what's truly calling her is a voiceover agency, but it's got to be done her way. That means she's honoring her audience and her ancestry. Follow along as we pick up on that discovery. Part 2, we wrap up the work of discovery with the ends of coming up with a positioning statement that will answer the following questions. Who are her people? What do they need? Who is she? What does she deliver? Why is she special, different, or the one? I invite you to a ringside seat as we do the deep work of brand co-creation and spark something wonderful and magical that feels like a total yes to Janine Payne. So maybe the size and type of the organization doesn't matter, and maybe whether it's Lena or a Paulette doesn't matter. Maybe for you, what matters is either the end user, like what I'm hearing from you, and I'll give you like 2 options, but the first one, the end user, what I'm hearing from you is my work has to do no harm.
Yes.
And if it does harm to the end user, I am not going to do it.
I am not going to do it.
Yeah, so maybe you're not for Lena, and you're not for Paul or Paulette, and you're not for you're not for brands who are trying to market differently or do things better. Again, on the target, we're not alienating them. But maybe what you're really for is for the listener. Maybe the listener needs to hear themselves reflected in your voice. Trust that, there's something out in the world that wasn't here to harm them or exploit them or take over their lives in some kind of way. So maybe you're about the listener and what they need and what voiceover industry as a whole has not delivered. And you're here to fill that hole. Or maybe you're for the products. I'm for podcasts. I'm for teaching materials and adult learning. I'm from nonprofit advocacy. I'm for calls to action. I'm for justice initiatives. So maybe you're for a particular type. I'm for song. I'm for spirit. I'm for that. I'm for this. So are you for a person? Paul, Paulette, blah, blah, blah. Are you for the audience? I care about what the user, the listener is doing and how they're interpreting my message, how that's impacting my life. Or is it for the product, podcast, adult learning, campaigns, blah, blah, blah. Those are 3 kind of options of who you might be for. Turning over to you, Janine, for thoughts.
It feels as though those are limiting, but
again,
limiting and why? I have to ask
it doesn't.
why.
Yeah, like even if we decide I'm for the audience, even if we decide, that doesn't mean Lena's never going to hire you. It doesn't mean Paul's never going to hire you. You might find it interesting that Paul is for the audience. That his positioning is about giving the audience access to the teams, organizations, and causes that they love. So he cares about igniting and inspiring a fan base. And by doing that, organization wins. Because once you have a fan base, you've done the thing.
Yep.
So everybody wins in his scenario, but he is for a fan base. He's for the listener, for the watcher, for the audience. And the organizations hire him to ignite and inspire that audience. So you can easily be for the product or the audience and not really be for people, and still people win.
Yeah. And so I wrote down the listener because that's where a listener, the audience. Yeah. That is definitely a focus. But what's interesting about this, it just feels a little different than how we started out talking about which of those categories, because if we're talking issues based issues, you mentioned gun, you mentioned, and I mentioned tobacco. There certainly is an audience out there. There are organizations, whether or not they're nonprofit or what is it, 500, what is it? I can't think, but who have great messaging to support families in decision making, helping young people with decision making around health and other issues and social issues. That's important to me. I've never necessarily thought of it that way. So this is why it's really interesting. And I have challenges trying to really define and I know this is what this process is about, but at the end of the day, I don't want my voice to, I think you mentioned this, to harm others. I want my voice to support. So whatever the product is, it still could be lifestyle, supporting your lifestyle, but not in a way that I know, particularly with my public health background, that is harmful to your health. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about your voice then. We said do no harm, and now we're in it does good. What is that? What does your voice do?
There has to be, for me, trust in the delivery has to communicate trust. Most people could care less, unless I'm some big entertainer or whatever, whether or not I'm using the product, because you don't ever hear about that unless it's some entertainer who they don't really use that product. I don't think most people really care when they hear a voiceover, but it must be convincing to the extent that they've bought into what I'm selling. And we've already established that what I'm selling, my goal is that it's doing no harm, but in some way enhancing your life, enhancing your community, enhancing your lifestyle.
How does it do that, Janine?
Yeah.
How does your voice enhance someone's life?
It's the delivery. It's the delivery of the message.
What happens inside them? It's a good perspective. What happens inside them when they hear your voice? Get deep with it. I hear building trust. I hear supporting. Go a little bit deeper. My voice gives people the courage to take a chance. My voice makes people feel seen. My voice inspires a transformation. I don't know. You can tell me how your voice impacts people. I hear it and I know it, and it makes me stop in my tracks and gives me goosebumps. I'm like, oh, that energy. But what impact is your voice have on ears throughout your life? What do people say to you?
I'm laughing because I hear a number of things. I hear that my voice is calming, and whether or not, if I'm singing or if I'm speaking, is often the same reaction. And that reaction is just peaceful. And I have to go back to truth, but I'm having I'm challenged, but not in a bad way, trying to describe it. And I think a lot of it just has to do with, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but just being, just the humility, just knowing that it's hard to speak those words. I know what emotion that people share with me. And often
what are they?
I know it's so hard. It's just love. It's embracing. It's friendly, welcoming. Now this feels like therapy. It is, wow. Okay, Rebecca Gunter, you got me. It is a feeling of comfort. It's a feeling of it's a grounding, and I'm trying to just find the words that people have said to me, and I'm telling you,
Yeah.
whether or not I'm singing or using my voice as like as a voice talent or just speaking. I've had someone tell me, I love listening to your voicemail message. I'm like, what? And I, this is hard.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate you sticking with it.
Dang.
Here's one thing I can't believe you haven't said.
What?
Why haven't you not talked about God? Why have you not talked about the divine spirit coming through your voice box? Why haven't you told me that people feel closer to God when they hear you?
Can I speak?
Yeah, I'm here for you.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to, because I only see myself now. I can't see yours. I didn't know if you were going to take another breath and go, and why?
Oh,
haven't you-"
I'm so I forgot you can't see. I forgot you don't
It's
have the
okay.
studio perspective that I do, where I can see both of us and stuff.
It's all good.
Okay.
I didn't go there because it feels pretentious. It feels because this is truly a natural ability that was given to me by God. A natural gift. It definitely is. And I don't know why in the context of this conversation, I feel as though I'm taking credit for it.
You're
And
not taking credit for it. Your voice impacts people. Maybe it was a happy accident. Let's just say that. For some reason, the way the DNA was mixed up in your petri dish, you came out with a voice that reminds people that God is real.
that God is real. Yeah. And
So that doesn't mean you're saying God is real because of my voice. But I can't imagine that you're not getting that feedback.
oh, I am. That's the thing. And I've talked to people. I don't know why this feels really personal, but I've talked to people. They've said that when I speak, that they feel it helps them feel closer to the Lord. And but see that it has nothing to do with me. I'm utilizing my God-given gift, and
The mountains of Montana have nothing to do with Montana. The way a peony opens in May has nothing to do with intention. It's just like the human experience connects to like the divine in beautiful ways. You just happen to have a national park level voice and the like history and experience that brings the depth to it. You've gone through what you've gone through, and that has allowed you to like deepen the complexity of it. But I think it's perfectly accurate to say that there's hardly a difference for somebody who has even a modicum of faith between a sunrise and your voice. They're both majestic in God's beauty. And I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I don't believe in God. Like, I'm not spiritual. I don't have the faith. I wish I did. I wish I got the spirit. I don't. It has never hit me ever in my life. I didn't grow up in a religious household. I was trained as an anthropologist. I see religion as a social construct. When I listen to you, I believe. So even the hardened skeptic can't not say this is like waking up and on a riverbed. This is like seeing a sunset on the beach. This is like watching a deer walk for the first time. This is like seeing a baby smile. Your voice is like a conduit to the divine. And I don't mean to say we're going to market it like that. Come get your conduit to the divine.
No,
But that shit is moving. It is moving.
You have just blessed me, and I thank you, because those are things those are words, emotions, descriptors that I could probably never use for myself. I couldn't. But if I'm able, and you know what, I really feel that some of that is the reason perhaps that I haven't really given any one area of using my voice other than calling my LC the Jadine Sound Company. I know what God has given to me, and I've made attempts to utilize it and to use it for, and I think that's why I keep going to the good as if that's the only space. Good is good, don't get me wrong. But you, at the top of our conversation, you asked me, what does that customer look like in the why or something like that, client. And I said, local, blah, 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 because there's a part of me that it's hard to describe it, but there's a part of me I know, and I know this more now, like today, even it's been further made clear that I have a challenge with taking all the gift that God has given me, and I do use it in ways. I think I told you I was working with a woman, and she said, everything that you're saying about me, to flip the camera, the mirror, and say those same things about yourself. And that's difficult. It's not as though I don't think I have gifts, because I do know, but being humble is not a way to, I know this clearly, being humble is not a way to showcase who God is to me and showing my gratefulness for what he's given to me. And I have to do, and I'm so glad that I'm here, because that is one area that I am moving towards. And it's difficult to articulate that without feeling as though, although I'm getting better, to articulate it without it being, this is who I am. I still can be who I am. I can still be a great entrepreneur and still giving back and all of that without having to decrease the gift. Like,
Yeah, I
you know,
think that if we think about this more as like you're a vessel, then you're not going to dishonor that gift by using it in nefarious ways. So we're not
I
going to
believe.
use that. You're not going to be a vessel for violence. You're not going to be a vessel for greedy profiteering. You're not going to be a vessel for poison, cigarettes, alcohol, I don't know, whatever you feel is poison. You're not
Yeah.
going to be a vessel for any of those things. And so, from a branding perspective, I just want you to not go to bed tonight afraid that Rebecca is going to be like, hear God's voice. Get it for yourself. That's not the perspective, but it does shift us in. I care about the impact that my voice has because I recognize myself as a vessel, and I
Indeed.
can't disrespect God's gift by using it to do more harm than good or not using it for good. And so it really does put us back on the audience when we think about what is good for them or what does them no harm. And that brings me back to your original list, which I'm going to read to you. Supportive, trust, enhancing your life, calming, peaceful, genuine, humble, love, embrace, comfort, grounding, freedom, freeing, and welcoming. What does being enrobed in God's gift as you as a vessel, Janine, do for the listener? How does it enhance their life?
And they may not know this just by hearing it, but that, or maybe they may not recognize why they feel a certain way, when they hear my voice, but I know that it's coming from within, as you said, that vessel. What will it do for them? That was the question, right?
What will it do for them?
I believe that I got to think about this, because I believe that it will make decision making about things that I hope that I'm promoting. It will help make that decision to do the thing, perhaps buy the thing. But I don't want to paint a picture that everything I say, go do that thing, but that you would have more confidence in yourself. That I don't even know if that's what I want to say, but that others could move forward in their life, because if you desire a thing and you hear that thing expressed from this vessel and you desire, maybe I will try that. I pray, I hope that it is a good thing, because what's coming from me, I know it will be a good thing, because I'm not choosing. I've chosen not to allow this vessel for harm. At least that's never the intention. So perhaps it makes it easier in decision making around whatever the thing is, lifestyle, all those other things that we mentioned. I
I have
believe
an
that.
opinion.
Yeah, you say yes, please.
I have an opinion. I
Please.
think your voice makes people feel less oppressed. Whether that manifestation of a lightening of oppression allows you to participate in your community more, trust products or services that you previously distrusted because of historical underpinnings, engage in communities you might not have felt open to before. I think there's a real freedom in your voice, and it is around helping people feel less pressure from the weight of oppression, because your voice is comforting, because your voice feels like home, because your voice feels like them. It's representation. That's a hell of a representation. To see yourself and your people, or to hear yourself and your people within this voice, and that voice is a divine vessel. I can only speculate, because my own personal oppression is in limited boxes, not to the fullest expression of folks who are in the Black community. Frankly, just talking plainly, I only know what it's like to be oppressed as a woman or as a fat person. I don't know what it's like to walk through the world and have like relentless negative messages, but I can imagine when I hear your voice, it feels less awful.
I received and I can say this to you, I received a text from a friend, and she's going off to visit her family on the other side of the coast, and I just sensed something in the text, and so I wrote back and said maybe we should get together, blah blah blah, and then I added some other words of just encouragement, and I don't even have to look it up, but she wrote, and I get this a lot. This is hard to share only because I feel like, but anyway, I'll say this, that she said, I'm so glad I reached out to you, because you always make everything better, and that was through a text, but it has more to do with. It is the God in me. That's the only way I can explain it. It is the God in me that allows me to express myself in a way that I hope takes me out of it, but yet communicates the good, that communicates the encouragement, that communicates the things are going to get better. You really and truly are going to be fine. And for me, it's like, hey, let's meet up. And I know I can't do that to everyone that I'm speaking to via a voiceover, but perhaps there is in this voice that message that comes through. So yeah, it is back to the listener. It is back to offering a good in those categories, lifestyle and so forth. And it could be a great car, a great safe car like Volvo. I don't know if I should keep mentioning their name. Volvo, I'm not picking it up, but
Tony's obsessed with a Volvo, and so we're always trying to get our social media, you know how that phenomenon of once you mention a product like out loud, then suddenly you're inundated with the like Amazon ads and stuff. So we just
Yes.
go to our phones and go, Volvo, just nothing here. Just like talking to Volvo. We got some love for Volvo around here for sure.
Certainly do. I love that car. I mean, we bought one in 1990. We were living in England, and we literally went over to Germany to get the car. And do you remember when the red Volvos were really hot? They were like only like in your neighborhood, you probably saw two. One of them was us. But yeah,
I
but
had a
anyway,
girlfriend who worked for Volvo in Germany, helping military families purchase cars to ship home
you're kidding.
in Kaiserslautern.
Really? That could have been where we went, but
I
this
wouldn't-
is the
I wouldn't
90s,
be
so I don't.
surprised. What else? This was probably, I don't know, 2008 maybe. Probably not.
Yeah, but they're great cars, and my demos on on the website, the on Legacy Story Gifts. But if you look at the demos, you're here to. I think it goes something like "Welcome." No, something about. I'll just make this up. Welcome to the XC90. Blah 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 blah. And I thought, man, if I was driving in the XC90 right now, and that's how I felt. But I know the feeling. And I don't have to have used every product, but I know the feel. I know what it's like to ride in a Volvo. So it's easy for me to convey that message, and you're going to love it. And your family's going to be safe and all of those benefits. But that comes
I
from a
think
great
safety- I
script
think
as well.
I think safety is a huge piece. I'm reminded by I said branding is your reputation brought to life in words, actions, and images. My old branding mentor, I got my cane. My old mentor, she always said branding is a feeling, and I don't think I've ever expressed an entrepreneur who embodies branding as a feeling as much as you do, Jennie.
Oh, wow.
Because the feeling that people get when they hear you, again, you feel less oppressed, you feel less hopeless. You feel less dragged down by like earthly bullshit. You feel safe. You hold space. Your voice holds space for people to be calm.
Mm.
That's awesome. That's a hell of a product to sell. And particularly when you do no harm. Particularly when you are honoring your role as God's vessel and you do no
Indeed.
harm, then the branding as a feeling is trust. Safety, safe space, and it is coming from a level that no one could replicate or buy.
No.
People are buying like it's not for sale for the devil's work.
No, certainly not. Not at all. Not at all. And if I ever find out that it was using that way, I'm coming after you. No.
If that's right. That's right.
Seriously.
And that's the integrity. And integrity is huge for you, I think. The integrity of your voice. The integrity
totally
of your
is.
actions. Yeah.
It totally is. And real quick, I worked on a campaign. I don't know if you remember, it was called the Truth Campaign years ago, and it was against anti-tobacco and so it. And even prior to that, I was just really beating that same drum. But interestingly, I've always thought twice around alcohol, and now, there's no point in me going through the whole thing, but the point is there are products that people use and they're like, you know what, I'll have a glass of wine or whatever. And let's say there was an ad for a hotel and the script read, visit the blank hotel, have a glass of wine with your friends and blah, blah, blah. I would have no problem with that. And not at all, because it's a lifestyle that they're designing, not necessarily showcasing just drink to oblivion or whatever. I don't know. I'm just trying to shape that whole good.
Do no harm. Yeah. I think we're
do
really
no harm.
I think we're really a do no harm. I think that you're for the audience. I think if I asked you, Jennie, what's a change you'd like to see in the world? You could easily answer, a change I'd like to see in the world is that Black folks see themselves in everyday life.
In everyday life. Yep.
In everyday life, and are no longer tokenized or a diversity and inclusion initiative or only having to lobby for validation?
Absolutely. I can't tell you how often, even you're looking at ads in a magazine, and just trust me, you go through, you go, wow, they don't have any black folks here, or even sometimes they say there's no people of color here. Although that environment, that space, is it improving? Of course it is. At the same time, but not to the level where we can say DEI is in effect, where people are really trying to make the efforts that they really could. But those are decisions that's based on the audience that they think they're serving versus really looking at the data and finding a way to level the playing field, if you will. Engaging others with who look like me, who may sound like me, because we all do have a sound. I know we talked about that before, but I would agree with you. I would agree that I want to see balance. Only way to build balance is to increase your capacity, to increase your efforts in identifying different and identifying diversity. Yeah, and including those that you wouldn't necessarily think that your audience wants to hear from. Because if what they're communicating is through my voice, I can tell you, and just as you just enumerated, the voice behind it has a heart, and the heart behind it is going to reach your customer and your client, your whomever it is. Trust us when we say that. Give us the opportunity to show you. So, and many are, but there are many who cannot for various reasons.
Yeah. I think that you have a small initiative, or a small bit of you is a Caesar. Do you know what I mean by a Caesar? Like the
Yeah.
archetype of a Caesar, like marching up the hill to defend.
Yeah.
There's a small part of you that is a Caesar for just the way media is made in the whole general sense. Can I be a maverick disruptor within the industry of media production so that the lives I care about are honored? Can I make that change in the way that voiceovers are done? I think that's important to you on a small scale. Biggest
I agree.
thing, not the biggest thing, but like, I'm for the audience, and also y'all better get your shit together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Get your stuff together. You're gonna miss out. I think the train is moving, and I want to be not. I don't have to be the conductor, because that goes back to teaching and educating with intention, but through action, through using my voice and the various platforms that we've discussed in other episodes. Yeah,
we're back to Black voices for a new regeneration.
Yeah, we are.
We're back to that, but we've made a case for it, a roundabout way, but we've made a case for it. That's really the position that we're in, is we care about how our voices and the media that people consume is made, and we care about how it is received, and we care about the action that it inspires, and we care about the people who make products, who sell services, are honoring that ecosystem by acknowledging their data and doing whatever they can to skew it in something that doesn't just favor their bottom line, but favors the world, even if it's not obvious, so that your vessel maintains its integrity.
The integrity. Yes. Wow.
It's a lot to think about. I know. But this is exciting.
I feel in this moment, I feel vulnerable, but in a good way. I'll tell you where that little joke comes from. But vulnerable and exposed, but in a good way, because I'm hearing myself say these words about myself. I'm hearing you echo what you've heard, that I am challenged, because I am not Rebecca Gunter, but I am challenged in articulating in a way to shape selling myself. And
In a
but
way you
that
feel good
feels
about.
it
In a
feels
way you
good.
feel good about.
Yes.
It's uncomfortable, but you know what I'm doing, right? I don't know the word for it. When you have a plant, and it's growing up, and you pinch off the top growth so that it'll go this way. What's that called?
Yep. Yep.
I just pinched off your top, baby.
You just
That's all
pinched
I
off my
did.
top. You did. Because I literally can feel that, and I can't think of what that process is. But anyway, but you pinch back so that I can grow, so that I can, and also grow. Growing means thinking differently, broadening ideas around who I am, who I can reach, and how to go about doing it. I have never thought about the Janine Sound Company or whatever the new name will be in that same way. And some of that is because of some of that limiting, and not lowering, but limiting limited thinking about potential, and giving more thought about this positioning. And yeah, I've never gone through it. And I know I don't have to do promos, but anyone who is even thinking twice about going through the process, I can only say that I hope you've seen the change, but I am thinking differently about my future, because I know a little bit more about myself, which is interesting.
You're in good company, because that's how this process is, Janine. It surprises everyone when I hold a mirror up to them. We get really stuck in what can we possibly sell? What does our resume say? What have people paid me for before? What
Yep.
does the industry business model look like? Voiceover do this and they do that. That's not a brand that's going to make you feel amazing about what you're doing out there in the world. We could have come at this for impact organizations who need a fresh voice to ignite audiences. We could have done that. But to say that we're people who need to feel safe and seen
Yes.
through a sound experience that changes their life, or like wordsmith it, but those are two very different things. And for you to go
Totally.
out there and be like, my voice does no harm, what brand isn't going to be like, what?
Wow.
Versus I have a compelling and interesting sound that will add some color to your video. How about my voice does no harm? People feel so people feel so safe that they're inspired to change their lives, and your product can help them do that.
Oh my God. Yeah. Wow.
That's a whole different selling point.
It is, and giving them something to think about that they probably have not. They may desire it, but don't know what they're looking for. Or, oh my God, that is powerful. That's powerful, Rebecca.
And does your media make you feel safe? If it does not, change your tone. And by tone, I mean like the person saying it. That's a lot to absorb and digest. The good news is you don't have to articulate it. That is literally my job, to articulate it. So all I want you to do right now is just absorb and sit with it. If something doesn't feel right to you, you know what to do. Okay. Ping me, call me, send me a text message. But I'm going to move forward with what we've learned today over this discovery session moment, and articulate some positioning for us to consider. We're going to come at it from 3 different angles. And generally, by seeing that stuff come to life for blank, who need blank, with this brand is this thing that delivers blank, because only we can do it for these reasons. When we see that formula spelled out, then we'll be able to start polishing until we have the perfect plum. And when we do that, you'll know, these are my people. This is what they need. This is me. This is what I deliver. And this is why it all matters. We can articulate that then in your marketing and messaging. So that'll be the best. That'll be best. I'm so excited for you.
I'm excited.
Good.
Rebecca, I am excited, and there's nothing, and because along the way, and I'll make this fast, but along the way, this journey, and I'm talking about today's journey, I'm talking about today's episode, you continue to just fine tune and allowing me to think, allowing me to learn about myself. And I have never experienced anything like that. Even just talking to a therapist or even with friends, never. It was hard, but again, not in a bad way, but in a good
It's
way.
Christ's baptism by Alf.
Yes, Elf. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't even know a tagline or a catchphrase, but
Yeah, I think he said you bring us down a whole octave, and he go, but in a good way, or something like that. I love that.
it is.
I love
It
that
is
show.
absolutely crawling through the glass. Tony calls this anthropotherapy, and that's what it feels like. But through the end of it, you'll come out a version of yourself that was always there, but you just didn't see it. So my job is to articulate that and help you see it, and then communicate it to the rest of the world so that you can build a big, beautiful business and brand that you're craving. And I can't wait to get there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. This has been wonderful. This has been inspiring and unexpected to feel this way after this session. I'm almost without words because of all that has been laid upon my heart. Okay, I'm going to get really poetic, but everything that's been laid on my heart, and I know it to be true. I know it's truth. There's nothing that we've discussed that I think, no, not quite. No, you don't. Again, it goes back to listening, and very rarely do we have people in our lives who are as good as you are in listening, and then making that shift, that transition, and then to develop it. I feel confident. I feel confident in you, in me, and being able to not just live up to, but to all those words, the descriptions, everything about me. That is who I am. But I have found it difficult to, like I said, articulate it in that way. So
own it. It's difficult to own
it. Very good.
You're on your way, baby. You're on your way. Welcome. Welcome to the back of Business in the Raw, the Coaching the Coach segment. Jilly, are you excited to see what Janine has decided? Every word being up, for her positioning statement. I want to share it with you.
Oh my God, I so am. I can't wait to see which one she's gone for.
It was a rare instance where she picked one positioning statement in totem with barely any changes. We made a small adjustment to it, but it's pretty exciting. So let me get to it.
Oh wow.
I'm going to present my screen.
Share.
We ended up with two positioning statements. One for her as an individual voiceover artist and one for her business brand. I'm going to read that one to you because that's the most exciting one. For companies, causes, and communities that need to sound authentic and accessible, the Janine Sound Experience is the voiceover and branded audio design studio that delivers enchanting engagement in high fidelity and a royal roster of talented and spirited Black and Brown VO artists ready to bring mighty messaging to life and hit your people right where they live, because every script, song, and story needs a human heart.
I am not surprised in any way, shape, or form that she went for that one, and that there was very little tweaking to be done, because that is just perfection. I love it.
I love personally that it doesn't smack you over the head with any sort of directive for inclusion or validity. It just is. If you want authentic voices that hit you where you live, this is my royal roster of a profound experience in high fidelity. Isn't it going to be fun to build this little business out?
Oh my goodness, so fun. Tell me about Janine's reaction when you read it to her.
It's profound, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
She just kept saying, I agree with this. Like it meets me in agreement. And to me, that's alignment, or an alignment with your wildest visions.
Yeah.
She can be as big or as little as she wants to. She can be as single voiceover artist within the umbrella of the agency, or she can grow to expand with more voiceover artists and then become the go-to house for branded audio and Black voices. So I'm excited to see this thing come to fruition. And you have got your moment in the sun with your very own episode with Janine, in which you're going to help her put this into a business model and apply that Mox
that's
magic.
exciting.
What's it going to be like coaching Janine through this new business iteration?
Oh, I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to this session with her. I don't often come to the party when it's already in flow. So quite often I'm joining at the beginning when, there is so much to unpack. But because Janine's already had this time with you and got the positioning, it means that she and I can hit the ground running with this business model and really flesh out exactly what that's going to look like for her in terms of, clients, offers, pricing, which are the three things that make up the business model. So we'll be able to really do a deep dive, particularly into the offers, I think.
That's going to be so cool. You heard it here, folks. First, Jilly's own episode 6, season 1, Business in the Raw. Come see that Mox magic next week.
It's a takeover. It's a friendly takeover.
Oh my God, you're finally taking... That's so sweet.
Yeah,
I take over Jilly's stuff all the time.
It's a friendly takeover.
I take over Jilly's podcast all of the time. So now I'm getting the roles will be reversed and I'm going to see what it feels like.
Girl, let me tell you something. I looked at my last comment. And I'll certainly Ross, and I'll talk about that in a second. But the last comment, that last sentence actually should be a question. If the former, how should I prepare? I realized that I like to be in control of everything. And I know you do too. But I order everything. I don't have to give an example because just life in general. And I don't mean from being a mom or being a wife, not like that. I mean, just even on a professional level, everything that I had to do, I had to prepare for. I had to have my own notes. I had to have, my own bullets and so forth. I don't care if I was going just to a weekly meeting or whatever it was. I had to prepare in that way. And I'm sure you have as well. But when you are taken out of that space of control, it truly is business in the freaking raw. I had no idea that I would feel the way that I do, about being so vulnerable. I'm the first to say, sometimes you have to be vulnerable in order to grow and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you have to stretch. Well, I'll tell you what. Those are basically words until you find yourself in the midst of it. And I'm enjoying it, yeah. But at the same time, it is, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. It is a very strange place to be. So as I ask if the former, how should I prepare? Because in my mind, okay, are there things that I need to make sure I cover? Are there, comments that I really want to make? What should I be thoughtful about? I don't like rambling. I don't like a lot of you knows. And I find that when I'm trying to think, I say those words out loud. And I don't like being ill prepared or unprepared, and or feeling ill prepared and being unprepared. But this is sort of by the seat of your pants. It's not like there's not a purpose and we're not aiming towards something, because that I'm really clear on, even more clear today, obviously than when we first started. But I just want to tell you, this definitely is business in the raw. Your name is freaking accurate. And, I just hope that people, when they see it, that they realize this is real. This is not, made up. This is not scripted. This not at all. As much as I would love for some of this to be scripted, I ain't gonna lie. I would love for it to be scripted because that's what I'm accustomed to. I got notes before me or whatever. I don't care what it is. For the most part, I have prepared in some way. This is hard. But now I realize that the preparation is to remain flexible, to be thoughtful, to be reflective, because that has helped me greatly. And to be serious about what we're doing. And serious is not always necessarily being agreeable, but it's also not being combative. It's also not being I can't even think of the word I'm trying to use, but I'll use the word, but I don't mean combative like you and I are arguing or whatever. But because I remember earlier on, like you would propose an idea, and I think I've said this before, you'll propose an idea, and I would go, yeah, but I'm thinking that blah, 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 but not knowing what the hell it is. I even wanted, how I want to shape this thing. So, yeah, so maybe it's not being combative. It's just listening more and taking advantage of the guidance that I'm being offered while being um, engaged so that I can provide thoughtful comments. So this has gone on way too long, but I just wanted to share some of those things with you. All right. So yeah, Ross, that will be okay. I'll leave that another message.
All right, y'all. We've come to the end of Discovery, and now it's time to get to positioning. I'm going to write 3 positioning statements for Janine, and we're going to jump into it next week and see what resonates and what doesn't land. Join us next week for Business in the Raw. Welcome to episode 4 with a very special behind-the-scenes segment, Meet the Producer. I'm extremely excited and so proud to bring to the Business in the Raw experience a little bit of fireside chat, or should we say video side chat, with our executive producer and creative director, Zach Bordeaux of Dozer Dog Designs. Zach, my friend, welcome to Business and the Raw, the show that you are actually making.
So glad to be here. It's been a heck of an experience getting everything up and running and getting everything going. We're so excited to be here, bringing Business in the Raw to the world and being able to expand our audience and expand our opportunities here on 100 TV.
100 TV is a super exciting place to be. I'm thrilled to be in the Monday lineup, but as you said, it took us a minute to get here. It wasn't an easy road because we've never done anything like this before as a team, but maybe you have. You spend your workday working with clients in social media. You're the master of the YouTube short. You're a content producing machine. Have you ever done anything that's 1 hour before?
Yeah, we actually do a podcast. Me and my mom actually do a podcast that we started for her business for Campground Accounting. We don't actually edit that podcast as much as we do this one. This one is more of a TV show style. We try to make it super engaging and high quality. Not saying that our other podcast isn't high quality, but it's more of a podcast. This is more of a TV show. So this is a very one-of-a-kind opportunity for me, from what I've seen, to make an hour-long show as engaging as a 3 to 7 minute YouTube video, which is typically what I do. We were talking earlier. I recorded for 12 and a half hours on Sunday, and literally I do 3 to 7 minute videos, and I do YouTube shorts, and those are real quick, super engaging, high quality, bam, lots of action. And to be able to implement that action over an hour-long period is definitely something very unique. And I think that there's a huge potential for, originally YouTube shorts went crazy. They went viral. YouTube shorts, TikTok, Instagram, short form content went crazy. And then now we're starting to see the rise of 3 to 7 minute videos that are edited the same way, with people like Alex Hormozy and Gary Vee and people like that doing those types of videos. And I really started to transition into those pretty early on. I took the ideology of short form content and was able to make it into a 3 to 7 minute video and make it into a slightly longer form piece of content. But to be able to expand that into an hour-long show, it just shows that not only A, it's a lot of work, but B, it's a very great way to keep people's attention and to be able to have a great show. And I think with Business in the Raw, we've really been able to capitalize on this and been able to do a lot with it.
What's your favorite part of doing long form?
I really think there's a lot more opportunity to dive deeper into the opportunities that are here for a 3 to 7 minute video, or even a piece of short form content. I got about 30 to 40 seconds to say what is on my mind and what point. It's a little tiny piece of information versus being able to really expand it, especially in an opportunity like this, to be able to actually help a business owner like Janine and then be able to pull those concepts, people's own businesses out there in the world who are listening, be able to pull those concepts and take them to the next level with that kind of ideology, super powerful. And I think that this is a great tool for business owners all around the world.
Man, I love that endorsement. I love that. I saw someone on TikTok yesterday actually talking about longer form content becoming something that he was getting known for and getting paid for. Is that an industry trend, or are we just maverickly bucking the system?
I think that podcasts have been around for a long time and they got super saturated. I saw a meme the other day on Twitter that basically said that some guy in Detroit was killed for not having a podcast. Everybody has to have a podcast nowadays. Every business owner podcast. There's too many of them. You can't listen to them. And especially with a piece of hour-long content, why would I listen to you over listening to something that's providing 10 times more value? At the end of the day, if you can make that super engaging, that's something that we haven't seen a lot of. It's one way to be able to really stand out in the industry. And that's what we always look to do, is be proactive, be innovative. That's the way that I try to stand out. I try to find clients that are hell-bent on making a name for themselves, as you put it so ever delightfully. But at the end of the day, there's not a lot of people making super engaging podcasts. Podcast is a cheap form of marketing that can be repurposed. It's cost-effective. But at the end of the day, this is what I see being really a future trend, being able to make super engaging podcasts that actually keep the viewer's attention throughout. It's really hard to keep someone's attention for an hour long. So that's why you really have to make it engaging.
Man, it's been a real challenge. Ross releases every Monday show in a live stream format. And when you're in the comments and you're watching all the other shows unfold around you, and they're all half an hour, I'm really aware of how our show is an hour and what a challenge it is for you to keep it interesting, to keep it moving forward and not feel like you're just in a kind of a Zoom scenario. How are you making that happen?
I think planning is the big thing. Being able to plan out and storyboard, this is exactly where this segment's going. This is the length that we need this. We got to stick to the deadlines. We have to have exactly 59 minutes is what I try to get every single episode to be, because obviously it's an hour-long show. So it has to be, you got to have the content there. And it has to be not just people talking, because it's not engaging. No one really cares. It has to be something extra valuable. And I think that value is the big thing at the end of the day. Being able to provide value throughout the whole hour long, super hard. But if you can make it engaging enough, and with the editing style that we use, I think that it's all my people are super trained. I will speak on my team all the time, every day. You go see my Twitter. I post about it like almost every day. I love my team. But to be able to have people like that can actually see from Rebecca's side of things, she just had the vision of, hey, this is what I want. I just want just a podcast, just cut out some filler words and we'll be good. And to be able to 10x that, I don't know if you can see, I got the 10x rule book over there. To be able to 10x that and really take it to a next level where we have high quality editing throughout the whole video, it not only takes a lot of work, but it's also time consuming. And to be able to do that, it's very powerful. Everybody who's watching to learn about what positioning can really do for your brand. And I think it's a great opportunity to learn about branded copy and really dive deeper into it.
Thank you for that setup, Zach. Anybody interested in positioning and messaging, Rebecca Gunter, as you've seen on Business in the Raw, and Zach and I talked about today, please come visit me at stonedfruit.com, STONEDFRUIT.com, Stone Fruit, and explore Business in the Raw as a, well, that made no sense. Bagel!
Hey, that's why we're raw. That's why we're raw. That's why we're Business in the Raw. We got to articulate that authentically.
That is absolutely true. If you wanted the polished version of me, you might have to come to my funeral. Because everything else is absolutely authentic.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Hi, my name is LaVon Smith, and I'm hosting Winning While Budgeting Tuesday starting in June, only on 100 TV.
My name is Marco Novo, and I'm hosting The Branding Show Tuesday starting in June, only at 100 TV. Olá, o meu nome é Marco Novo e vou estar a apresentar o Branding Show todas as terças-feiras, começando em junho, só na 100 TV. Hola, mi nombre es Marco Novo y voy a estar con el show en directo Branding Show todos los martes empezando en junio, solo en 100 TV.
It's time for What You Need to Know, where you'll learn the strategies and tools you need to grow your YouTube channel. Here's your host, Nicole Sanchez.
In today's episode, we're going to talk about how to look better on camera. This is not just all about makeup, although we will cover that, and we'll be talking about it for you gentlemen out there too. But we're also going to talk about lighting, camera angle, and other things like that. So let's jump right in. All right, the first thing, I mentioned this before in previous videos, is your lighting. It is so important to have good lighting. And if you're able to shoot during the day, often you can make a window work with just natural light. If that's where you're at, you're kind of starting, you don't have lighting. Next choice would be to get some professional lighting, and then to make sure you set it up correctly. When I first started, I had a light in front of me, but I didn't have anything really lighting my background. So I lit, my background looks rather dull and dingy. So it's things like that you have to think about, kind of like a 3-point lighting setup. Like right now I have my one big light in front of me, and I've got a couple lights here lighting my background. Now, if I were getting really fancy, it would be really nice to have a hair light up above me, but I haven't gotten that fancy yet. So there's a lot that you can do. There are tons of great videos about good lighting. Make sure to check them out. Number 2, let's talk about camera angles. If the camera is a bit above your eye level or at eye level, they get a nice look like this, and you don't get double or triple chins. If the camera is coming up from underneath you, first of all, people are looking up your nose, and it makes you look very chinish, even if you don't have a lot of chins. So it's just not the best angle for most people. So really do try to keep your camera angle, at your eye line or a bit above. It makes a huge, huge difference to what you look like in your video. You can experiment with this by taking some pictures or just a little bit of test video and just see which angle is most attractive for you. Another thing that a photographer told me one time that I thought was really interesting was she said that if you put your camera a little further away and then zoom in a bit, it just somehow is a more flattering look on the face. Somehow the way the camera, angle is, it just somehow makes your face look a little bit more in proportion. So definitely try that. I believe it. I've got my camera a little further than it needs to be and did a bit of a zoom to get that better looking effect on both the cameras that I have found it definitely does look better. Now, in terms of grooming, okay, we don't all need to look like movie stars when we are on camera, but there's just a few things you can do that'll probably give you a little bit more confidence. Brush your hair, wash your face so you don't look too shiny, or if you are too dry, moisturize a bit. And then for the gentleman out there, it is amazing what some powder can do. Now, our anchor at work, we always have him put a bit of powder on. Young, great looking guy, but people just aren't born with perfect textured skin. He has no blemish or anything, but sometimes we get a little bit of redness here or there, whatever. And so a bit of a foundation type of a powder is amazing, and he just puts it on himself most of the time. Looks fantastic. A lot of times, depending on how many people are shooting, what's going on, we will hire a professional makeup artist, and they'll do a bit of concealer, maybe a light bit of foundation, some powder, and then just a bit of lip balm. Nothing shiny, but just to make the lips look, I guess, more healthful, a little more moisturized. So for you gentlemen out there, I would probably recommend Ket powders. They've got a great foundation powder. Makeup Forever is one that is very popular also. And I'll list some stuff down below for you guys. And then the other thing too that you might want to think about, that people don't always think about, is gentlemen, as you get older, usually your eyebrows can grow quite a bit and get a little bit more out of control than they were when you were younger. So if you're starting to get that kind of very, I don't know how to say it, kind of the look where they're kind of growing kind of straight up there, that is something that you can either don't go too hard with this, gently trim that. Maybe you can go to a beauty salon that does, eyebrow grooming, and they can kind of do a little tiny bit. They don't, not to get eyebrows like a lady, so just to kind of get them a little bit into control and thinned. I was at a makeup convention one time, and I attended a seminar by one of the top eyebrow people, and she spent 30 minutes just talking about what she called boy brows and brow grooming, because sometimes someone will have a lot more hair in one than the other, and you kind of even that out. So again, not a giant deal, but if you got like hair sticking up like that, just give them a little trim. You can buy little tiny scissors. Really good ones. I think they're like $12. I'll link them down below. Ladies, they're amazing also for trimming. Ours are cutting false eyelashes or all kinds of things. I love these. For the ladies, if you just put on a little bit of concealer, if you feel like you're looking a little bit tired, that can make a huge difference. Also, a light foundation or a bit of powder, make you look a little less shiny. Oh, and speaking of powder, guys, if you have a receding hairline or you're balding, take a look. And if you're looking really shiny, for sure, bring the powder up there. It makes a huge difference. You don't have that glow going off of the top of your head. But ladies, again, as much or as little makeup as you want. If you really want to do bare minimum, I would suggest just a bit of mascara to open up the eyes and a bit of a lip balm or maybe a lip stain or something, just a little tiny bit. That works great. And then from that point on, maybe add a bit of concealer. If you like foundation. I love everything. So I go pretty ham with the makeup, but I do that every single day, whether I'm filming or not. It's a lot of fun. And then, ladies, another thing, if you really want to look awake, I have to say false eyelashes are amazing. Whether you do giant ones or just little, these ones called babies, they're very small. I always wore them when I was doing events because I put them on and no one knew I was wearing them. I just looked like I had great eyelashes. They're really inexpensive. I can link them below. And they're by Ardell. Yeah, babies by Ardell. And if you have trouble putting lashes on, let me tell you a little trick. If you cut them into thirds and then just put on one piece and then another piece and another piece, super duper easy. Or maybe you want to just put little pieces just on the edges to give a little bit of a lift to the eyes. It's amazing. And then the other thing too is eyebrows. Eyebrows make such a difference with framing your face, opening up your eyes. So, a little bit of a tinted brow gel or brow pencil will go a very, very long way. So, again, totally up to you, but a little bit of powder, a little bit of lip balm, ladies, some mascara. Huge, huge difference. Now let's talk about what you are wearing, your attire. And my dog is drinking and making a whole bunch of noise over there. I'm sorry, we will just keep on going. He just seems to love to interrupt when I am filming. It's kind of funny. He has been up here in like 2 hours while I was working. All right, so in terms of what you're wearing, you want to wear something that doesn't blend into your background, that really, I guess, fits for the video that you're doing, right? So if you are somebody who's talking about computer tech, well, a hoodie, super casual is probably good. If you're an attorney, you probably want a collar on your shirt, right? I mean, unless your vibe is a t-shirt and more casual and you're like the surfer attorney, I don't know. Just, kind of think about your audience, right? What, kind of an impression you are trying to make in your video. Also, definitely avoid fine patterns that can wing people's eyes out. On camera can look kind of jittery. Really small florals, things like that don't usually look that great. Again, just look at your viewfinder on your camera, or maybe just take a test, little 20-second video and look at it and make sure you like the look, because that can also make a real difference. Another suggestion for you is when you've got your camera and everything up and ready to go and you're rolling, you might want to double check what you look like. So I recommend having a mirror right in front of you so you can check yourself out. This one I got ages ago. It's just, rando, mirror from Amazon. But it's really handy to have here because I can take a last look. Do I have lipstick on my teeth? If I ate before, do I have anything in my teeth? I generally do brush my teeth before I film because I'm always worried that I'm going to do all the work of filming a video, and then I will see something in my tooth or something halfway through. So that's something I just do. But yeah, having a mirror, or even you just had a small mirror, just something so you can check yourself out before you get started. Because, you know, in last second changing the light or doing something, or, you know, reaching over to push the button, you know, I don't know, maybe you messed up your hair or smeared your lipstick or whatever like that. So I really like having a mirror that I can check right before I get started to make sure that everything is how it is supposed to be. Another thing I would suggest is give yourself a minute before you start filming. Just maybe take a few deep breaths, you know, just for a sec, just shut your eyes, just relax for a minute before you get started, because most of us are doing our videos, you know, while we're juggling careers and children and spouses and dogs and, you know, all kinds of things going on, elderly parents. So sometimes it just is nice to have a minute of quiet, gather yourself together before you get started. And I feel like that really comes through in your presence on camera, that you're happy, you're relaxed, you're ready to talk about whatever your subject is, or do whatever you're doing. Maybe you do more of an action type of a video. I still think that getting yourself centered or pumped up, maybe you need to jump up and down a few times, right? Get that energy going, just depending on what your topic is, but it really will shine through and also help with your presence and how you come across on camera. Another tip, and we do this all the time when I'm at work, when we are doing shoots. In case you don't know, by the way, I didn't say at the beginning, but I run 3 YouTube channels for a major tech company, as well as have my own channel that's a luxury hair care and lifestyle channel. And then, of course, I'm on 100 TV. But anyhow, one thing that we do all the time, even with seasoned pros that we are filming, is we will have them redo their intro at the end. The reason being is a lot of times, whether it's just a single speaker or it's people doing an interview, everyone's just a little bit more nervous at the beginning, right, when you get started. So there's nothing wrong with redoing your intro when you're totally done, when you're all warmed up, you've kind of done it. You know, you've said what you need to say, you're probably more relaxed, and then you just start over, do a couple more takes of your intro, and it will very likely be one of the ones that you use. I mean, you know, sometimes you might get it at first take and you know it, you don't need to do that. But a lot of times we do that, you know, and also if you're ever doing a video with a couple people, sometimes when you do your intro might have been top notch and dead on, but the other person might have been fidgeting, not knowing where to look, you know, that kind of a thing. And if you're both going to be in that shot, if you can't just zoom in on yourself and the other person's looking really awkward, you probably want to redo it just for their sake and just remind them to look maybe at the camera while you're talking to the camera, and then look at you when you guys start talking to each other. That is something else I would highly recommend. And yes, a lot of times we redo intros, and often we'll do outros several times when we are filming videos across the board, across all the different channels. It really makes a difference because you're really going to nail that intro to grab the viewer's attention in the beginning. One thing I did mention when I was talking about having the mirror here in front of me is I always have a hairbrush here also. That way you can, at the last second, if you see something wrong with your hair, you don't have to get up and go find a hairbrush, just have it right here. Those are some of the things before I get started. I mean, the mirror just lives here, but I'll grab my hairbrush and I will usually put a lipstick here so that I can always do any quick touch up before I get started if I had messed anything up before I want to get going, or if I drop something and, you know, I somehow, you know, mess up my hair, whatever, you know, it's funny. I don't even understand sometimes how I mess my hair up so much, but very handy to have a hairbrush right in front of you. If you have stray flyaway hairs and hairspray is not doing it for you, one trick a lot of people love is they will take clear brow gel. It's a bit stronger, and that way you can kind of get any flyaway hairs to not show. If I had a dark background, I would probably have a whole bunch showing. My background's lighter, so I'm sure I have some flyaways here, but they're not really showing because of my background. But if you have lighter hair with a dark background or darker hair with a light background and it's really bothering you, clear brow gel, you can get it super cheap at the drugstore. Ladies, for accessories, avoid a bunch of jangly bracelets because it gets really annoying with the sound. If they are jangling as you move your hands around, or if you're putting your hand down onto a desk or something, just avoid those. A bracelet is fine, but several, if they're bangles, not really a great idea. Another thing I'd recommend is getting some hair shine spray. These are not hairsprays. They are something you spritz kind of in the air in a fine mist above your hair. It kind of falls in your hair, makes your hair super shiny. It works for guys or girls, and it's great for if you're going out and want your hair to look super healthy and nice. They're wonderful, and you just want to make sure the two brands I use, really kind of all I'm using for years now. I guess I should try some new ones, but some of them have been too oily or weird. But the Moroccan Oil Shine Spray and the Nature Lab Tokyo are wonderful, and a little goes a long way. Just, a couple spritzes up in the air will do it for you, so you don't need to buy the big bottle. Small bottle will probably last you forever, and those I've tried and tested with my fine hair. I have a lot of hair, but it's very fine and gets weighted down very, very easily. I usually wash my hair every single day because it just gets too lank if I don't do that. So Shine Spray is wonderful and looks great on camera. Let's talk about eyeliner for a minute, ladies. One thing I'd highly recommend is tight lining underneath your lash line, not like up into your waterline too hard, but that really makes a difference versus lining on top. It'll open up your eyes so much more. I like the Laura Mercier tight liner with their tight liner, or the Esom kind of tight liner brush, where you wet the brush, you put it into the Laura Mercier liner, wet it, it kind of makes it gets on the brush, and you just kind of push it up into your eyelashes. It was a long day. And then for me, I can't carry off dark eyeliner. I mean, maybe a little bit on the outer edges. If I'm doing a very glam heavy lash look, I can do it, but usually I just put a bit of a copper eyeliner in my kind of lower lash line area here to make my eyes pop a bit more and open up more, because with the dark, it just really, again, unless I'm doing a super glam look where I'm kind of feathering out shadow and doing all that, it's just it just drags my eyes down. It's funny, I found some pictures from back in the 90s where we put more liner on the bottom, and my eyes just look like they're kind of sagging down, and I was so young, right? I was in my 20s, and I'm dragging my eyes down somehow. How would this look? So that's something, especially if you're over 40, you probably want to watch your liner. Now, some of you ladies I know have beautiful giant eyes and can carry that off. But for me, I just go with a very small kind of a wing on top, tight line underneath, and just do a bit of a copper or something at the bottom.
Here's a video I did a while back about lighting, and I think you'll find it helpful, so I'm going to pop it in here.
When you turn your webcam for the important video conference, webinar, or job interview, do you look like this? Grainy, badly lit, and at an awkward angle? Or do you look like this? Clear, well lit, crisp, and professional. You can easily and inexpensively improve your video look, and I'll show you how. Today we'll be talking about lighting and positioning your webcam. Now, the position of your webcam is very important because nobody wants to be looking up your nose. And if, like many people, you're just using the webcam that comes on your computer, or even if you're just clipping on, I use a Logitech that I like a lot. Oh, and I'll put links to any products I talk about down below. If you just clip that on to your laptop, the angle is going to be that people are basically looking up your nose. So what you want to do is raise it up. I would suggest if you are using the webcam on your laptop, you raise that laptop up. If you're going to have to be typing and people are going to see you, you're going to need to get a keyboard to put down below, so you're not doing this during the meeting. But the other thing you can do also is if you get an external webcam, you can just clip that on perhaps to your monitor. That's what I do because it's perfect height. You kind of want it above eye level because it just looks more attractive. Any of our extra chins are kind of hidden and no one is looking up your nose. So first thing, make sure to raise up that webcam. In terms of lighting, if you're near a window, position yourself in front of it so the natural light hits your face. Natural light is beautiful. It looks great. Everything is more crisp, more clear, and I would highly suggest you do that. You can also add lighting on top of being positioned in front of a window. That looks fantastic. Oh, the one thing about positioning yourself in front of a window, just Be careful of what's behind you because you don't want a lot of distraction going on behind you. So if you're going to sacrifice a bunch of distracting things happening, then don't do the window. We have other things we can do. Many of us are in cubes or spaces without great natural lighting, so let's look at lighting options. A little clip-on ring light like this is less than $10, and while it's small, it's pretty mighty. I used to send these to people when I would do live interviews to make sure that when they were on with me that they would have good lighting, and they worked out really well. Bonus for having one of these, super portable and works really great when you're on the go and want to take that perfect selfie but the lighting's bad. If you want to invest a little bit more, I would highly recommend this. It's a compact light by the Makeup Light. It's super portable, and what's really cool is that you can get it with a stand with a gooseneck, so you can kind of position it anywhere you want. But there are also options for a suction cup mount. This is super handy if you're traveling, want to suction cup it to a hotel bathroom mirror that has terrible lighting, or you can also stick this onto any sort of a window. Or for me, the picture that's in front of my desk has glass on it, so I suction cup this onto there and I'm all set. It also comes in a different shape, this shape, but I'm really just showing you this because you can get this grip so you can then clip it onto things also because it just has this attachment here, they both do, that you can screw into. And I think that this one for me works better if it's just this light and me at the desk than this one. Just somehow the way the light throws for me, I prefer this one, but I do enjoy the other one and I use it for other things. A bit of history on the Makeup Light. Award-winning makeup artist Vivian Baker inspired her husband Michael to create it. They say that it's 5,000 Kelvin, 95 plus CRI. CRI stands for Color Rendering Index. It's a scale from 0 to 100, indicating how accurate a given light source is at rendering color when compared to a reference light source. And the higher the CRI, the better, so since this is 95 plus, that is pretty darn good. Another idea is to get a ring light. Now these vary wildly in price and performance. After a lot of research, I ended up getting the Diva Nebula LED ring light. It has 640 LEDs. They're difficult to break because I've traveled with it. I have knocked it over several times and it still works perfectly, and I've had it for 2 years. It's dimmable, super easy to set up. The only thing about a ring light is that they are large. I mean, they are pretty big. While I said I traveled with them, it was because I was going somewhere by car. I would not recommend getting one if you think you're going to take it with you on an airplane, unless you have, unlimited luggage capacity somehow or are shipping it. That's why I find this one to be the handiest kind of all-purpose take everywhere solution for me. Although don't get me wrong, I love my ring light.
All right, let's do some side-by-side comparisons. This is daytime in front of a window. On the left, you've got just natural light, no added lights at all. Then the center one, I've added the makeup light. And then the one on the right is the big Diva Nebula ring light. And you can see that all of these look really, really good. Although I think that the color, everything just kind of looks the best with the makeup light in this case. Now it's nighttime. You can see what the room looks like with just the overhead light on. And then you can see what happens when on the left you add the mini ring light. Looks far better, but rather fuzzy. Not perfect, but definitely a huge improvement. Then the middle frame is the makeup light, which looks really good. And then on the right, you've got the Nebula ring light.
I hope you found these tips for elevating your on-camera look helpful. I wish you success in all that you do.
I hope these tips serve you well. If you have any questions, please do put them down in the comments. And if you enjoyed this video, give it a like and don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in the next video.
You're watching 100 TV.
This also relates to what we're doing with 100 TV. We are definitely going against the conventional wisdom and against what any of the gurus are likely to advise in what we're doing with 100 TV. How are we doing that? Well, for one, we're streaming 6 hours of content on Monday, and we'll soon be streaming 5 hours of content on Tuesday. Most people would say that's not how you grow a channel or grow an audience when that content is a half an hour of this show, an hour of that show, a half an hour of this show. And the content both in that stream and across our channel is not niche content. It's multi-purpose or it's varied content. It's what do they call it? Like all service what do they call the radio stations when they full service, right? It was like a full service station, meaning they play music, they have religious programming, they have news and sports and weather and talk and different kinds of music and entertainment and comedy. They're a full service station. They cover local events. I wouldn't say we're like a full service radio station, but we have diverse topics and we're not focused on one niche. We're not video editing software or something like that. We have shows on business, on travel, on just a wide variety of topics, motivation, productivity, events, wine, books, branding and marketing, and so forth. So we're not going for a highly niche strategy. We're going for more of a broad audience strategy. And we're doing this, I think, can be justified because of the volume of content that we're putting out versus a typical small channel. And when I say small channel, I don't mean small just in terms of numbers. I'm talking about a channel that's operated by a solo creator or a very small team can only put out so much content each week, whereas we have the number of creators to put out a lot of content. And so that may mean, and this is where we're testing this, and we have disagreements within our own group, but this is where we're testing the idea that when you have a larger volume of content, you can appeal to different audiences and through different topics. And we're both streaming and doing uploads, and we're doing uploads multiple times a day. One video could be cannibalizing another. The on-demand videos could be cannibalizing the live stream, or the live stream could be taking interest away from people later watching the on-demand videos. It's all possible. Who knows? Who knows if 100 TV is going to succeed? And if it succeeds, will it succeed because we followed some of the guru advice, or because we didn't follow some guru advice? Or doesn't that have anything to do with why this does or doesn't work? Does it come down to the creators? Does it come down to how much their content resonates with audiences, the degree to which they're willing to promote and cross-promote, our ability to continue building out the lineup of good shows and week in and week out produce great content? There's so many different factors we'll never know. What I do know is, in order to do something different, in order to do something special, that hopefully will serve audiences, serve brands that will work with us, and help a whole lot of creators end up getting paid, we had to go against the rules set out by the gurus. Perhaps you have to do that on your own channel, in your own content, on your own podcast, on your own live streams, on your own YouTube strategy, or anywhere else you're creating and distributing content.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
So my name is LaVon Smith, and my show is called Winning While Budgeting, and it's just an empowerment educational show on finances for the things that I'm hearing in the street that it could be what people don't know. For example, like life insurance is affordable, you should get it, you should have it, why it's important, or even down to the basics. Here is basic budgeting tips, skills to make your life better, but budgeting doesn't have to be restrictive. It could be informative to your life to help it be better. don't look at it like a prison sentence. So that's kind of the angle it will be coming from.
I'm Marco Novo. I'm from Portugal. My show will be the branding show, and it will be mainly about branding, how we can use live streaming content to get known, to get acknowledged, to get recognized, to be trusted, and by the end to be that person or that brand that people will think if they need what we do, what we have.
Find a mentor.
To learn things.
It's like a multi-million-dollar business
of your journey.
Moments in time we can make an impact one
A little bit better.
When it comes to launch, feel fulfilled. You were made for something great. So go and be awesome.
Step into the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets. Discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use. Whether next gen or fundamentals, each week, Sue Ann will help you grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV.
Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Hey, welcome to the Resilient Events Show. I'm John Harris, co-founder of Buzzit Event Sites, and with me is the amazing Marisa, Cali. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thanks, John. Yeah, we're back. Resilient Events. I love this show. One, I love our prep. So hopefully we'll do one live show where you actually get to see like us brushing our hair and talking about things back behind the scenes. But yeah, super excited for today's episode. I'm on track. I think it's good to, hopefully we'll be able to show that sometime where it's like, oh, we're totally prepping and getting aligned and then, hitting record. So how are you?
Things are good. I'm in my new office, but it's only halfway built. So I feel a little bit out of place. I actually sent Marisa a photo of my setup. It is like a standing desk that is a chair literally on a desk. And it's terrible. I'll maybe on the show notes later, or I'll post a picture of what this looked like.
Yeah, that's, hey, any way to get it done. I think it looks good though. You don't see behind the scenes. So, yeah, my office is also still in progress, but we're here. So you're watching Resilient Events on 100 TV. I have to plug our network, obviously. And today we're talking about why you should live stream your in real life event.
Right.
IRL, as as the young kids like to say.
IRL. And so the first topic here, we just want to talk about like, what do we mean?
Yeah.
And so talking before the show, we both kind of came to the conclusion that hybrid means too much, so much that it doesn't mean anything. And it kind of destroyed people's concept of having like a remote audience for an in real life event.
Yeah. Hybrid could be a car. It could be like many different things. Once the pandemic hit, everyone was like, oh, we're going to do hybrid events, or we're going to do something. Once people started getting back in person, they were like, we're going to do hybrid events. And that was the buzzword, almost like rock star guru that is in marketing, like all of those things, authenticity, those buzzwords that kind of just make you cringe. Yeah, it means too much. So we're going to try to take it back to what it was.
Yeah, and it means something like kind of scary. Like it means like if you Google hybrid event guide, you find like 50-page documents. They're like, you need a $500,000 product and you need to plan for a year and blah blah blah. And it doesn't like that. It really goes too far for what the opportunity is that a lot of people have in front of them if they would get back to what you've been doing for many years. And producing a quality stream and having a remote audience.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this prior, like hybrid. When someone comes to me and says they want to do a hybrid event, I still always go back to what's the audience experience, because it can be very, very simple of just putting a video feed into your event like you're streaming, or it could be like a whole interactive, multiple sessions, all of that. And I think that buzzword has really got everyone wanting to do it, but not understanding, again, like our first couple episodes, like what is the purpose? Why do we need to have a live stream? Or why might you want to have a live stream of your event? So it's a cool place to be in, because I know that people come to me and to you to like say that they want a hybrid event, but we can guide them in the right way. So hopefully we'll be able to do that in this episode.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, for me, like for a smaller event, and we mostly work with like speaker events, like TED Talk style events where it's a whole bunch of people on stage, and mostly single track. So like every audience member is watching the same thing at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
For us, a hybrid event means having that content be streamed, but then also have it be interactive. So the people that
Right.
are watching aren't just watching a straight video feed, which probably won't keep a lot of people around for too long.
Mhm.
But if you can allow those people to interact with the people on site and the speakers, then all of a sudden you've created some really a really rare and like I want to say like niche or niche
Yeah.
in the USA
Niche.
piece of content that people can't get anywhere else. So if you're
Mhm.
running an event like that, it's really a major opportunity at your fingertips to expand your reach and to make it accessible to people who couldn't be there.
Yeah, I think the key word you're saying here is also accessibility, because there are a lot of people that are overwhelmed with events these days, and they can't either travel to an event, or they just can't make it, or maybe they just budget wise. But I think a lot of people miss the fact that they can live stream. I mean, think about pre-pandemic events. Did you ever watch a live stream of a sports match, or like school wrestling match or church service prior to
Right.
pandemic?
Funerals were live
Yeah,
streamed as well.
funerals.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those are all like what they would call now hybrid event, because there
Yeah.
is some interaction with the at-home audience and the in-person speaker or presentation, whoever's doing
Right.
that.
But
So
importantly, that was always achieved without a $500,000 product and
Oh,
a
yeah.
year of planning, right?
Yeah, right.
It's like you figure out a quality experience for the offsite people, you set it up, and it
Mhm.
goes. And it's not
Yeah.
it's just not as complicated as what people talk about when they're talking about hybrid events.
Yeah, there is some technical side involved with that. It does require you understanding softwares and really also understanding the marketing aspect of it, because sometimes people will just live stream an event and not consider the branding that
Yeah.
people are watching. And that's like, could be a logo or like some like banners or whatever, if there's some type of interchangeable items there. I think that's definitely something that people don't think about when they're live streaming, or they were not before, and now they have to, because there are a lot of people live streaming,
Right.
and you have to make it unique. So
Right. But so I think so first kind of like major segment here to give like an outline of what we want to talk about today. I think we've
Yeah.
kind of cleared up. Hopefully we didn't want to just talk about hybrid events in general, like a specific type.
Mhm.
So like going from just an IRL event into
Mhm.
also having a remote experience, right? So that's what we're talking about.
Mhm.
And so a couple of detailed segments here. One
Mhm.
is we want to cover the ROI, like why you basically have to do this because of the potential return on investment. The other
Mhm.
detailed segment will be talking about accessibility for people that couldn't be there for whatever reason, and then reach as well. But
Right.
before we get too deep into those details, I think the number one reason people should consider making turning their in real life event into something with a remote experience is just pure audience satisfaction.
Yeah.
So like for me, when I really realized this was when I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. And it was like, wow, I want to go to events still. I'm an events guy. But a lot of the time I can't get there because like something happens.
Right.
Or I'm a little outside of the city, or there's like, I've got to go fight through traffic and there's more than I expected. And so it's just not possible to always go to the events that I want to go to, but I still want to be involved in those communities. And so when they have both options, that's amazing for me.
Yeah. Satisfaction is the key word there.
Yeah.
You are satisfied because you have accessibility to this, and you may come back, you may continue to support the community. I mean, there's all these different things. The other reason is why, before we get into the details, is not to become a dinosaur. We don't want you to become a dinosaur. That's not good for you. But also, I think it's there's so many different options. If you're not doing one of them, at least to build upon, then you're kind of stuck in the old ages. And there are benefits to not live streaming your event if you want to keep it super exclusive, but there's a lot of things that you're missing out on, and we'll cover that in the next segment.
And then the not becoming a dinosaur thing, it's like you've got to accept at this point that this is a trend and not a fad, right?
Yeah.
So everything is getting streamed these days. Everything is becoming on-demand content. People are getting busier. They want to watch stuff when they want to watch it, maybe not when you want to put it on, right?
Right.
And if you're trying to go for exposure, which a ton of people putting events on are, then how are you kind of not adapting to that demand, right? And people are streaming everything. Like I would have never thought that people would pay to live stream a concert, but they were doing that for Coachella this year.
Oh yeah.
Like I think that's insane. Like how can you possibly get the Coachella experience on a TV? But people are doing it. They're having like watch parties.
Well,
right?
I did a live stream concert like New Year's Eve, a couple New Year's Eves ago. I think it was Justin Bieber or something. But like I think you had to pay like $25. He got $25 from me and plenty of other households, and we were all watching New Year's Eve with Justin Bieber. And I was just like, I didn't have to fly anywhere. I didn't have to pay Ticketmaster prices. That's another story. But, it's just, I think that, that was a good point, because it's the accessibility for that. And who knows? I mean, I would love to know the ticket revenue for that.
Right.
Because even though it's a different experience, I think it was.
But that's definitely a good counterpoint to people say, but you just can't recreate the experience. Well, if you can recreate concert to where people are willing to pay, I think you can recreate a TED Talk.
Exactly.
But final item on the trend is just like, the shift to remote work. So many people, I think, including yourself, moved the heck out of the city.
Yes.
Sometime around the pandemic, because it's just like, why do I need to be there anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I can be fully online, then I want to be fully online.
Well, and like even in my role, I'm able to see that there's a lot of live streaming events that I never had access to be able to go in person, like in different cities. It's not just the fact that it's 45 minutes away in Nashville now, but it's like I can go into a different country and watch some, and get access that way. And then if they have the right style for me, like I could network, I could make connections in a different country. So it's super awesome. I love it.
Let's see. Next item, we want to talk about ROI, right? Planners, people paying for events, they all want to know about ROI. What's the money we're making here, right?
Yeah.
And so for me, this is like what I try to communicate to people. It's like if you're already running an event, especially if you already have AV, adding a live stream is like a marginal investment where you have uncapped potential payback, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so who's king, Marisa?
Content is king.
We all know that, right? Do we
but
know
distribution is queen.
Okay,
So
there you go. I was going to ask you who queen was.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah. Content is king and distribution is queen. But so when you're running an event like this, you have like, say, you know, you've got some amazing speakers on stage. You've got a lot of energy in a room. You've got maybe one of the higher up people at your company or your organization, like interviewing some of these people, making them look like bosses, like total authority, right? And to not be capturing that,
Yeah.
what a waste.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, people already are having AV on site. So if there's a way that you can tap into that and get that content and live stream it, then you said it. Why waste it? And how that looks, I mean, that's another whole episode. The style, the format, all of that. But we just want to talk about why wouldn't you consider some type of live stream here?
Yeah. And then the amazing things you get to do with that after you've captured it, right? So number one thing is for content repurposing, right? So first there's fractional content, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to go into detail about that?
Yeah, I love that part because I think when someone, even now, when someone's promoting an in-person event, I always give them the opportunity to kind of build in some promotional content that's short form. Like, how do you get people back to an event that happened a year ago that people forgot about without promoting some type of content from the last year or some type of testimonial, stuff like that. So if you're not capturing it the year before or the month before or the quarter before or whatever, how do you then promote the next one? You just have to hope that people are going to learn about it somehow and show up again.
Or you have to pay to have a new video created that's kind of basically mimicking what you did have.
Yeah.
Like you might as well put that in the bank while you have it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Then the other side is like evergreen content, right? And I guess this kind of lines up with like on-demand content. So like instead of just having your event be a one-time thing, it can be something that lives on your website forever. Maybe something people are paying to watch, maybe something people are just entering their email to watch. So it's lead generation, bringing more traffic to your website. If people are watching like a 1-hour keynote or something on your website, the time on your site, the average time spent on your site will increase, and so that puts you up higher in the rank for SEO as well.
Right.
Like the more things you can have people doing on your website, the better it is for all those different avenues.
And I think I'm going to use an example here because I do these quarterly webinars. They're like focused on diversity and inclusion and diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI webinars. And they get like these really well-known in the community speakers to talk about specific issues related to that nonprofit. And they're not always going to be in the room next month. You know, you can't get like 5 key people in a room every month to like talk about your nonprofit or the mission that you're trying to get at. So we're conceptualizing how that would look for a live streamed event because it's going to take another year to get all these people together and maybe not the same people. And so why wouldn't we just have that live streamed event, even if it's not a full, 50 breakout sessions or whatever, but there's a live stream of the event. So that can also be, like we said, repurposed or put on their website for people to access later on, because you're not going to get those same people in the room again. But that's evergreen content for your website.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So that's like what you can do with it once you've captured it. And the other thing is just like the live differentiation or what you can do during the event is just make a heck of a lot more revenue,
which is key. Revenue
for a lot of planners. Yes. So tickets, like it allows you to offer so much more, overused word, but just a diversity of types of packages. Right. And so I have a business degree, so I'm a super econ geek. So we call this it's perfect differentiation, perfect price differentiation, right? So where you're able to offer every single person exactly what they want, you'll be able to get more money altogether, right? So you could offer for instance, you could offer just in-person access only. Maybe that's one of the higher price tickets. Maybe you can offer live stream access only, or some people will allow free access to the live stream but charge for the replay. And that actually has a really good, like, I've been surprised to learn for some people that is how they're making the most out of it, because they put on this event and it's free for people to show up, so it makes it easy for people to show up and watch the live stream.
Right.
But then they make the recording only available if you've paid. And people start hearing so much interesting stuff during the episode that, like, the whole episode is almost like a sales pitch for itself.
Right.
And so people end up paying for that live stream after, or paying for that recording afterwards.
I mean, that's a good strategy, because I feel like if you're when I'm at conferences, I'm like, I gotta look at my notes. That was really good, but like I can't replay it, or I can't go tell them to repeat themselves because the session's over. You know?
Yeah, no, it's
So-
a really good one,
Mhm.
because it allows, people are still paying the ticket price, but they're paying it afterwards. You're exposing, you're getting the best content out to more people, and then more people end up seeing the value. Right. So it's an interesting way to get it done. But then there's any other way that you can combine those between in-person live stream and the replay, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, for myself, I mentioned as a parent earlier why I like live stream access so much and replay access is because I want to go to so many events, but there's so many, like, I know it's really hard for me to commit when I know that bad traffic or my kid having an earache might stop me from actually getting there. Right.
Yeah.
It's like, so it stops me when I get to the checkout screen. I'm like, oh, will I make it? Like, I don't know. But if I know I can have live stream and replay access, for me, that's like event insurance.
Yeah.
So it's like, or like ticket insurance, right? It's like I can buy it and I know that no matter what, I get to check out that content.
Yeah. And if you, that is like, all the options, but for someone like me who can't commit to going to events, or like, oh, okay, like I know I'm not going to be there. Like I know I can at least get live stream access, and that is in my, like, a marginal expense that I would have to pay. And then, maybe there's an opportunity to upgrade later on, but like if you're not offering those options from the beginning, then you can't go back and be like, oh, well, we have replays available for $5, like after the fact, like, well, what, why?
Yeah.
You just want to get it. To me, it shows like a money grab, like, oh, we didn't make enough money. Here's another option,
But opening it up to the world, opening up to all those people with those different needs. And then all of a sudden you just have more ways to earn revenue off the same content. Like, it costs so much, like, that's why we say marginal expense and uncapped revenue potential. It's like, what is it? If you already have the whole venue rented, you already have the speakers paid, you probably have AV, turn that into a stream, and all of a sudden all these different people across space and time are able to access it.
And you get more information about your audience too, like where are they located, what do we need to do in terms of getting people that are like more local, if that's the goal. And then can we we just sold 200 tickets to this community in like a different country, like do we have to have an event there? Like,
fair. Yeah.
Where does that come from? And how did you hear about the event? I mean, those are all
right. Or maybe you know where to have the event next year, or maybe you know where to have like smaller feeder events, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And then one thing we haven't talked about is sponsorships as well. Obviously they would love to have more exposure. The more views you can get on that video and you can have it tracked, then the more they're going to be willing to pay for your event either this year or the next year, if you can prove those numbers, right?
Right, exactly. And they're, in a normal live stream that's like, a weekly live stream, there's all these opportunities for like space, whether it's a commercial or like, if it said Resilient Events was sponsored by up on our, stream, like it's real estate for sponsorships that you wouldn't have if you didn't even have a live stream.
Real reason that I've heard a lot of people live stream is just the number one reason it's the right thing to do, because it makes it accessible to more people, essentially. but people that couldn't be there. So we worked with Startup Edmonton in May last year for their first hybrid event. And
Yes.
they had a a really funny venue at that point. Their place, like, it was up like literally 3 flights of stairs, and there was no elevator because it was a 100-year-old building. And so like it was in a small room, so they could only have 50 people, and they knew they had more demand than that. And so they worked with us to set up a live stream and a remote experience, so that they could make it available to every member of the community, and just in general more members of the community.
Right. And I mean, that's number one. A lot of businesses and companies talk about, having all of the, equal access to all of this stuff. And if they're not considering that in their strategy in terms of accessibility, then they're missing the mark there. I mean, they're going to be a dinosaur.
Right.
That's what's going to happen. But someone like you and myself are like, we're time poor. Like, okay, like this event might start at 5, but like you have to like pick up your kids at like 4 and then get home, get them fed, and get like, you can't, but you could sit down, have dinner with your partner, and then, and then watch a live stream or interact in that way. And I think it's super, I think that's one of the reasons why I love live streaming in that sense, because I know I can access things if I really wanted to, all the different style of content. I don't have kids, but I commute to the city a lot, and my schedule, sometimes I can, if I'm driving to the city one day, in 1 week, I can waste like 6 hours just in the car.
Whoa. Yeah.
If I'm going more than 2 days, right? Because there's traffic and all the stops and stuff like that. And how much time are we wasting with that? So
totally. And then I think the biggest magnitude of like disadvantaged people in North America and the world, the economically disadvantaged, they are often the most time poor. And for them to, if you don't even have a car and you're living out of town, to get into the city to get access to that event, that might just be completely off the table for you. But if you can create that live stream, maybe that's something that people can watch while they're commuting, right? Maybe it's something they can watch while they're in between jobs or whatever they're doing.
Right, exactly. And I think that, that pushes, the reason why you and I do events. There's a mission behind all of these events, and most of the organizations we work with have really passionate communities, but also like they need to focus on those communities that don't have access yet, like that, like because of an economic, I mean, I live in the country. I don't know if many people know what I do because it's just accessible. Like they don't have events like this around town, like what's going on? But it brings up a lot of feelings on that because, there's a lot of people that are not connected the way we are. So hopefully we can change that. And also physical disability, even not, maybe not something permanent, but maybe short term, like you rolled your ankle, like you can't drive, like it's got to be an option, or there's some physical medical things that prevent you from traveling. You can't do that. It's another reason why to live stream your event.
There you go. But so I think so. Final couple minutes here of this show. Most important for our episodes, how does this make us more resilient? We start live streaming, we get good at that. How are planners more resilient?
Oh man. Well, I think I would go back to the first point of like being not being a dinosaur. This is not a fad.
Dinosaurs aren't resilient.
Dinosaurs are extinct. So we're here to give you some tools and things to think about when it comes to events, but also like John said, it's a trend. It's not a fad. It's not going away. So thinking about live streaming your event is going to make you more resilient in the marketplace, because you're only going to, if you just do it, right? Like you might want to work with a planner like myself or John or anyone in this space to kind of figure out what would be best for you just to get the baseline. But the next time you do it, you just get better and better and better. And that will make you more resilient in the event space, or in the event space, even if you don't want to be in the event space, because you got to be. I mean, events are content gold mines.
Totally. And I think that sets up our next episode well, is like, how do you get started? Because that's what's important, is not being just a planner, but also be a doer. And best way is to try it and then do better next time, right? And so next episode, we're going to talk through how to live stream your in real life event. And most important step there will always be taking the first step.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's very profound of you, John. So I can't wait for the next one.
Full of this. Yeah.
I can't wait for the next one because I get to talk more tech stuff, which is my wheelhouse. So yeah, make sure you tune into the next episode of Resilient Events on 100 TV. And we are live every Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Looking forward to it. Till next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for being here for the fourth episode of the Marketing Mirror with your host, Sue Ann, of Right Mix for Business. Over the last couple of weeks, Sue Ann and some friends have been sharing the data, the deets, and myth busting for social media marketing. Getting social right can be the key to enhancing and developing your digital footprint, and social media fuels your content marketing fire, helping you to ignite awareness and attention for your business and brand. But with social media in upheaval lately, Sue Ann reminds you that you need to emphasize and embrace simply what the channel or platform can do for you and your business. Because no matter what, it's what you do with social media. For you and you alone, that matters. So, take a thoughtful approach to social media marketing management and optimize how you work with social to leverage the results you want to achieve. Sue Ann gave you data to support why you may want to participate in social media at all, though you absolutely don't have to, depending on your needs. But she also asks you to change your thinking to reframe your approach to social. In this week's Look into the Marketing Mirror, we're going to wade deeper into the murky waters of social media marketing and untangle how to match the needs of your audience, your business, and the correct social platforms to consider for the perfect fit. And as always, thanks for being here.
Step inside the Marketing Mirror to uncover marketing secrets, discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use, next gen or fundamentals. Grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV. Only on 100 TV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sue Ann, and yes, we've made it to episode 4 here on the Marketing Mirror. I am so happy you're here with me to take yet another trip inside the murky waters of the Marketing Mirror. Because you never know what you'll find, except you can be sure that everything you do reflects your business and brand. And so therefore, it's so important that we take a look at our marketing from all sides. And one of the things I've been talking about in the last few episodes is social media marketing. And I feel that organic social media marketing still today does a lot of good for a lot of businesses in a lot of ways. And I suggested to you last week that social media marketing isn't so much about the platforms you use, but more so about how you use them and how you connect, hopefully on an emotional level, with your audience so they can then love you and be more than willing to talk about you and help to market with you. And so if you get to that level of two-way communication and building a community around your brand and your business and your marketing, then everything goes much smoother. And so I want you to embrace social media marketing, even from an organic level, but I want you to think about it more strategically. I want you to think about how it can enhance your digital footprint, your business, and most importantly, build human relationships with other people, because people do business with people, not with Google or other entities. Like a business doesn't do business with a business, it does business with the people of the business. So I want you to embrace that all technology is to connect humans. And I want you to look at it that way. I want us to connect through technology and not distance ourselves through technology. And so I think social media plays an important role in that. And I hope you'll agree, we can all learn more as we go. And that's the thing. Social is changing, it's evolving. And so in the digital market, we also need to be changing and evolving. So for today, we're going to be looking at the second thing on my agenda for social media marketing. And that this item, maybe more so than anything, even more so than strategy. If you don't get this right, your strategy won't be right. So what I want to look at today in the marketing mirror, in those murky waters, is the question of what platform should I be on? Where do I belong as a business or a brand with social as a platform? And there's so many to pick from. But of course, I'm going to concentrate on the biggest main platforms because, look, those platforms are the platforms that are tried and true. They have the most usage. They are the most popular. And you will surely find your market, your audience on most of the major channels. So that's where we're going to concentrate for now. But think about social media marketing and all the platforms, not about their perspective, what they've got going on, but about your perspective and what you've got going on and how you can leverage and optimize using those channels and platforms for your own business objectives and goals. And of course, that's going to happen most and best by meeting the needs and serving the needs of your customers, potential customers, and audience. So you want to take that audience first approach, and you want to use that in selecting what platform, because you're going to follow the platform that houses where your audience lives. So once you find where your audience is, that's going to be the platform you're going to want to think about. There are other factors too. Let's jump in to the marketing mirror and see what some of those might be. Okay, so today we're going to dive deeper into the social platforms and audiences and how to make the match so that you know where you should be hanging out on social media, where you can build your business and brand with the right audience using the right platform. And so we're going to match your wares, your talents, and your audience to create a powerful social footprint. And that is the point. So one more thing I want to show you that supports the research that I showed you earlier on about why you may want to be on social. I want to also say from the organic perspective, this data that Social Sprout collected also really, I think, more deeply shows you that social media marketing has power. So first it shows you that 49% of consumers find their perfect product when they see a targeted ad. So an ad that a company has targeted their way based on audience information that it's collected in order to know that they might be a good fit. So this, when it's a targeted ad, these people, this is paid, this is the paid side, which we're not working with, but there's 49% who are saying they're buying from a targeted ad and they're seeing and finding that product that way. But those ads, like I said, are researched to be directed to you. So there's also an advantage of that. But look, 40% of consumers are finding what they want about a brand through an organic post. So that's only 9% difference of paid targeted reach getting somebody versus just your organic post is still 40%. Then it talks about researching on social media, which means, again, there's a good chance that 34% also includes organic information they're seeing, not just targeted, because 40% comes from organic posts by a brand and 49 is paid. Those are pretty close numbers. And researching, they're seeing it on social, you don't know in which way. Also, they're seeing it on friends posts, which, guess what? Friends posts happen on social. So when people share your stuff and people see it that way, that's another way that you gain exposure. So even if friends are not your target market, but they are willing to share your information, your posts, they're sharing it with their audience, you've got another chance of being seen and of people actually finding products that way because a friend reshared it. Also hearing about it directly via tags or direct messages. So I'm tagging you directly to tell you about something I love and I want to show you, again, through social. Or I'm DMing you information that I found. Where did I find it? Probably on social, and then I'm sending it to you. So this is how consumers are finding products that they're using and purchasing, and this is why it may behoove you to be on social. So that strengthens our arguments for going into finding out more about these platforms and audiences. So we want to look at it from three perspectives. We want to look at these platforms and audiences and how we're going to put this together from the perspective of what do we want and need for our business. We're going to look at it from what do we want and need for our audience. And we're going to look at it from what can we do based on our talent and skills that will be most effective. So if our audience might be on a platform that we're not on or that we are not comfortable with or we don't have a budget to produce, then that changes our selection. Because if we can't shine in the social that we choose, then that also detracts from being there. So you have to consider three things. But first, you're going to want to hone in on your target market. Do you even know who you serve? This is always an interesting question because sometimes I'll talk to clients and they'll tell me this is their target market. But their analytics support a little bit of a different perspective on who their target market might actually be, who they're actually attracting. And that might change the way they want to communicate with people because they might need to skew it a little older, a little younger, whatever it is. When you hone in on your target market, you understand who it is that you need to hone your messaging to. And so if you find that you don't have the right market in mind who is actually interacting and buying from you because what you think doesn't match the data, that can be something that will help you get a little clearer and make you do better because you understand it. So you have to look deeper than just the demographics by numbers. And one way you can really learn about the people that you serve, there's a really easy way, but a lot of people don't think of it or it doesn't occur to them. I guess that's the same as you don't think of it. But the point is, if you don't talk to the people that you serve, that's the easiest way to find out what it is that makes them click with you. So it's not just about knowing their age or their income, their location, their livelihood. It's about what is it that makes you resonate with them. So what is it that is making that deeper connection, both emotionally and then logically? And so when you look at your deeper demographic, you're going to be learning about who they are from other perspectives than the numbers. And like, for example, you might notice that you didn't even think about it, but a lot of your customers have some common thread that you never kind of connected. But in talking to them, you realize, oh, wait, everybody I handle or help is a creative person, is from a certain industry, is from a certain specific background, like say all engineering people or whatever. So you want to look deeper to find those threads, and then to understand on a more core level what drives them, what the emotional relevance is for you that draws them to you. So you're going to really have to look at that. Another thing about your platforms and audiences is you think you know your people are there, and so that's the audience you need to be, but you don't think about why are they there. So there's a user intent position that you should consider. And again, shout out to Blogging Wizard. Thanks, Adam, because this is really an important thing that I don't think most people think about or talk about. So, yay, everybody, I serve women. Women are on Pinterest. I'm going to be on Pinterest because women are on Pinterest. But what if women aren't shopping on Pinterest? What if they're just there to look at the pictures? Well, in this case, women are there to shop on Pinterest. They're actually looking for products and brands. But there's other places like TikTok that people go for fun. They go to laugh and watch a quick video. They are not looking for brands or products. Now, if you're a big brand with a big budget and you can do TikTok videos and, you know, hit your target market, sure, every touch point matters. But if you're a smaller brand and you have to really pay attention to, or you're just getting started on social, or you want to refine and revise your social, you have to start on one or, you know, a couple specific platforms. You're going to want to think, why are the people going to that platform? If they're just going for fun and entertainment, that may not be the right intent for the audience. Not to mention that in the case of TikTok, for me at least, that's a much younger audience than I'm trying to reach. So I don't have a reason to be on TikTok. If I were a bigger brand, sure, I might put content on TikTok because I might have the ability with the resources that's no big thing. But for me to take on another thing to do would be a little bit crazy when it's not specific to my purpose. So you're thinking about your business purpose, you're thinking about what you can do well, and again, you're thinking about the audience. So if they're there to search for products rather than just to stop by for fun, that makes a difference. If they're there to connect with friends and relatives like Facebook, that makes a difference. So you might even need to hone the way that you speak on different platforms by the platforms and what the user intent there is. And that way you can connect with them better, because their reason for being on that platform might not be what you thought it was. And if it's not what you thought and it doesn't match what you're doing, then it's also a waste of your time and resources. So you really have to think about what platform for my peeps, but that's not all. You have to think about what platform for me. And it's not only on that business objectives and goals level, but it's also on the level of what am I talented at doing? What can I bring forward to the market in the best possible light that showcases my business and my business goals and helps my audience? So if I stink at something and it's illegible to consume, then that's not helping your audience or your business. So you really have to consider, what am I good at and what do people want from me? And then what will benefit my business goals and objectives? What will help me achieve them? One thing I suggest is that you start with just one platform. And I don't care if you're already on 20 of them. If you really want to get your social right and you really want to get your marketing right, we're going to do that slow down to speed up approach. Let's go back. Let's pick the most successful platform we have going, or the one that looks to have the most potential when we think about all the things that matter in what we choose for our social platform. And then let's go all in and start with one platform and then expand out into others. When you optimize and leverage at your full capability one platform, then it's easier to flow into the other platforms, and you already have a strong working single platform. Some people, that's all you need. Then the second thing I want to mention is your name and your photo, and tell you how much they matter. If your name is not Pepsi or Nike or something of that nature, Amazon, something big, then you probably want to give your name, because you are the brand representing your business or company, and people are dealing with people, so they're going to be dealing with you. Now, you can still have a business page profile that's the name of that business, but you want to have a profile with your name or your business name, but clearly that, not something crazy that's similar, like Super Susie or something. Because here's the main reason. Because when people are searching on social, they're searching for a name, either your business and brand, either your business name, your company name, or your name. So if you have all your social channels with all these crazy handles that aren't your name, your business name, or your name, they're not going to find you. So you're only kicking your own butt while you're doing your hide behind the mask thing. And if you're doing social in good faith and for business, why wouldn't you give your name? So don't hide. And also your photo matter. Again, if you're not a big brand like Nike and Pepsi that can put their logo on there and everybody recognizes it and loves it as it is, your photo will matter. And most times people want to see you, not Darth Vader, and that's you somewhere behind there, but actually who they're talking to, who they're dealing with, who they're thinking about doing business with. So you're going to do better with that photo of a real person. And that's a headshot, and that's not two people, and that's not with your dog or your dog instead of you. It's just you. Try to do you. It's hard, I know, because I didn't have any headshots of me when I had to put one up for a profile, none at all. It's really imperative that you pay attention to profiles. I'm going to talk to you more about that and tell you more specifically what to do about that in a little bit. Also, you want to use your links wisely. So a lot of people put in their header of their website links to social channels, which they just arrived on your website and you're sending them away. Don't do it. Crazy. A lot of people will put hashtags and also to other profiles. Again, if they're coming to your profile on LinkedIn or Twitter or Facebook or whatever it is, Instagram, and you send them immediately away in your header or in your bio with hashtags and to somewhere else, when people click on that, they're leaving you. You're sending them to a topic if you're using hashtags, or to another channel, when instead of keeping them there on your social channel or sending them to your own website. Those are the two things I think you should be doing. So use those links wisely. And I'll talk to you more about that in a minute. Also, think before you ink. A lot of people just throw it out there, but don't. Think before you ink. So also with the don't send them elsewhere, I want to get a little more specific. So for example, a lot of people will, for a Twitter profile, they will send people to their one link will go to a landing page. And landing pages have a very specific purpose. The purpose is to get usually your name and email, and you to sign up for a newsletter or for another lead magnet, another gift of some sort. And the purpose is to get you to do that one thing, or sign up for a course, or take a $10 thing, or get a whatever. But you have no other choice when you go to a landing page. So if you only have one link from your social bio and you send people to a landing page, you just defeated the purpose of that link, of them bringing them closer to you. And you have to remember how many touch points it takes before somebody will do business or interact with you. It takes a lot of times of them seeing you and or interacting with you, and sometimes never interacting with you, but still seeing those touch points and reading and knowing, getting to know you, finding out about you through where they see you, Once they hit that level of touch points, then they might actually give you their email or click what you want. But if you do that on first meeting, if they came to a social channel and you send them right to a link where they have one choice, love you or leave, they're going to leave most of the time. So why not, for example, make that link to your homepage? And from your homepage, you offer people many options. Your homepage is the doorway to your website, the doorway to your business, and you want to allow people to come in to that business and website at whatever level they are. So you don't, like a landing page, just get them there, here's one thing to do, or you're gone. At a homepage, you say, welcome. If you're interested in this, go here. If you want to do this, go here. We can offer you a nice email video, free video email tidbits course here. You can start on my blog. In other words, you want to offer pathways. You want to have avenues from your homepage to meet users or visitors where they are. So some people are top of the funnel, they're just discovering you. So they don't want to go straight to your, how-to videos on using your software. They don't even know what your software is yet. So they might want to go to your what is your software page, area. So you want to create pathways so that people, no matter where their intent coming in, finds it, and you take them down a path to get to know you deeper and to draw you in deeper through where they're coming from and where you can offer them to go. So it's not just that link and be gone, and it's not that link everywhere so nobody's coming to you to where you want them to focus. Sending them away from you is silly, in my opinion.
Today's look into the marketing mirror reveals how imperative it is to take a closer look at your ideal audience, as well as the major social media channels themselves. The more insight you have into the people you serve, as well as an understanding of the nuances of the major social platforms, the better your social efforts will go. However, understanding yourself and clarifying your key messaging is just as impactful. When you nail down your key business communications with conciseness and clarity, you can consistently weave your core messaging throughout your social media and reinforce it on every channel where you have a presence. The key takeaway for you to consider going forward is that your marketing begins in its simplest form with your social profiles or bio. Slow down your marketing to speed it up. Start with a thoughtful and meaningful approach to your social media profiles, so they act as a micro-piece of essential business or brand marketing. Stay consistent across platforms, so there's no question as to what you're all about. Don't confuse people with mixed messaging or inconsistency, but rather tailor purposeful wording and core meaning right from the start. Make an impact at first glance, and continually ask yourself, what is the single most important thing I want people to understand about me, my biz, my brand? Then reflect this finding consistently in your social media profiles and bios, and weave it into your social media marketing assets as well. And as always, thanks for checking out this episode of The Marketing Mirror.
Stay tuned for the next episode of The Marketing Mirror. And because she never stops marketing, here's a preview of what's coming up. From the nearly famous Marketing Millie.
Answering questions your customers or prospects have is a perfect beginning for some of the social media content you may want to produce. The more helpful and viewer-centric your content for social is, the better it will relate to and connect with people. And as they say, people want to do business with people. And so many of the reasons to participate in social media and jump into the digital space revolve around connecting with people.
I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out, see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that.
So my name is Lavon Smith, and my show is called Winning While Budgeting, and it's just an empowerment educational show on finances for the things that I'm hearing in the street that it could be what people don't know. For example, like life insurance is affordable. You should get it. You should have it while it's important. Or even down to the basics. Here is basic budgeting tips, skills to make your life better. But budgeting doesn't have to be restrictive. It could be informative to your life to help it be better. Don't look at it like a prison sentence. So that's kind of the angle it will be coming from.
I'm Marco Novo. I'm from Portugal. My show will be the branding show, and it will be mainly about branding, how we can use live streaming content to get known, to get acknowledged, to get recognized, to be trusted, and by the end to be that person or that brand that people will think if they need what we do, what we have.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Self-expression and personal growth as he uncovers the magic within our everyday experiences. He offers insights to navigate life's challenges with joy, peace, and happiness. So join us as we delve into the synthesis of the unknown and known, the seen and unseen, and unravel the intriguing mind behind the pages. You're watching Books with Bridgetti, and today we're talking to Joseph Carabas. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Can everybody see that? Coinbase
Hey, it's Christoph Trapp. Thanks for having me on your live show. It was really my pleasure. Your production is just fantastic. Unbelievable how you guys are pulling that off. So organized with segments and transitions and all those different things. Right in line with what I'm talking about in my new book, Going Live. Live stream your podcast to reach more people. Hopefully people tune in for our conversation. It's definitely worth the on-demand version, in my opinion, if I may say so myself. You guys are awesome.
I think this might be, I've been on over 24 different podcasts and radio shows in the last couple of months, and this has to be one of the most sophisticated, what the kids that I used to teach call bomb.com shows and presentations that I've ever been on. It was fantastic. Thank you.
I love your introduction. How professional. That sounds, I feel like I'm on a beautiful show here. Folks, welcome.
Available wherever great books are sold near you.
Oh my goodness, Ross, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And,
this is one of the most fun interviews that I've ever done. So thank you, Bridgetti.
Big pleasure. Ross, take care.
Thank you.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Books with Bridgetti. In his book, That Think You Do, Joseph Carabas invites readers to explore the realms of expertise, self-expression, and personal growth as he uncovers the magic within everyday experiences. Our live stream today is made possible by StreamYard and BeLive Media, only on 100 TV. Now, if you've never met our amazing author today, here's a little bit about him. Joseph has told stories to anyone who would listen, starting in his childhood. So he's been telling stories for a really, really long time. He tells me that he wrote his very, very first story in grade school and started getting paid for his writing back in 1978. So my goodness, if you're a storyteller and you're trying to write and nobody's paid you, you need to talk to Joseph. Now, he's been everything in between, from a long-haul trucker to a chief research scientist. He's also held patents covering mathematics, anthropology, neuroscience, linguistics based on technology he created in his basement. And from what he created, and from that, he created an international company. I'm definitely out of my league today with this interview, but I'm looking forward to talking to Joseph. He tells me that he retired from corporate life and now spends his time writing fiction and nonfiction based on his experiences. And his work regularly appears in anthologies and in his own novels. So please give a warm welcome to my amazing guest today, Joseph Carabas. It's so great to have you join me today on Books with Bridgetti, and I cannot wait for us to dive into talking about all the amazing things that you have done over the years. And of course, your latest book just absolutely blows my mind, and I can't wait for us to dive into that. I love the cover, and I really want to know a bit more about the cover and how you came up with that as well. But just, to give audience a little bit of about, yourself. Your bio mentions that you have sought immersion with Indigenous societies all over the world. How have those experiences influenced your writing? Have they influenced your writing?
Yes, thank you very much. And I gotta tell you, I love the theme music you have on the intro. That is just, I'm over here just, dive into it. Anyway, yeah, my experiences with different cultures globally very strongly influenced my writing. Some of it shows up in That Think You Do, definitely shows up in my short stories and novellas. In my science fiction kind of science fiction novel, Man, the healing, the final amount of healing for the main character comes from talking to someone who used to be a Jibaro shaman from the northern Amazonas region of South America. And in one of the short stories, The Goat Men of Bagheera, and another one of my anthologies, that is based heavily on my experiences working with a culture from the high Andes. So yeah, it shows up everywhere. And as a matter of fact, a forthcoming novel, which is entitled The Shaman, that is nothing but the indigenous cultures and studying with them and learning from them and experiencing life as they lived it. So it's very much a part of my current existence. I could not write what I do without it.
Could you give me maybe one example of how your experiences with indigenous societies have inspired a particular story or novel?
Certainly. Let's take the Goatman of Bagheera, which is in Tales Told Around Celestial Campfires. The entire premise of that story is an explorer on a deep space mission. They go to a planet which, as far as their instruments have told them, there's no intelligent life. So they go to the planet, and behold, there is, but it is differently intelligent than ours. It is more closely attuned to the planet's well-being than to the individual's well-being. And the the main character is what you might call a xenopologist, meaning he's an anthropologist for alien cultures. And it's his job. He's the only one on the ship with anything near the qualifications to have a first contact. So he tries to interact with these creatures who they're called the Goatmen because they basically resemble the high mountain goats, the rams in the Rockies and northern Rockies in Canada. But they're humanoid. They have 2 legs, 2 arms, and they're amazingly well adapted for their life on what are called by the human explorers. There are these 2 massive rock mountain type things that are called Towers of God. And their significance is not at all subtle. So he spends time with them, and one of the first things he realizes is they knew about the humans in the ship. And their greatest concern was, are you the only ones of your kind, or will more come here? Which was very often a question that I would be asked and have to answer. So he realizes they have a totally different way of thinking, and they're trying very hard to understand Banks and his crew, while Banks is trying to understand them. He basically does not want them to be exploited. He realizes the humans who want to come to this planet and get the ores, get the minerals, basically harvest it, will exploit them. So it's that clash of cultures. And as the story progresses, Banks becomes more and more one of them. He basically goes, as we used to say, he's going native, he's going abo, meaning original. Until finally something happens back on Earth, they abandon him because he won't leave the Goatmen. The backstory to all this is he came on this mission because he and his wife are estranged. He realizes he will not be able to see his son anymore. And the linking thread, if I'm not boring you yet, linking thread are the bison. These are trees which are huge ironwood trees like sequoias, except that as he goes more and studies with the Goatmen, he realizes these trees are actually part of a creature which spans worlds, which spans universes. And they just, here they are as trees, here they are over there as something else. And they're actually the ones who are taking care of the Goatmen. They are, for lack of a better term, the Goatmen's deities. And that's an example of how it influences my work. People who read that tell me it's amazing. As a matter of fact, I remember one editor that someone came into her office as she was reading The Goatmen, and she actually yelled at them, "Don't bother me, I'm reading this." She was that excited by what she was reading that, don't go away, I don't want to be interrupted. Which, to me, that's a pretty high compliment.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just amazing. So
Thank you.
switching over to your book, the one that we've got on screen there to show people that think you do, you touch on different aspects of life, such as thinking like an expert, overcoming fears. What motivated you to want to explore these topics?
Excellent question. Back in that company that you mentioned that my wife and I started, Susan and I started, and I had these patents which covered neuroscience, linguistics, sociology, and blah, blah, blah. The topics in the book actually came out of research into those fields. I was at one point in time, I'm not going to say world known, but I was recognized in those areas. One person actually said that I'm a world-renowned neuroscientist. I cracked up. I said, "You have no idea what a world-renowned neuroscientist is. I'm like the low level. I'm a bottom feeder." But I was well known enough that a company in California said, "Would you be interested in running a blog for us?" Sure. So from 2008 to 2016, I wrote a weekly blog based on my research. I was really just sharing. This is something that I discovered in my research, and guess what? It has a very practical application. You don't need to be brilliant in these fields. You don't need to have degrees in these fields. Here's a way to take this information and make your life better. And the blog got tremendous activity. I was very, very flattered, because to me this was all just basic stuff. This was not like, oh my God, look at the sliced bread in the wheel there. This was more like, wow, that's really fascinating. That's kind of interesting. Let's write about that. So I'm with a new publishing house, and the editor was going through my portfolio, and she said, "Wow, this is really amazing stuff. Let's write a book about this." I went, "Sure, let's do that." So she gathered up all the blog posts, and about a third of them are in this book. Probably less than a third, actually. She put them all together, and she had me proof them, and she said, let's get that done. There you go. It was the first book publishing house.
That's absolutely amazing. Oh my goodness. Could you elaborate a little bit on the concept of the actor within versus the inner critic, and how that could, understanding that could benefit readers?
One thing that a lot of people seem to have is they will do something, they don't do it as well as they would like. Somebody says something to them they don't appreciate, whatever, and they have a little voice inside them which chastises them, almost punishes them. Don't do that. I told you that. Don't do that again. People are watching you. Whatever. And that's what we call the inner critic. There's actually a term for that in psychodynamic psychotherapeutics called the inner critic. And it's that voice, or that feeling, that emotion you get when something didn't turn out like you wanted, something didn't turn out as well as you planned, somebody laughed at you, somebody made fun of you, it was not a positive outcome. So especially, let's say you grow up in a family which is not as loving and gracious and kind and forgiving as it could be. So you hear a lot of these negative messages, and these negative messages continue through adulthood. Maybe the relationships you've been in have not been the best. Maybe the work situation you've been in is not the best. So you hear this inner critic constantly putting you down, telling you, don't try that, don't attempt that, don't do that. Well, the other side, literally the other side of that, is what's called the actor within. And the actor within is the voice who goes, yeah, come on, let's go. What the heck? Let's go for it. What? And the actor within is the one who encourages. a lot of people, too many people in my opinion, listen more to the critic than the actor. So here are some easy ways to start listening more to the actor rather than the critic, to pay attention to the progressive, to the desirable, to the invigorating parts of yourself, rather than listening to the blemishing, to the degrading parts of yourself, because we have both of them in there. It doesn't matter really who you are, what your background or training is, you'll have those two voices in you. It's part of how we're designed. Now, the great thing is, or the interesting thing is, the critic was actually, it's actually a part of our brain that has grown out of our evolutionary need to make sure we don't get in danger. When we were, walking across the pampas, that tall grass just moved and there's no wind. There's a lion or a tiger or something in there. Don't go over there. We heard a very, very loud noise. That's a big animal. Get away from here. So that inner critic is actually the modern evolutionary part of our brain, which kept us alive throughout our evolutionary history. And that's an important piece that people need to know. So recognize that piece is designed to keep you safe and alive. The other part, the actor, that actor is the one that allowed Newton to figure out how gravity worked, that allowed Einstein to figure out how relativity worked, that allowed people to come up with penicillin. Just the amazing thing, the wheel, was because someone said, I can do this better. And they didn't listen to the critic, they listened to the actor. So you want that actor, but you want to now say to it, thank you. Don't try to put it down. Don't try to get rid of it because it's part of your wiring. Instead, thank it for being there and say, I appreciate it. I got this. Because all it wants to do is protect you and take care of you. So if you let it know, I got this. I can take care of this. And you know what? You can rest now. And I'm gonna tell you what, should I need you, I know exactly where you are, and I'm gonna come get you. And it's amazing when I share that with people, and that's one of the things I share in the book. It's amazing to me that people will come back to me and say, I did what you told me for like a week, and now I hardly ever hear about the critic, and I'm getting out there and I'm doing stuff. Like, good for you. Good. I've started playing the guitar. I never played the guitar before. I always wanted to play the guitar. Good. Good. That's what you need to do. Good for you.
It's amazing. It's amazing, Joseph. Thanks for sharing that. We're going to take a really quick break, and I've got a question that I think a lot of people struggle with. So we'll be back in just a bit. Don't go away. You are watching Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors, only on 100 TV. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, I'm talking to Joseph Carabas about his book, That Think You Do. Now, a lot of people struggle with being heard. And your book promises to offer insights on being heard effectively. So what advice have you got for someone who struggles to be heard? Is the problem with them? What is the real thing behind people struggling to be heard?
There's an actual chapter about that in the book. Want to be heard? See a musician. And the whole premise is people sometimes want someone to listen, to pay attention. They don't want them to respond so much as just one individual needs to get the energy out of their system. It could be emotional energy, could be psychological energy, could be spiritual energy, could be physical energy. So an amazing study at Northwestern University here in the States have discovered that if you really want to be heard, have someone actually not respond, but pay attention and show that they're paying attention, talk to a musician. And it doesn't have to be somebody who's been playing music for 35 years as a professional on stage. You don't need to go see Sting or Andrea Bocelli. You don't need to do that. But you need to have someone who knows a little bit about music, even if they're just a person who hacks at the piano in their own home for fun. Because people who know music, who studied music, their brain is wired to pay attention to differences in sound. And that differences in sound show up in how you tell somebody something. For example, right now, I'm having fun because this is a wonderful show and you're a wonderful hostess. So I'm having a good time. And my voice shows it. You can hear the happiness in my, I hope you can hear the happiness and the joy in my voice. But now I'm going to remember something that's not quite happy and helpful that's going on. And my voice drops. And I talk with a down sound at the end of each sentence, at the end of each point. So when I want to make a point now, let's say I'm talking about something painful, and I want specific points to be understood. When I want that point to be understood, my voice goes down. And then this happened, and then this happened. As opposed to, even if you do this with a child, listen to how a child tells you about the greatest thing they did in school or in the playground or with their friends. And then I caught a ball, and then I ran with the ball, and then I had a good time with the ball, and then I tossed the ball to Jim. So their voice is always going up. Excuse me. And musicians are finally attuned to that, to the point where they can actually hear which words you fluctuate up and down on. So they know that, okay, that was an emotional word and their voice went down, then their voice went back up. So this is hurting them. This is hurting that person who's talking with me. That was an emotional word and their voice went up. So this is a good thing for that person. They inside, they're very joyous about it. Or they're listening to you talk and you start talking about when you saw something. And depending how you talk about what you saw, they can tell that it was a painful sight, it was a joyous sight, you were confused by it. And when you stop talking, and this is another thing the musicians are very good at, they will listen and listen and listen. And when you're finished, and they know that you're finished, like the end of a piece of music, they will come in and offer their thoughts, or they will ask for elaboration. And as an interesting key point to this, some of the best psychotherapists and psychologists, etc., that I've worked with and that I've trained and I've been trained by, in my opinion, the best have some kind of music in their background. It could be something as simple as the family used to get together and sing with a favorite song on the radio. There was one guy whose father was a tenor in the church choir, and he would always sing in the house, and he would sing to his wife and sing to his kids, not just, how was your day? How was your day? I hope it was joyful. And he just, God, the things he could hear in a person's voice, it was so amazing. So that is the thing about, if you want to be heard, go find a musician and talk with them. Make sure they're willing to be talked with. They might be a little, busy, but if they are willing to be talked with, there you go.
Oh my goodness. So I'm almost feeling like you were reading my mind a little bit, because my next question to you is like, I'm listening to you, I'm thinking, is this man reading my mind? Because my next question to you is, as a musician, how has your musical background influenced your writing and your perspectives on life?
Definitely influenced my perspectives on life. And I'm not going to say I'm a musician. I've been fortunate enough to study with some world-class musicians. I was actually invited to play with some world-class musicians. And I think that was because we had all had a little bit too much scotch that evening. But anyway, it has definitely affected or influenced my knowledge of music because, for one thing, and this amazes my friends and Susan, I will remember the first time I heard a piece of music and what I was doing and who I was with. And very often I'll remember in detail every instance of a piece of music. So that's how it's influenced my life, because I will associate sound to events rather than what I saw to events. And if I have to remember someone from a long time ago in my life, the first thing I do is I remember how they spoke, their voice. I remember how they sounded. And literally, when I remember the sound of their voice, their face comes in front of me. I see their face. How it's influenced my work, my writing. In some of my things, music plays a very active role. I will use music which is culturally recognized to provide a backdrop, to provide a soundscape for the reader to know what kind of emotions are here in this scene or in this setting. But in a much more distinct way, and I get a lot of readers commenting about this, especially in my fiction, I write to a rhythm. I hear the beats of the sentences as I'm writing them. And I use alliteration and I use syncopation and assonance to mark how I want things to be read. And I was so flattered one day, someone was reading Empty Sky, which just got released. And they were reading it and they suddenly looked up at me and they said, "You wrote this to a rhythm," because they had a musical background. And they said, "Yeah, oh yeah." And I'm, "Yes, I did it. Yeah." So that was very, very rewarding to me. And I think whatever someone has as a building brick, building point of their life is going to show up in their writing. I have some people would say I have a scientific background that shows up in my writing, the music background, the language background. Someone asked me if I was going to include a lot of cooking in one of my books because I love to cook. And I went, "Wow, that's a great idea." Another book. There it is. Okay, we're done. Yep.
Wow. So I'm going to switch gears a bit and we're going to take another quick break because I want to almost pause because I think this is quite an important question as well. We live in a world that's filled with deception. Very few people are truly honest about what they want, or people we're filled with, our lives are surrounded by people who deceive us, who their entire being is about deception. So let's take a quick break and we'll come back to my next question for you.
Very good.
Welcome back. We're talking to Joseph Carabas on Books with Bridgetti. Now, Joseph, in your book, you talk about the value of protecting yourself from people who are untruthful. Can you give us some practical strategies or tips that we can use to identify and protect ourselves from people who are less than truthful or just downright deceptive?
The best defense, if you will, is to start off being truthful with yourself. A lot of times, people in the modern world, as you stated earlier, are deceptive. And it's been my experience working with people that they know something is off, but for whatever reasons, the situation, their background, their experience, they don't follow up. They don't literally say, I'm a little confused by something. You don't have to say, you're lying to me, I don't believe you. But what you do have to say is, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I'm a little unsure of what you mean by that. And that's being honest with yourself. Instead of you're listening to someone speak and, wow, what was that about? And not asking the follow-up question. That's a confusing thing. That's confusing to the person who's listening, who's hearing the lie, who's being deceived. A lot of time promises are made. And you can tell by the way someone makes a promise, and this, someone will say, well, this is body language. Well, I don't know. It's based more on how people, again, how the brain is designed to make the body function. So there are two very distinct ways when someone is intentionally deceiving you. Number one, they will look directly at you and be very blank-faced. Okay, so yeah, this is what's going to happen. This is how we're going to do it. And there's no emotion whatsoever. If there's some kind of emotion, that's a totally different thing, because then you can tell they either like what's going to happen or they don't like it. But the person who is completely indifferent to it, they don't really care. They don't have anything invested in the outcome. They can be lying to you. I'm not saying that's always 100%, but that's when you want to ask the follow-up. The other thing that can happen is they want you to look at something else, okay? So it could be a book, it could be their phone, it could be whatever. Let me show you this. And instead of looking at you to see your reaction to what they're showing you, they will show you that they will get your attention. Here, look at this. Look at what's right here. See this right here? This is what we need to be doing, okay? But now they're going to look at this. They want you to follow their eyes to this rather than what they're saying. And that can be a very scary thing, because they have more invested in you paying attention to that than to them. Okay? If I'm communicating something to you which is of importance, I need to know you are recognizing this is important to me. Okay, you may glance at that, I may glance at that, but it's going to be more like, did you see this? What do you think about that? And I'm going back and forth because I want them to accept and agree with the information I'm giving them, or even if they don't accept it, I want them to recognize this is important. Okay, so the two things, I will talk with you, but I just no emotion whatsoever, as opposed to, I think this is going to be a really good thing. Or this is something we have to do. It's unfortunate, some kind of signal. Or they stare at the thing they want you to see and never look at you because they don't want you to recognize they're deceiving you. And the book, as you mentioned, the book has a chapter about this. And it all begins with recognizing in yourself that flame, I will call it, the flame of truth that we all have inside of us that tells us, and this goes back to the critic and the actor, actually, the flame of truth, which says, this is a good thing, I will accept this, I will do this, versus, I'm not, no, wrong. Pay attention. The minute you get, I don't care how strong it is, if you are in doubt, voice the doubt, Do not act until you are truthfully, honestly believing it's in your interest. And that's how defending yourself, that's how to, protect yourself from liars and deceivers. Very simple.
Very interesting. So you leave it up to the reader to discern what is true for them. How then
Yes.
would you encourage readers to explore and question their own beliefs and experiences?
Well, we are the sum of our lives. And the great thing about how we respond to anything is we respond in the moment with a lifetime of experience. We never respond in the moment with one thing that happened when I was 22 years old. I'm going to bring that forward. No, we respond with everything that's happened in our life, from our earliest memories in childhood to 2 moments ago. So when we need to examine ourselves, and that's a lot of what this book is really about, understanding how to live our lives better, how to make ourselves better, by taking a moment. How come I did that? Why did I do that? What was that from? Now, a lot of times when we do that, we're going to dig up a lot of interesting stuff from our past. Why did I not like going in the woods? Oh, just because I don't like trees. I don't like all those insects. I don't like this. I don't like that. Well, okay, that's great. I accept that. And let's explore back. Let's go back. When did you begin having that? Oh, my sister got stung by a bee and she came running out of the woods. Great. There you go. Make sure you don't go near a beehive. You've got it nailed. You're done in one. But unless we are willing as individuals to look back on our lives, to explore what our experiences have been and how they've affected us and how we want to be moving forward, that's a key thing. You can either stay the way you are, you're doing it fine right now, so let's stay the way you are. But if there's something in your life you want to change, the first thing you need to do is become aware you want to change it. A lot of times people will say, I don't know why I do that. I've done that again. I always keep on making that mistake. Well, that's awareness. That's simple awareness. What you want is more fulfilled awareness. You want to be able to say, and I'm not happy doing that, so I need to change that. And then what do I want to change it to? How do I want to behave in the future? And moment by moment, you work towards it. You don't sit there and go, I'm going to do this differently. No, you just up. Okay, good. All right. Okay, I did. That's it. I do that. Now I'm going to go a little bit better. I'm going to do a little bit better this time. Okay, good. Be gracious and kind with yourself, because if you're not gracious and kind and loving to yourself, no one else is going to be.
That's so true, and really good advice for us and for readers out there. So you mentioned the synthesis between the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen, and also the mental and the physical in your book. Could you expand a little bit on how our understanding of this could contribute to our sense of well-being or happiness or joy?
One thing that I really encourage people to do is find something that they enjoy doing and pursue it. Learn more about it. It's one of the ways we can think like an expert without having to go to college for 40 years or be a professor or whatever. Find something you like and do some reading about it. Go to a lecture on it. Maybe there's an adult ed course you can take on it. Maybe there's a group that meets in your area that does this type of thing. Going back to the musician type of thing, maybe you've always enjoyed jazz. You're not a good clarinet player, but you've always enjoyed jazz. See if there's a local group that takes anybody with any kind of level of skill, and sure, just sit in with us and jam with us. Great. So expand yourself that way. There's the known and the unknown. And I feel, my personal opinion is, we need to go a little bit more into the unknown, not to the point where we're nervous and, oh my God, this isn't terrible. What the heck did I do? But just on the other edge of that line where it's easy for us to come back if we need to, but at the same time, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And then the next thing you know is this part creeps up. Okay, now it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And this part creeps up again. And we expand ourselves by expanding our understanding of the world around us. Not just one thing. One of my teachers used to say to me, if you want to understand anything, you have to understand everything. And a great line, a great line is, if you really want to make an apple pie from scratch, you have to first create the universe.
That's statement that I never considered myself. From from people that have read the book so far, what's been your most interesting feedback from readers?
I think the most interesting feedback was people asking me if I would do lectures about it, talk about it, train people in the different aspects. Yep, sure, happy to do so. Let me know. But the overriding thing that I get from the majority of people is it really helped them in their lives. A woman based here in the U.S., out in the western part of the country, she wrote me and she said, I got your book and it was on my bookshelf and I didn't get to it. And for some reason, I don't know why, I picked it up, I started reading it. And I had just lost my job. And my family had just kind of gone their separate ways. And I was really depressed. And I read your book, especially the 2 chapters on depression busters. And I was like, wow, this is incredible. This is amazing. And when I hear from people that the book has helped them change their lives, help them get a better focus on their lives, help them understand their behaviors, help them become the kind of people they want to be, that to me is, that sends me to nirvana. I think when any author hears that their book has made a difference in someone's life, wow, yeah, that's good.
Absolutely. I can definitely resonate with that. We're going to take another quick break and we'll be back in a second. Thanks for joining us. You're watching Books with Bridgetti. You are watching Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors, only on 100 TV. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I'm talking to Joseph Carabas. Joseph, so how do you balance providing insight and perspective to readers while still encouraging them to form their own opinions or interpretations?
Well, one of the things that I hopefully do, I attempt to do, and my readers can tell me if I do it well or not, is provide the information. Here's the baseline information. Here's how I made use of the information for myself. Because almost every chapter in this book, it starts or ends with some anecdote about, this is how I made use of this in my own life. And then we go into are you having any of these types of things happening in your life? So here's the baseline information. Here's how it helped me. Here are the things that can help. You got to decide. If you think this information would help you, go for it. If you don't think it would help you, find something else that will. But a lot of what I do is merely get people to be aware of a challenge they're having. And and it's not, another thing is, it's not quote unquote them. They're not bad. They're not weak. They're not diseased. They're not troubled. They're not, inferior. No, this is part of how we were designed. This is how we are created to act. And because it is, we can control it. Believe it or not, those depressions you get, provided they're not like a biological, a chemical imbalance in the body. If this is something which is emotional, psychological, spiritual, there are ways that you can teach yourself to deal with it, to overcome it, to feel better. Do you feel like people have been deceiving you? There are ways for you to become aware. You can teach yourself. You can train yourself. There you go. There are ways you want to be heard. Yes. Do you want to change your life? Are you bothered by the amount of change that's in your life? Well, life is all about changes. I've been on the planet close to 70 years. And if somebody had told me when I was a kid that at some point in my life, I'd be able to talk to anybody on the planet with this thing I held in my hand. Yeah, I watched Star Trek too when I was a kid. Yeah. Okay. So, beam me up, Scotty. So it's really, for me, it's really, here's the base information which you can make use of. Here's how I made use of it. Here's things that it will affect. If you want to change them, go for it. And probably the best example of that is a chapter in the book called The Liz Effect, which is about my experiences with a young lady I dated many years ago. And recognizing what an unhealthy relationship it was. It was a painful relationship, and I managed to get out of it. And the worst part of it for me was running into her years later and realizing she had not changed. She was still that kind of person who caused damage, who wounded people intentionally because she had life issues of her own, which she never chose to deal with. So it's that kind of stuff, being aware, here's the facts, here's how I did it, here's things that can help, go for it.
That's incredible. I do want to ask you if you'd mind reading us a section out of the book that you think people would find interesting. But before we do, you do talk about a magic wand in almost every one of the chapters. Could you give us an example of one of these sort of magic wand moments and its impact on the reader's perspective?
Well, to me, the magic wand is one of those aha moments that everyone has. But these types of aha moments are the ahas which in that instant change how you view your life, change your perspective on things, allow you to recognize this and that aha moment, that magic wand, ring, and now we're over here where, we are Harry Potter, who's finally learned how to use that wand perfectly, and zip, and now we're all going to fly, or we're all going to do something miraculous. My magic wand needs some more batteries, but I'm working on it. So if it's an aha moment, which is an altering moment, that's the magic wand. There is magic in our lives. We don't pay attention to it. We are taught through college, through school, through Western civilization. Now all civilizations on the planet, I think, are being taught to no longer respect and honor the little bits of magic and the large bits of magic that are in our lives. And the magic is always within us. and I'm not trying to be flaky and spiritual or anything like that. Merely the fact that when we lose our ability to have wonder, we've really lost everything. When I see a beautiful sunset, no matter where I am on the globe, when I see a beautiful sunset, it doesn't matter that I've seen sunsets all my life. This one is beautiful. This one. And the thing is, everyone has their cameras and their phones, and they take pictures and they share it. The new can only be experienced once by anybody. And in my opinion, if I take a picture of something which is amazing and I show it to you, I have denied you the ability to experience the real thing. And instead, I've had you experience, not the real thing. It's kind of like flying over Greenland, and I'm gonna ruin new experiences for some of your viewers. Flying over Greenland in the dark of night, pitch black night, no moon, only the stars. The snow glows. The snow glows and it gives off a bluish light. And I still get a chill remembering that. And that's the thing. That's the aha moment. That is the wow. Oh my God. Whoa. And one of the things I share with people is you've been with someone. Susan and I have been together now better than 40 years. And I can still look at her and go, yeah, that is my love of my life right there. That is my sweetie. Come over here and cuddle with me, honey. Because there may be snow on the rooftop, doesn't mean there's not fire in the furnace. Okay, folks? So be aware of that magic moment. Appreciate them. Appreciate them that they are yours. Your magic moment may not be somebody else's magic moment.
Correct.
And find the person who will appreciate your magic moment, even if they don't share it, even if to them it's nothing special, but they will find joy in your joy. Yeah, that's good.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Joseph, before we go, can you read us a quick excerpt out of your book if you don't mind?
No, don't mind at all. This is actually the first chapter in the book. Change, which is constant, and managing the work-life balance. Susan, wife, partner, all things known and unknown, and I are coming on our 25th wedding anniversary. And I make a note in the book, we've actually celebrated much more than that. We've been together 44 years. I wrote our wedding vows. I cannot promise you fidelity, sanity, health, hope, love, comfort, or joy. All I can promise is that I will change. Not all of my changes will be good. I ask God's help that not all will be bad. I ask you today to be with me in my changes, to tell me when I am foolish, to heal me when I am sick, to love me when I forget to love, to give me hope when I have none to give me comfort when I am cold and alone, to give me joy when all I know is sadness. Stand with me the rest of my days. I have asked you to do this. I ask you again here before our friends and families. It is said before others, but the words are for you. I love you. So nobody in the audience knew what my vows would be. They knew I wrote them, and everyone thought it's going to be something funny because Joseph always laughing. And I have lost count of the number of people who said, can you send me those vows? Can you give me a copy of those? I want those for my wedding vows. It was our mutual, at the beginning of our relationship, our mutual recognition, we're going to change. We're not going to be the people we are now in 1 week. I'm going to discover you throw your socks on the floor? What? All these incredible things. How come you don't wash the dishes when you're done? You just leave them in the sink. It's going to be one of those things. And for people who are in relationships, just so you'll know, Susan and I have had our difficulties. We've had our challenges. And people say to us, how can your relationship be as strong as it is? Well, because we've had all these challenges and we made a commitment to each other. We're going to work it out. Part of working it out may be recognizing we can't be together anymore. We have to separate for both of ourselves to be healthy. But also part of working it out is, okay, I know why we're having this challenge. Let's fix it. Fix ourselves, make ourselves better for each other, for ourselves and for each other. And when you recognize that everything changes and that you're going to change, then people can't say, you're not the person I married. Well, yeah, darn right I'm not. My God, I hope not.
Joseph, thank you so much.
Now.
That's an amazing note to end our show on. Thank you so much. This was so much fun. Thank you to our amazing audience. We'll see you next time on another episode of Books with Bridgetti. Thank you for joining us on Books with Bridgetti. Join us next time for industry experts and award-winning authors only on 100 TV.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live. Hi everyone, welcome to the Red Carpet Guide to Marketing and Branding Live with Joie. I'm content creator Joie Gharrity, and you can learn more about me at joieg113.com and more about my products and services. Here you go. So today, it's part 2 of how to include your ideal client into your company brand. I have lots and lots of information on this, so I wanted to make it a 2-part series and share this with all of you. I always start with the Hollywood story. So let me just recap from part 1. So it's once you get going in Hollywood, people tend to know you, the marketplace, your ideal client, it's the same thing, right? Knows you and is emotionally connecting with you, and therefore they love what you're doing and they're buying tickets to come to your movie, go to the movies or stream your series or, license all of the comic book stuff, whatever it is. So it's not unusual though, for someone that is all of a sudden soaring higher and higher to maybe want to take a left turn and get away from. And so by taking a left turn, for instance, let's just say it is a writer and they write thrillers, right? And now they've written several thrillers and the marketplace knows them for it and the studio systems know it for it, the agents know them for it. And they come in and now they pitch a romantic comedy. What do you think happens to the audience out there about their ideal client? Do you think that their ideal client's buying into it? Or do you think that their ideal client is now having a wonky time with them and not knowing, liking, and trusting them? Yes, it's B, okay? And it can be so severe sometimes that it could literally close their doors. It could hurt their career for a very, very long time. And so as an entrepreneur, for instance, I want you to be thinking about your ideal client and who you are speaking to out there. And so I want you to be clear about how you're speaking with them. And today I'm going to be sharing some signature tips of how they can see, how your ideal client can see themselves in your company brand. So, but let's do some for instance. So let's say that you are a consultant and you are a business consultant out there. And that's what that's your ideal client, is people out there that want your consulting about business from you. So that's your ideal client. And so you've been building that for the last couple of years, or for years even. And all of a sudden you take a left turn, and you start sending out a signal and talking to your supposed ideal client, right? That you no longer are doing business. Instead, you want to sell them a network marketing product, right? Let's say it's skincare. And now, what do you think your ideal client is thinking to themselves? Wonky, and it can really hurt your know, like, and trust. And that's not that you can't sell, right, a network marketing skincare. I'm not saying that. You can, but it has to be done in a way where under maybe a division, and it has to make sense to your ideal client out there, and you have to have clarity around that, right? So I want you to think about your brand like your studio. Let's just say that you're Paramount or Warner Brothers, right? Paramount and Warner Brothers has divisions, right? And in those divisions, though, it all makes sense. They don't sell insurance in those divisions. They don't sell medical care in those divisions, because that wouldn't make sense underneath a media empire umbrella. Instead, though, they do have divisions that make sense underneath it, that still drives back to the heartbeat of the actual umbrella itself. Now, if you are a consultant out there and you want to add to your portfolio, which is a division, and you want to start selling skincare, network marketing skincare, bravo. But as long as it comes back to the clarity around the brand and makes sense to your ideal client. For me, for instance, I'm on shows all the time. I have shows, I do shows, I get interviewed on shows. And so my skincare is a big part of my brand. And so I have a division around skincare because it's all about visibility and influence with me. And I'm helping women and entrepreneurs in particular get more buzz out there in the marketplace. And one of my divisions is, guess what? Live shows, the live stream world, right? And so it makes sense that I'm talking about your face recognition, which goes back to skincare. Okay. So I hope that helps a little bit. So I want you to sit down and I want you to look at your umbrella first, and then your ideal client, and then how you are talking to them out there. So in today's episode, I want to talk about how your ideal client is recognizing you out there in the marketplace, and what kind of signals are you giving out there in the marketplace that they are buying into. We all have signals we're sending out there. We do. It's a signal, just like the signal I shared earlier, where someone was sending a signal as a writer in Hollywood that they were a thriller writer, and now they wanted to shift the signal to comedy, romantic comedy, which is possible. However, it causes a lot of lack, and trust aspect. And so the way that you have to do it is you have to be strategic. And so if they had an umbrella, for instance, and it was a production umbrella where they had divisions and that they were known for character development, now they could have a division under thriller and comedy, romantic comedy. Okay. Makes sense, right? Because they have a heartbeat, which they're known about character, about building out characters, and they have two different divisions. And so that would make sense. But if they've been writing thrillers, right, for years, and now they're going into pitching romantic comedies, imagine what it's doing to their careers. It's not helping, right? Unless they set it up properly. And I'm asking you to do the same. Okay, you want to look at what signals you're sending out to the marketplace, because I promise you are. And here's another thing too. How are you leveraging your marketing shares out there in the marketplace to call in your ideal clients? It's something I want you to be thinking about. As a matter of fact, that should be your only strategy. If you are selling to women entrepreneurs like myself, right, then I'm not going to have imagery of male entrepreneurs. I'm not going to speak I'm not going to share written or video testimonials by men. That just wouldn't make any sense, right? No, not at all. In the past, in the past, I've worked with men, so I've scraped all those testimonials. However, I do have a division underneath my umbrella because I am a media girl that is for Hollywood clients only. So I work with Hollywood clients in that division, right? I do work with male directors, but with the heartbeat around the visibility and influence again. And it's only for that division, for the Hollywood division underneath the umbrella though. And that Hollywood division has its own everything, right? I don't mix the two up, right? And I do, but there are let's get real. There's more up and coming women directors out there, but there's a lot of male directors down there, right? And so, but it's just for that division. But on a whole, my umbrella, right, support, because it supports media, visibility, and influence, is specifically for women entrepreneurs and every other division. So I make sure that I share marketing images that are of women. I make sure that my written and my video testimonials that go out there are women, right? Women entrepreneurs, specifically women entrepreneurs, right? And so I want you to be thinking this way too. And again, you can learn more about my products and my services at www.joieg113.com. And you can learn about my books there. I've got 2 books. I've got the Red Carpet Guide to Visibility and Influence, and I've got Being Your Own Superstar, How to Expand Your Love Capacity. You can get both of these on Amazon. This book is Inner Game, and I have an entire system in here. It doubles as a guidebook of how you can grow your inner game so you can go next level in the marketplace and in your biz. And this is all about branding and marketing and social media, and also doubles as a guidebook so that you, by the time you're done, you'll have a robust branding, marketing, and social media strategy and plan. So I want to talk about the super red carpet strategy right now. I want to talk about is incorporating your ideal client in your company brand with intake forms. I love myself an intake form, right? Because guys and gals out there, it only takes one unideal client to take down your entire company brand. It's true. Because when you have a miserable experience, what do you want to do? Close your doors, right? Because it makes you so emotionally unhappy, right? And so we want to make sure you're only calling in your ideal client. An intake form can help you identify that. If a person really is your ideal client, and you want to incorporate questions that help you to recognize if that person is right fit for you and your ideal client. So here's a couple questions that I ask, right? First of all, I ask if they're a woman entrepreneur, unless it's my Hollywood division. But if they're a woman entrepreneur, so that has to check mark yes. That's the first thing. The next thing I ask is what, from a scale of 1 to 10, how fast do they make it a decision? 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest, right? Why is that question important to me for my ideal client? Because I love to work with people that are fast, that make quick decisions. I don't like to work with people that are, and there's nothing wrong with that, because there's plenty of coaches and consultants that's a good fit for, but I'm saying the right fit for me, right? For an ideal client is someone that can make quick decisions, someone that likes to move quickly, that wants to move through the process, that doesn't want to kick the rock around forever. I call it kicking the rock around. And likes to jump off cliffs, right? Because I love to do big buzzworthy strategies and techniques and get people out there and really grow their brand and their visibility influence, because it's directly linked to their earning power, right? And so that's one of my main questions. And if I see someone that gives 1 or 2, I have no problem introducing them to someone else that I know that they would be a better fit for. But for me, I want someone that can make really quick decisions. Also, it's a great way for you to collect information right off the bat. So if they are your ideal client, that now you already have all their information. You've got their email address, their contact number, right? You have their business title, their business name. These are questions that I ask. I also ask for people's birthday and birth month. I love doing gratitude marketing. And I think it's fun. I think it's exciting out there, right? And so I want you to be thinking in those terms. And so I already have all that. So if I onboard them, right, because they're my ideal client, I don't need to be tedious and go back, because I like people to make quick decisions like me. I'm very quick, right? I like to go that I already have it, and I can set up all their information and be very organized in my Trello. I talked about Trello on my last episode, so you can check all that out. And I set it up and I have all their information right then, and then we can jump in and we can get going. And if for some reason that they don't say yes, even though they're your ideal client, now you have their email address and you can put them in your email marketing campaigns, and you can stay in touch and be at the top of know, like, and trust. Also, too, I also make sure that I get their social media handles so that I can become friends with them on Facebook or on LinkedIn, Instagram, and what else do I use? I don't use Twitter. I don't like it. It's just not my game, right? So use what you like, right? So I love LinkedIn and Facebook. And there's another way where I can put them into an emotional connection, because I'm going to be sharing written testimonials, video. I share written testimonials, video testimonials, my personal and my professional journey, and I do marketing campaigns that are all signaling out to my ideal clients. And so at least if they're not ready, then at least that I have a touch point with them. So do the same, okay? All right. So another red carpet strategy is sharing your brand story is a great way to incorporate your ideal client into your company brand. Okay. Your brand story. When I first was encouraged to share my brand story, I thought it would be so boring. I'm like, who wants to hear about Hollywood? Seriously. Like, I worked there. Right. I mean, because it was so indoctrinated, it was just like a second skin at that point. I was there for 15 plus years already. Right. Before I went down a second time, and worked there again. But what I want to say about it is your brand story is really interesting, and it helps your ideal clients to emotionally connect with you. So don't leave out your past. Don't leave out how you got to where you are today. Don't leave any of that out for someone, because you don't know who you're going to be emotionally connecting with out there with your ideal client. Let's just say in the past, let's just say this, that you worked for in a government agency. Let's just say that. Okay. But you never talked about it, even though that's a big part of your brand story, right? Because there were techniques, tools, and strategies and tips and learning curves that you learned there. It's just why you're doing what you're doing today. There's no way you could do it without your past, right? And by pulling it forward, what you're doing is you're gaining know, like, and trust in the marketplace. So people are like, wow, you work for a government agency? We know how hard that is. Like, good for you, sister and brother. Like, all right. Also, too, they're like, they have a past. Wow, I don't want to work with someone that's a greenhorn. That doesn't interest me at all, right? Love that they have a past, right? Maybe your ideal client that you're itching to work for used to work in a government agency too. What is that going to do? Emotionally connect you to immediately. They're going to want to, they know they're going to be able to talk to you. Also, too, by sharing your past, they know that by you sharing your past, that they can share their past, right? I see way too many entrepreneurs and business owners trying to hide their past. I'm like, why? Unless you're in jail or you were a prisoner, right? That might not be something I'd be spotlighting a whole lot. But other than that, right, you don't want to hide what you used to do, right? And this whole shame and blame thing about people getting laid off, I said, that had nothing to do with you, right? If a brand comes in and they lay off like, hundreds of thousands of people, that has nothing to do with you. Or if they laid off 10 people, it doesn't matter, right? But you still put in time and energy into that component of your life. And so I want you to pull it forward, and I want you to share what you learned, how this is a very unique and important component to what you are doing now. And it really elevates you out there in the marketplace because it's interesting. People want to hear about other people. That's why reality shows do so well, whether you like reality or not, right? I actually believe that us live streamers, we're the new reality real stars, right? And so we're being authentic with our storytelling, right? Share your story, right? Share it, right? I could have left the Hollywood in the past, right? Even though a lot of people say, why would you do that? That's crazy. I'm like, it's like anything, right? You get burnt out on things, right? You don't want to talk about it anymore, right? And I was like, no, I'm going to bring it with me because I paid my dues. There's probably only 1% of the entire globe that's worked in Hollywood like I have, right? With the studios and movies and television, branded entertainment, with the masters and mentors and the superstars, right? That I have. And so I'm not going to leave it behind. I'm not going to focus on it 24 hours either because I'm on a journey now, right? But I want you to pull that brand story and I want you so that you can emotionally connect with people out there. Another great way of doing this is to shine with your brand journey is to include how your ideal client can work with you is through imagery, right? As you are sharing your brand journey, right? Maybe you're sharing about so for instance, I worked with a client who's amazing, by the way, and she wanted to, she needed to raise some money for a project she's working on. And so I jumped in with her and we started, figuring out ways of strategizing and buzzing her out there on social media and getting, really working and leveraging her visibility and influence out there. And she did, and she raised what she needed in order for the project to go live. And it was very interactive. People on social media could participate. They would, gain and win things when they participated, and on and on and on. What was interesting about it, though, is that it allowed the marketplace to emotionally connect and really cheerlead her on, right? And that's a great story. And so what we were doing is as people were coming, as they were onboarding, we were spotlighting them on her social media. So now I was emotionally connecting. Now her other ideal clients that wanted to cheer her on and help along the way could see themselves in the brand story itself. It's a very interesting way of emotionally connecting with the marketplace out there, right? Through imagery, right? And so imagery is a very good way of emotionally connecting with your ideal client. I have a certain style about me. I have a way that I like to integrate with the marketplace. You can see it on my cover, The Red Carpet Guide to Visibility Influence. This is very much my style. So what kind of ideal clients do you think I'm calling in? Probably not necessarily millennials or people that are, my ideal client tends to be a little bit classic, right? And because remember, your ideal client's usually a little bit like-minded like yourself, right? And so they can see me out there. Also, too, you can see through my imagery, what am I doing? Spotlights. There's spotlights everywhere. What am I saying to people out there? What signal am I saying to people out there? Plus I put myself on my cover. What am I saying to people out there? I'm saying to my ideal client, I see you. It is your birthright to be your own superstar and stand in your spotlight. So what kind of signal and what kind of ideal client am I calling in? People that are ready or at least willing to stand into a bigger spotlight. So most likely my ideal client isn't going to be someone that just started their business a month ago, right? Because they're just getting going. Instead, I'm talking to people that are a little bit more mature, have a more mature business already. They're rock and rolling. They want to take their business next level because I want to buzz them out, right? I want to grow their visibility and influence. I'm not a business coach. See, that would be a left turn if I started calling myself a business coach, huh? Right? If I started saying I was a business coach, what would that do to the marketplace out there? Because I'm not a business coach, right? I probably could be. That's not my purpose, right? And so what I'm saying to people out there is I'm like, if you want more visibility influence, if you're a woman entrepreneur, if you're ready to step into your spotlight, if you're ready to go next level, then you're my ideal client, right? And how do you know? Because of the imagery that I'm putting out there, right? And by putting myself on the cover, what am I saying out there? I'm saying, are you ready to step into a much bigger visibility influence spotlight like I am? Because if you are, I'm someone that you should work with. Are you ready to get more marketing and more strategies and more techniques and stand in a spotlight and get out of the shadows? Then I'm your girl and you're my ideal client. I know this might seem simple, but it's not. You want to be adding imagery out there, and the imagery that you add out there is a great way for your clients to know that they're your ideal clients. So my next red carpet strategy is this. I want you to spotlight one of your ideal clients once a week, right? It's a great way of turning up the spotlight on your ideal client and other ideal clients seeing themselves in your company brand. Also, too, you're going to tag them. What do we do when we tag them? I know I've said this several times. I'm going to say it again. You get in their backyard with people that know, like, and trust them. So what are they going to think about? What are they going to say? Oh, well, they know, like, and trust Joey or you, right? Then maybe I should know, like, and trust them too. At least it's opening the door and getting things going. But once a week, I want you to spotlight one of your ideal clients. It's also a great way of being generous, right? Who doesn't like being spotlighted, right? It's a great way of being generous with the influence that we've been building online, right? I love spotlighting others. It's one of my favorite things to do, right? And the reason I've been building my online influence, the strategy, the real reason is because I want to give it to other people, right? Just like a studio. Paramount and Warner Brothers is literally handing people, right, their influence. They're like, here, we've been building it. Now we're going to give it to you because we want you to be successful. When they close a production deal with someone, when they close a deal with a writer, when they close a deal with a TV director, when they close a licensing deal, whatever they're closing, right, they're also like, I'm going to hand you my influence. That is a huge reason why I've been building my influence. So the Joey G113, which I consider a studio, I can hand it to my ideal clients out there. And so by spotlighting them, I can get them into bigger backyards with my influence. And then again, I'm in their backyard. So what is it really? It's a win-win, right? So by you spotlighting your ideal client every week, it helps Marketplace to clearly see who and how you're working with them and what the outcome is, right? What they could expect by working with you. By spotlighting an ideal client in my network, for instance, in my network, my media network, right? What am I saying? I'm like, oh yeah, I want you to do, like, why shouldn't you have your own show? Why shouldn't you have your own show, right? If I'm spotlighting someone, for instance, in a blog post or an article, or I'm spotlighting someone, I do magazines, let's say, right? What am I saying to people? I'm saying, listen, this person is amazing, but what also is it saying about me? It's saying this person know, likes, and trusts me and is working with me. And here's what they do, and here's what I'm doing for them. Therefore, this is what your outcome can be as well, right? So I hope this makes sense, right? You want to, in order to incorporate your ideal client into your company brand, you have to find as many ways as incorporating your current ideal clients into your company brand. Then it sends out a signal. It shows your other potential ideal clients that they could be working with you. I do not believe in chasing clients. Stop chasing clients. Instead, incorporate your current ideal clients into your company brand. Be clear about what kind of ideal client you want to be working with in your social media and your marketing out there in the marketplace, right? And do it in different ways. and be pounding the marketplace as many different ways as possible so that your ideal clients can see you and just ask to work with you. Isn't that like the golden ticket, right? And by tagging your ideal clients, then you're already, so y'all, it's actually an organic funnel. And it's better than a funnel, in my opinion, because you don't have to drive the traffic to come in, to opt in, to go to this next gig, to get down these funnels, right? I personally don't believe in funnels. If you do and you do that for a living, like that's fabulous and good for you. It's just not my style, that's all. Instead, I've turned these strategies and these techniques into funnels, essentially. And essentially it's a funnel, right? Tagging someone, right? Incorporating my ideal client so other ideal clients could see themselves in my brand. That's a funnel, but it's very organic, right? And I like that. And by doing it with the spotlight component, it's fun. It's fun. Who doesn't want to be spotlighted, right? You've made their day, and in the algorithms, you've really made everyone's day, because when you tag someone, right, and you share it, right, you're hitting higher algorithms out there for yourself, and when they share it, for you, right? And so again, it's this win-win. So I want you to step back and I want you to think of other ways of how to do this, right? Listen, until next time, I thank you so much for joining me today. You guys have been a wonderful audience like usual. I will see you next time on the Red Carpet Guide to Visibility and Influence. And until then, ciao, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. You can learn more about me, my products, and services at joeyg113.com. Make sure to join me for another episode every week on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's been a long Monday, but guess what? Now it's happy hour. Sit back, relax, and unwind with a Rewine. Drink with Rick Rewine, only on 100 TV.
Hi, and welcome to the Drink with Rick Rewine. I'm Rick, and this is a showcase of clips and highlights from classic episodes of the Saturday Night Wine Stream, featuring wine reviews and general off-the-cuff entertainment. In this episode of the Rewine, I open, taste, and review a red blend from Spain. I also explain how shopping for a wine is like buying a watermelon, and why you shouldn't judge a wine by the price. So sit back, relax with your favorite libation, and drink with me as we rewind the review of the Carmita 2017 red wine. Okay, I guess we're set to go. And welcome everyone to the Saturday night live stream, or actually what I prefer to say, the Saturday night wine stream. Anyway, welcome everyone. If you're just joining me for this, I hope that you're prepared to sit back with me, enjoy your favorite beverage. Let's just kick back, take our shoes off, and just have a relaxing, entertaining time. Tonight, we're going to we're going to test a wine that I picked up at the local wine store. And when I say wine store, I'm not talking about a generic wine store. I'm talking about the wine store, or it's called Wine Store. And we have a few in our area here in North Carolina, in Charlotte in particular. And right up the road from me, there's one that I frequent, and it's a great place to pick up some nice wines. And we're going to try out. I was originally going to have us try what's down here, a Corsado or an Evodia, which they're a couple of my favorites. But I know I've tried these before, and really what I'm trying to do is pick up wines that I've never tried and that we can taste test and see, give it a little review and see what we like and we don't like about them. And while I was at the wine store this past Thursday, I met a young lady there who recommended and she wasn't an employee there. She was also a patron as I was, and she recommended a wine called Carmita, and this is a 2017 Carmita, and she said this was very, very good. So we're going to open it up. I'm going with a recommendation. Never tried it before. We're going to open it up, try it out. All right, this is a Carmita. This Carmita is another Spanish red wine. And this is 2017. I'm not sure exactly what the wine is. Let me see if I can pull up some information on it. Because I've never tried this before. This is a new one for me. 2017 Carmita Red Blend. This actually comes from the wine store. This is an Alicante Boucher, but today they call it Garnacha Tintorera. They mix the sweet and they mix it with 30% Monastrell to make this a wickedly powerful red wine. I'm reading this right from the website for Carmita. This wine goes for about $10 a bottle. I think I paid a little bit more for that at the wine store. It's supposed to go good with burgers. I do recall that, and it's kind of a good wine for dinner parties, things like that. That's what I've been told. So we'll see how that goes. And now, here's the part where I showed off my handy-dandy lever corkscrew. Let's go ahead and open this before I get too talkative and off the subject. Let's open this bottle of Carmita. And I'm using this wonderful contraption, this metal corkscrew that she purchased for me at an estate sale, or something like that. It was a special going on, estate sale. And she bought this thing for $5. It's a pretty interesting contraption. I've only used it a couple of times. I used it for the first time on our last live stream. I'm going to try it again. And the way this works is you put it over the bottle like this. You grab it like this and let's see. And then it's supposed to come right out, which it does. How about that? That works pretty nice. Now to get the cork out, you're supposed to do, you can move this bottle out of the way so I don't have an accident. To get the cork out, you're supposed to grab the cork and do the reverse. It's kind of hard to do it the way I'm positioned here at the table. But that's how it works. It's a really neat little device. It's kind of fun. It's fun to play with. That corkscrew lasted for most of the first season before it broke. Considering that it was purchased secondhand for only $5, it was still a decent deal. Anyway, as for the review, I gave the wine a really long swirl, a really long sniff, and a considerable tasting. Did I like it? Let's find out. So, I'm going to take this bottle of Carmita, and I'm going to put it in my Cooper's Hawk wine glass, which I purchased a few weeks ago at the Cooper's Hawk Winery and Restaurant. I'm using my other hand. I'm right-handed, by the way. And we're going to pour this in. And let's see. We'll put just a little bit in so I can give it a good swirl. And we'll swirl it around a little bit. Let me check the aroma. Yeah, from the aroma, it's very berry, but it's it's very slightly oaky. Or maybe that's my fingers. I don't know. I won't tell you where my fingers have been. It's been slightly oaky. Let's see. Let me give it a good swirl. And let's take a look at the rivulets on this thing. It's a tiny glass, so I love these glasses. This is real crystal, by the way. From Cooper's Hawk. Got a great deal on them a few weeks ago. It's got a few legs. According to this, you can tell how much alcohol there is in it by doing that. I don't know that that's really true. I've heard it both ways. I can tell you, according to the bottle, it says 15% by volume in this 750 milliliter bottle. And of course, as we all know that just because it says 15% on the bottle doesn't mean it's actually 15% alcohol. It's usually a bit more than what's posted on the label, from what I've heard. And let's give this a nice leg. Thank you. You're talking about the wine. Yeah. Yeah, it does look kind of nice. It seems to have a bit of a smoky finish to it. Maybe that was just me again. I can't really place the flavor on this one. There's something very, very familiar about the flavor of this wine, and I can't really put my finger on it right off the bat. I need more. It does have a nice finish to it. Gina says it doesn't really matter on the flavor necessarily, but if I wanted 3-2 wine, I'd buy beer. Is that what it says? Okay. 3.2 wine, I'd buy beer. Well, I like it. It tastes nice. Something tells me I'm going to go through this bottle fairly quickly if I keep this up. I'll just toast everyone who gets in the chat. In fact, let me do that. I'll toast everyone who enters the chat. So the Carmita passed the test, and it was definitely worth the price. I purchased this wine several times since that tasting, and it was consistently good every time. Up next, I give you my thoughts on what the audience really wanted to watch in the wine stream, and how choosing a good wine can be a lot like picking a watermelon. There's more to Rewine, so stick around. The wine review was done, but things were just getting started. I had an important tip on how to get the best value for the price when shopping for a wine without breaking your budget. But first, here was my theory as to why some viewers were watching the wine stream. A lot of people join us on the chat or join the wine stream here to actually not so much to hear my stories, but to interact with me, but mostly to watch me drink a whole bottle of wine. And I understand that. And to be honest, I'm not crazy about drinking a whole bottle of wine. I don't want to really do that if I don't I mean, if it's good wine, I'll just drink it, and then all of a sudden I'll realize it's all gone, and it's all gone. Have you ever just opened up a bottle of wine and said, I'm going to just drink this much, or I'm just going to drink it down here? You take a crayon or something, or I don't know, or you just open it up and say, I'm going to have half of this bottle tonight, and then I'm going to have the other half tomorrow night with a burger or with a steak or something, and put it in the fridge. But you keep drinking it. You're doing something. You just kind of not paying attention. You're drinking it. Before you know it, the bottle's gone. And then you realize, what the heck did I just do? And the answer is you just drank a whole bottle of wine by yourself. I was talking about something else, wasn't I? I don't remember now. I'm not killing my brain cells. I'm just putting some of them to sleep. Penny says, that's a lot of wine in that glad or glass. Penny, how much wine have you had tonight? Well, maybe not enough. Maybe you need a little bit more. There are a world of wines to choose from. And if you aren't familiar with them, shopping for a good wine, especially on a budget, may seem a little intimidating. But it's not like comparing apples to apples. It's more like shopping for watermelons. I can't say that I'm a wine connoisseur to any degree. I'm not a sommelier, but I like wine. I like wine. So, and I like good wine. I mean, I'm not going to drink just everything. There's some wines that I won't drink because there's some wines that I have had that are just, to be nice about it, they're just nasty. You know what I mean? They're just nasty. And I'm being nice about it. And there's some other wines that, $3, $4 bottle of wine. If I don't have any money, I will, and I have to have a bottle of wine. There are a couple that I will drink. There are some that I won't touch. But generally, I think on average, between $6 and $10 a bottle is about where I like to be with wines. I'll go with a $20 bottle of wine from time to time, but it's really something that for guests, I will save my $20, $30 bottles of wine for guests on a special occasion. Because let's face it, wines as a general rule are overpriced. A lot of them are, especially for what they deliver, for what some of them deliver. It's a dirty secret, but it's not really a secret that for people that really know wine, know how to buy wine, that your sweet spot for decent wine is in the $7 to $12 range, or $15. Now, I know I'm saying this I know in California, it might be more expensive, it might be cheaper, I don't know. I know in some parts of the country, it's going to be more expensive. For where I am in North Carolina, and previously in Florida, $7 to $12 a bottle is going to be a decent, that's where that's how much you'd want to spend for wine, just to have a bottle of wine to drink, by yourself or with family or for table wine or something like that. If you're having guests over, maybe something about $18, $20 bottle of wine, just to say, hey, I spent $20 for this bottle of wine. But to be honest, the prices for wine all over the map, you really don't necessarily get what you pay for. It's sort of like buying a watermelon in a way. You go to the supermarket and there's a big, you ever go to Sam's Club and there's a huge crate there or a huge pallet there of watermelons, and they're advertising watermelons for $3.99 a piece, or $4.99, or whatever, $5.99. And you'll see two or three of these. One's $3.99, one's $5.99. You'll think, well, I'll get the $5.99 watermelon because it's going to be better. Well, not necessarily, because you really don't know what you're going to get out of a watermelon until you actually cut it open. The whole thumping the watermelon thing, I've done that. And to be honest, I still don't get the whole thumping the watermelon thing. It doesn't really help me much, because I've thumped watermelons thinking I got a good melon. I bring it home and cut it open, and it's overripe, or it's not ripe enough, or something. Melons are kind of really that sort of thing. It's kind of the luck of the draw, really. And just because a watermelon is priced at $5.99 over here and $3.99 in the other bin doesn't mean that you're going to get a better watermelon at $5.99 and you're going to get it at $3.99. It's just, once again, it's the luck of the draw. Sometimes you're going to get a good one. Sometimes you're going to get a bad one. Well, the same thing to a certain degree. Now, I'm not saying this is every case, but to a certain degree, the same thing is true with wine, because you're going to get, you can get a bottle of wine. You can pay $30 for a bottle of wine, and you get it open, and it's just awful. Or maybe it's corked. You get a bottle of wine that's corked. It could be a $10, it could be a $5 bottle, it could be $30, it could be a $100 bottle of wine. It's just corked. It's corked. That's if it's a $100 bottle of wine and you get it home and it's not that good, well, that's $100 you'll never see again. That's why I try to keep it to around, well, if I'm going to buy a bottle of wine, and I try to keep it, if I buy wine that I know that I'm going to be drinking pretty much myself on my own, and which I pretty much do at home, I buy from labels that I've tried and I've trusted, and I know that chances are I'm going to get a pretty decent bottle out of it, whether it's a $6 bottle of wine or a $12 bottle of wine or a $20 bottle of wine. I try to keep it around about, if I'm just going to be drinking by myself, I just want a wine with dinner, I'm going to keep it around $7 to $8 a bottle. I mean, that's just me. Sometimes I'll go a little bit lower than that, but I'll buy the wines that I trust. If I'm buying for a party or something like that, I'll spend a little bit more on the wine. But once again, I want to have tried the wine first and know that it's something that, okay, that's a $20 bottle of wine. And having said that, what is a $20 bottle of wine? What is a $30 bottle of wine? What do you expect from a wine that's $30, $40, $50 a bottle? And I think sometimes it depends on individual taste. Sometimes it depends on what your budget is. Sometimes it depends on what you're used to spending on wine. And there are people that are wine snobs. I'll say in this case, people that think, okay, you know what? I don't want to buy a bottle of wine that's less than $20 a bottle or $30 a bottle because that to me is a good bottle of wine. I wouldn't recommend buying wine that way because, as I said before, it's like the watermelon thumping. You never really know what you're going to get out of it until you get it home and you open it up and then it's too late. Rather than buying by price, I would buy by what you know and like. And and recommendations, if someone recommends, that's why something like this can be useful. Something like this wine stream can be useful. If you're listening to the wine stream and I try this bottle of wine, I tell you, hey, it's a pretty decent bottle of wine. Well, yeah, go two ways. One, everyone's tastes are a little bit different. So what I like in a wine may not necessarily be what you like in a wine. However, if you check them out online, if I say this is a pretty good bottle of wine and I recommend it, and if you check out ratings and the ratings are pretty decent on a bottle of wine, I would say that that's probably worth trying the wine and see if you like it. If you have, like in this case, this is a $10 bottle of wine. If you really want to try it, spring for the $10 and try it. And if you like it, if you don't like it, move on. But if you like it, then you have a $10 bottle of wine that you can go back to time and time again, and you can be confident about. Now, once again, having said that, just because this Carmita, this 2017 Carmita bottle of wine, is pretty decent, doesn't mean that maybe a 2016 was any better or any worse, or that maybe a 2018 is any better or any worse. But if you tried it and it tastes pretty good, it's a little more of an incentive to buy and say, hey, let me try a 2018 or a 2016 or whatever's out there, and say, you know what, I know this label. It's basically a decent wine. I'll stick with this for a while. It's a little bit easier to pick your wines and go with a wine that way than it is to go out and say, hey, look, there's a $30 bottle of wine. I'm going to buy that $30 bottle of wine because it's $30 a bottle and it has to be good. And once again, as I just stated, that's not necessarily the case. What you want to do is you want to buy a wine. First of all, you want to buy a wine that fits your budget. If you can't buy a $30 bottle of wine, and I'm not a person who can go out and plunk down $30 for a bottle of wine every day. It's just not, I can't do it. And it's not me anyway. I'm the kind of person that I look for bargains. So I like good wine, but I would only buy a $30 bottle of wine or $40 bottle of wine if there was a real compelling reason to do that. Like, for instance, if there was a great party, or my boss was coming over and I wanted to really impress him, and a $40 or $50 bottle of wine, I could say, hey, this is a $50 bottle of wine, and then we could cork it and find out, or uncork it and find out that it's corked together. Then I can say, well, I paid $50 for it, and But the thing is, for the most part, you don't ever want to buy wine based on the price. You really don't. It's not the best gauge of what is considered a good wine. Buy a bottle of wine based on recommendation. That's a good way to go. But once again, as I said before, everyone's taste is different. So what I like, say, I like this bottle of wine. I like this Carmita. It's actually pretty good. But Gina might not like it. Penny might not like it. I don't know. Taylor might not like it. And if they don't like it, well, it's my recommendation, but that's a personal taste. But I think it's a pretty good bottle of wine. I actually recommend this. I would actually recommend this. And actually, right now, I need to drink more of it. Yes, I recommend this. And I recommend that I have some more. I like wine, but in my house, it's an acquired taste. I recalled how my daughter Tia reacted to her very first taste of wine. In February 13th, Tia had her 21st birthday. And so she was 21, so she could legally try a bottle of wine. So I opened one. I opened a red and I opened a white. And she tried a little bit. She had a little taste of each. She decided she didn't really like wine. Maybe a dessert wine's more her taste. She doesn't like dessert wines much either. Oh well. In our next episode, we review a Chianti Classico from Italy, find out what foods I think it will pair with, and explain why I don't trust a lot of 5-star ratings for products purchased online, including wine. I'm Rick. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't drink and drive.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
I'm Marco Novo. I'm from Portugal. My show will be the branding show, and it will be mainly about branding, how we can use live streaming content to get known, to get acknowledged, to get recognized, to be trusted, and by the end to be that person or that brand that people will think if they need what we do, what we have.
Hi, my name is Lavon Smith, and I'm hosting Winning While Budgeting Tuesday starting in June, only on 100 TV.
My name is Coach Jennie, and I am so freaking excited to tell you that I am one of the original creative partners on the brand new network 100 TV. My show is called Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, and it's happening on, Monday mornings. Each week, I will be delivering you a quick challenge direct from me to you to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and ultimately more confident. I hope you'll tune into my show, Monday Morning Moxie, exclusively on 100 TV.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV. Thanks for watching 100 TV. Subscribe for daily uploads and join us again next Monday for another full day of live streaming new shows.